BBLM, as well as a couple of BMW M1 Pro cars, which just look the business. I've always loved that shape of BMW M1. But we'll take you through the grid for this race. On the front row, on pole position, will be the Lola T286 of Guena, and alongside is the 52 TOJ of Skemama. Row number 2 will be number 11 Egerman and 21 Emberson and Greensall. Row number 3 will be the 22 of Boost and the treble 1 of Barbeau and Matos. Row number 4 will be the number 3 of Brigand and the number 55 of Bush and Bush. Row number 5 will be the 59 of Glazer and Simon, and alongside will be the number 80 of Brettmeyer. Row number 6 will be the 85 of Sinclair and the number 181 of Brettmeyer. Row number 7 will be the 36 of Caton and number 2 De Rocha. Row number 8 will be the 188 of Cook and the number 90 of Rollner. Row number 9 will be of Rollner. Row number 9 will be the 23 of Hart and the 29 of Bizarre. Row number 10 will be the 173 of Bethencourt and Silver, alongside will be the number 18 of Brown and D. Row number 11 will be the number 20 of Zucati and De Siebenthal, and alongside will be the 77 of Litardi and Rodaro. Row number 12 will be the number 54 of Bush and Bush, alongside them will be the number 10 of Turaziani and Candiani. And all on their own on the 13th row of the grid is the 128 of Fox and Pink. It's good to have you along with us for the afternoon portion here of the Estoril Classics 2023. I'm glad you can join us for this one. My name is Kieran McKinley, and I'm glad to say I'll be joined for most of the afternoon by the fantastic Mr. Adam Weller. Adam, good afternoon to you, and we're back with some racing action beholding to us.
Rather disappointingly, I'm going to have to disappear about halfway through this classic endurance racing event for hopefully about an hour or so. Unfortunately, prior commitments before the call up for this event. But of all the grids to miss half the race, I'm probably most disappointed about this. This is an incredible grid of cars, the CR2 category, running for cars from the latter half of the 1970s. So you're looking majority at Group 4, Group 5 and Group 6 cars. The Group 4s, of course, being cars like the BMW M1 Pro car, which was so famously built just in time to be too late, of course. The Group 5 category, the domain of the Porsche 935s and the like. And then, of course, the Group 6 sports cars, the cars like the Cheetahs, the Lolas, the Todge or the TOJ, also as well, those all Group 6 cars. That name in itself, I think, is probably worth an explanation early doors. The Todge. Let's talk about that car a little bit. It is, in essence, a rather successful car from the 70s in DRM racing in Germany. Also had some success in international circles as well. But it's the initials are for the team owner, for the team that put the car together. The rather unflattering, though, name of Todge or TOJ. I've heard them referred to as Todges before, so yes, whichever way you put it, it's quite a special car actually, and it's powered, most interestingly, by a DFV Cosworth Formula One engine. So it is actually not too far removed from some of the 70s F1 cars we see in the classic GP race.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, it's endurance racing at the time of the so-called 3-litre Barquettes, open-topped machines, and as you mentioned, the powerful Group 5 GT. So we're looking from the early 70s right up until 1981 for machinery here, and the one that always catches my eye is the BMW M1 Pro car. We've got a couple of them throughout the field, and the gorgeous number 80 driven by Emilio Brettmeyer, that Ferrari 512 BBLM from 1982. Glorious machinery on display wherever you look.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the M1 Pro car, the first of the proper M cars, built in 1979. There was, of course, the Pro car category, which was something of a single make series, often on the Grand Prix support bill and featuring Formula One drivers, but it also raced successfully in the World Sports Car Championship, at the Le Mans 24 Hours, and even in IMSA as well. A few of the M1s became Group 5 cars. They were widened and tuned up. But quite a few of the Group 4 examples. We also see there the unique Lotus Esprit. That's the red car, the wedge that we just saw on screen there. That's the car that was built by Richard Genvy in the late 70s. That Lotus Esprit, funny enough, it was actually built from a prototype chassis number 2. So the second ever Lotus Esprit was donated from Lotus HQ in Hethel to be turned into a race car, and it raced not with terribly much success, but it did race in the Group 5 era, courtesy of Richard Genvy, the father of Mike Genvy, who, if you're familiar with British sports car competition of the current day, Mike Genvy, one of the main players in that world.
To look forward to in this glorious race as well, as we're led around by Guenard in the number 50 machine, that Lola T86, which was a variant of the Lola T280 for the World Sports Car Championship. Finds itself now on the front row, and in fact on pole position, alongside the number 52 Yves Skamaka, the TOJ, the Dodge, whatever takes your fancy, which was the Great Way built by the German racing and constructor team Obermoser Jorg. See the starting grid very quickly going through. Guenard and Skamaka on the front row, Egerman and Emberson on row 2, Bust and Barbeau on row 3, Brigand and Bush on row 4, Simon and Bretmeyer on row 5, Sinclair and Bretmeyer on row 6, row 7 is Caton and De Rocha, row 8 is Cook and Rollner, row 9 is Hart and Mazar, row 10 is Bethencourt and Dean, row 11 is Zucchetti and Pitardi, row 12 is Bush and Turizani, and on their own row number 13 is it says there Chris Fox on the graphics there. It's Nick Pink on our timing screens, but I'm sure it will all update as to who is starting in each and every car. But Adam, obviously you might have to leave us, you probably will have to leave us part way through this race. So I guess I have to ask the question, which car should we be looking out for here today?
Well, I mean, keep an eye on the number 18 car there, the 18 Porsche 935. That's the Porsche 935 JLP3. That car is the first ever car to win the Daytona 24 Hours and the Sebring 12 Hours in the same season. That was in 1982. With the famous duo John Paul Jr. and Sr. Look them up if you ever want a very compelling motorsport story of the 1980s. And it's driven by none other than United Autosports' co-owners. That's Richard Dean and one Zach Brown, who I'm sure is in jovial spirits after the results of the F1 sprint race in Qatar last night. And he could add to his joviality with a win here, or at least a good result, a good run here in his mighty 935, one of the most developed 935s there ever was.
Absolutely. Well, eyes on the lights then, as the safety car will now pull into the pit lane then for it's going for the Classic Endurance Racing 2. It'll be eyes on the lights, and we have an hour worth of racing to get ourselves underway. When those lights extinguish, we go racing, which we do now. And what are the starts like? Guenard on the left-hand side, Skamama on the right-hand side as they make their way now down in towards turn 1. There's a bit of fighting to be had further back as well, but it looks like Guenard and Skamama sorted themselves out before they got through in towards turn 1 there. And everybody looks like through turn 1 unscathed for now, and heading up towards turn 3 it is Guenard who leads the way, Skamama in second place, and then it is the treble 1 Chris Barbeau and that Lola T280 rounding off the top 3 overall.
I believe that T286 at the front of the order will be another car powered by the Lola the Cosworth DFV. Quite a few of the independently built prototype offerings in Group 6 featured that power plant, and you see there a great illustration of the power of a Porsche 935. I know that in the case of the 18 car, the Dean and Brown machine, that car can produce up to 800 horsepower if you turn the wick up far enough. So in a straight line, expect some of those Porsches to be right up there in the mix. They will be incredibly, searingly fast in a straight line, but of course the chassis dynamics of the Group 6 cars will be superior through the slightly tighter sections of the track, as we can see there with the 22 car of Bust just getting up the inside there of Brigand in the number 3.
Yeah, right in towards turn 10 there. And then we also have the 55 of Bush, also in GT2, trying to get his way down the inside, which he has done. There we see the 22 of Bust making his way now onwards towards the start finish straight for Brigand. He's lost 2 positions in one fell swoop, and it could get a little bit more of a headache for him, as right behind him we have the likes of Simon, Bretmeyer, Emberson all battling away for position here, as we now make our way now down in towards turn 1 for another time. Bretmeyer right on the inside there in the number 80 Ferrari, trying to find his way through. Now we'll see if he managed to gain any positions out of that. He started 3rd in that queue, but meanwhile we see then Egerman in the number 11 just ahead of Bust 22. They make their way out of turn 3 onwards towards turn 4. We just see our leaders there, Guénon and Skimama, trying to gallop away. Barbeau in 3rd place, and then the leaders of the P2L class come to make their way through now, under 2 litre production class. They make their way now down towards turn 6.
Yeah, great to see them fighting it out here in the early stages. As you said, hour-long race this, so a little bit of distance for these cars to cover, and we're regulars on the Le Mans Series support package in the early days of this category, a real celebration of what the Le Mans 24 Hours was in the 70s. Of course, cars like the Porsche 936 and the Renault Alpine A442 were the fastest of the cars in Group 6 back in the day, but the 935s could always challenge for overall victory, and of course did win the Le Mans 24 Hours as well. The number 3 car, though, dropping through the order. Brigand there losing out to the slightly older 934 machine, that's being in the hands of, I'm blanking here for some reason, in the hands of Bust, isn't it? That's the Bust car. So Bust in the 55 getting through there.
It's got a little bit of pressure there from now the 59 of Sebastian Gleiser, as he looks to try and find his way through. Yeah, as you say, it's a little bit of a struggle here for Emmanuel Brigand. He's losing positions here, and now Gleiser right behind him as they make their way through. Simon now trying to find a way past. Let's make our way through. Making our way now towards turn 4, but Brigand is just about holding firm for now.
Yeah, Patrick Simon, by the looks of it, then starting that 59 BMW M1 Pro car. We saw him out yesterday, of course. Quite a decorated pro driver. He will be up there, and just behind him is the stunning Ferrari 512 BBLM, which was one of the Group 5 cars, I think commissioned somewhere around 1978 by Ferrari Dealer Network, and the likes of the famous American NART outfit campaigning that car variously in IMSA and indeed at the Le Mans 24 Hours. That's a 5-litre V12, if memory serves me correctly, in the 512 BBLM. Seriously incredible piece of machinery. You see there further back in the pack that number 21 car, one of the earlier machines. In fact, I think it might be the earliest machine out there on circuit. That's the Chevron B26 of John Emberson. And if you think, oh, John Emberson, I've heard that name before. Yes, of course he's got Nigel Greensall as his teammate again. Here comes the 935 down the main straight, and there you see the difference between Group 5 and Group 4. The M1 Pro car with its straight 6 naturally aspirated engine, no match for the Triple K turbochargers, 2 of them no less, in at the number 3 of Emmanuel Brigand.
We just saw a glimpse of Barbeau then in the treble one. That's Carlos Barbeau in the Lola T280 as he makes his way through turn 4. Right behind them is Eggerman and Boost then. Boost in the 22, that Chevron B31 in that less than 2 litres prototype class. Making his way then on through turn 5 and looking to try and find his way past Eggerman these early stages. Of course, we do have the pit window to discuss as well. To take us through this one, it'll be a 25-minute to 35-minute. That is the pit window. So again, only 10 minutes. It's not a long time. It's a 2-minute mandatory stationary time. So drivers will have to keep an eye on those timing screens, keep an eye on their own pace as well, factor that in to their strategies.
And in regard to the prototypes running in the sub 2 litre class, a lot of those motors will have their roots in Formula 2 machinery, likes of the Cosworth FV motors and things of that nature, BMW power plants I think as well. The Formula 2 category was firmly under 2 litres for much of the 70s, so I know there's someone actually in the UK has a Volkswagen Scirocco with a 1.8 litre Cosworth Formula 2 engine rammed under the bonnet, and a few of engines of that nature will be in the sub 2 litre class, albeit in the homes that were originally intended rather than a 2010s hatchback. The 512 BBLM then, go on.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, but that looked like Barbeau coming into the pits, and it was the treble one into the pits early in this race, and that's never a good sign, not even 8 minutes in. And Barbeau having to bring the car into the pits, was running 3rd overall at the time, now has handed 3rd place overall to the number 11 of Bert Eggerman in that Cheetah G601. It does give us now a 3-car battle for 3rd place overall in this race between Eggerman, Boost and Sinclair. Sorry, Bush.
And of course, to anyone watching who thinks, oh, Zach Brown, he does racing. The answer is yes, Zach does race on a regular basis. He'll be taking the car over for the second half of this race. Of course, he's picked a weekend to be away from the Formula 1 team, given how well they're going in Qatar at the moment. But he is an avid racer. His collection housed at the United Autosports base has to be seen to be believed, encompassing just about every major motorsport category going. The 22 of Boost, though, getting past Eggman. That is for 3rd overall, and the lead, of course, of the sub 2 litre class as well. So that's a big move. And they've got to worry about the Porsche behind them. Even though it's a 934, it's still pretty quick in a straight line. Comparable, if not quicker, than the 2 prototypes up ahead by the end of the straight. You can see it homing in the Valvoline colours there in the hands of Bush, the 55 car, just trying to find a way through. But yeah, Zach Brown's racing heritage, you go back to the 90s and he was racing in Indy Lights, trying to forge a career as a driver. I think business interests took time away from him in the 2000s. He did some American Le Mans Series racing in a Porsche 993 GT2 run by the incredible Rook team around the year 2000. And then with United Autosports, he raced for several years in the Spa 24 Hours and the British GT Championships with Audi R8s and later McLaren MP412Cs, and that was really the first of the bridges to the McLaren relationship we see today. Zach racing a McLaren in British GT around 2013, and well, now he is of course the head honcho there at McLaren in the racing department, and has been doing an admirable job of using his business acumen to gain sponsors en masse, and of course a racer as well means that he understands sometimes the balance between commercial and competition. You know, sometimes a team manager will come in and be too focused on the commercial aspect, but no fear of that with Zak Brown. He's got acumen of both the business and racing nature, and that helps him run that team to great success. Not just that team, but also, of course, United Autosports, who have just been announced, incidentally, Kieran, to run a McLaren GT3 car in next year's World Endurance Championship.
It's always fantastic to see as well. As, I really enjoyed seeing Zak Brown's tenure at McLaren as well. It's really brought success at the forefront, and obviously, I wonder what's going to happen. I won't spoil too much, but if there's anything to go by, sort of Daniel Ricciardo's win at Monza, where he got the gift of driving Dale Earnhardt's Chevy number 3 around Austin, Texas. I wonder if there's any prizes for yesterday, perhaps, for young Oscar Piastri, or will he go by the caveat, it wasn't a Grand Prix win, Oscar?
If I was Piastri, I would be refusing to do anything until I'm taken to United Autosports and told to pick my car for a private test day. There's such an amazing collection of machinery there. Bathurst winners as well. Of course, we had the Bathurst 1000 today. Unfortunately, no 1,000 kilometres for this car. The 188 machine slowing Kevin Cook, the March 75S, with a smoky exit to stage right, and gosh, quite the cloud has been left on the main straight.
Yeah, no surprise to see the slippery surface flags out there. Of course, with these monsters here, put the power down, even if they come across a little bit of fluid in a straight line, there's still no guarantees that they might be facing the right way. The one that's pulled over the 188 over to the exit of turn 1 on the right hand side, so out of harm's way for now, but it is being covered by yellow flags. Of course, these slippery surface flags down the start finish straight with the possibly fluid down there. Gwenart has managed to open up a 4.7 lead over Skimama at the moment at the top of the field. Still a battle ongoing there, and there we see Kevin Cook climb over the safety barrier there. Unfortunately, has to leave his March 75S behind for now. But a bitter end to this one, and we weren't even a quarter of the way through before Kevin Cook's March said no more.
Absolutely, that's a big shame. And as you see there, one of the Porsches out there, I think that might be Letardi's 934 Carrera RSR, if I'm not mistaken. Certainly doesn't look like the full-blown 934 turbo machine that's just gone a lap down there, but you see the 55 of Busch still holding on in this battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th place overall. Again, Busch, yes, class leader. Do you reckon he cares? Probably not. He's looking to get onto that overall podium, and these two diminutive sub 2 litre cars in the way, and great little scrap it is between the three of them, pretty even on lap time, of course, making their time in different parts of the circuit. Not to say that the Porsche isn't holding its own, though, through the tight, twisting sections of the circuit. That is, of course, a 9345, which is kind of the intermediary point between the 935 and its predecessor. The Porsche 935 itself went through so much development over the years. The likes of Kramer, of course, developing the K3 kit. We've got one K3 out on circuit. That is Andreas Rollner's number 90 car. Kramer were instrumental in extending and enhancing the life of the 935, even beyond what Porsche's own customer cars could achieve in standard form. Of course, there was the Moby Dick version that the Porsche factory outfit ran. Regarding Kramer, they used to test their kits. And yeah, safety car is out. We'll have to wait and see why. But yeah, Kramer used to use the Autobahn to test their cars fully legally. They could stick plates on them, and they used to test them on the Autobahn back in the day. So there's some great photos out there of 935s running down the Autobahn on temporary plates. But as you say, the safety car has been deployed, and that will potentially arc them right to the verge of the end of the to the beginning of the pit window. And of course, anyone who's put their quick driver in now will be at a disadvantage. I'm personally looking at John Emberson and thinking, well, any time that Emberson has lost will now be regained under safety car. And of course, well, Nigel Greensill up next. That could be interesting.
That will be very interesting. Absolutely. Safety car deployed. I have spotted that Carlos Barbot is now back out onto circuit. He is a lap down on the next car, but he is at least putting laps around the circuit. We obviously saw the 188 of Kevin Cook come to a stop in the exit of turn 1, but see clearly what the safety car has been deployed for. It could be to recover that car just under a neutralised way, but you see Barbot in the background there rejoining the circuit. Bust, Egerman and Busch all still going to battle away for third place overall.
Yeah, and obviously with the pit lane about to come into use, that is what the stricken March 75S pulled into. So I just wonder if maybe they've decided to make sure the pit entry is all the way clear. Sadly, into the pits is Breitmeyer's wonderful Ferrari 512 BBLM, and slowing and stopping is Brigand in the Porsche 935. Now, we thought that car seemed a little bit off song a couple of times in the first part of the race, and it now fires back into life and heads up the chicane, but clearly the number 3 having an issue as well. Brigand dropping down outside the top 15 now, I think.
Yeah, I think, we'll see when the timing lines update, but that sounds about right. It's such a shame, about Emil Breitmeyer and that Ferrari 512, that gorgeous Ferrari, having to bring the car in. So too did Tony Sinclair, his Lola T292, currently in the pit lane. So hopefully we do see them re-emerge a la Carlos Barbot back to the circuit, at least to get some laps in and give us the glorious sight of the machinery. We're not far away from the pit window opening, about 7 minutes. There's the 77 that has stopped. That's Luca Litardi, has stopped out on circuit and stopped right on the hill, so he's just rolling back for now. Just stops on the that looks like it's turn 3, that looked like to me.
3, yeah, it is turn 3, absolutely right. Yeah, so that's a shame for the 77 crew. Hopefully that car can be fired back into life, but a few struggling under safety car conditions. Maybe the car's not liking being at idle quite as much as they like going up the rev counter properly. I was going to say regarding the TOJ or the TOJ SC304, it would have probably been better if they'd just called them Urbamosas, wouldn't it?
It wouldn't be as fun, though.
Yeah, I know it wouldn't be, but the Urbamosa organisation, Jürgen Urbamosa and Co., they did produce some stunning looking machinery, and they really kind of lucked into that partnership with Vorsteiner. As you see the oil slick being dealt with, so it is the slippery surface caused by the March 75S that is the foremost concern behind this safety car then, unfortunately, which is never great to see. The Cook car has left its mark on this race one way or another, and I think the safety car may actually bring the field here through the pit lane, because obviously they've got marshals actively working on the main straight. They'll continue on straight through the pits for now, but yeah, an unfortunate pause. But that Vorsteiner Gold though on the SC304, that's a pretty special looking machine.
Absolutely. They convoy there through the pit lane, and so still the pit window is closed, so they are not allowed to make a stop in this round. But through the pit lane, as you say, because we've got the circuit being treated, we've got marshals out on track on the start-finish line. So convoy through the pit lane, re-emerge out of the pit lane exit, and continue on under the safety car. We have about 4.5 minutes left until the safety car is open, and someone who didn't get the memo was the 85. That's Tony Sinclair, who's, I think, gone down the start-finish straight. Might have missed the memo about going through the pit lane. But there's the 77. Unfortunately, Luca Lattardi going no further in this race. Track temperature now, you have to spot, it's 40 degrees now, so we're pretty much getting back up to where we were yesterday afternoon. So it's a very hot track out there right now compared to when we first started. Air temperature of about 30 degrees Celsius, and again, a light breeze over the circuit at the moment. So it's quite a still day, but it's very hot on the circuit.
It is very warm conditions, and of course pit window due to open in less than 4 minutes time as well, so I'm sure that if this safety car is still ongoing at the time the window opens, you'll see a lot of competitors take the opportunity to get that mandatory pit stop out of the way. Of course, the timing screen currently registering that all manner of people are in the pit lane, but that's because, of course, the safety car directing them through. But yeah, such beautiful machinery in this CER2 race. Of course, the first half of the 1970s will be celebrated later on in the Classic Endurance Racing 1 grid, and that's going to have to be my fix of CER later on, because unfortunately for now, Kieran, I do have to depart. Oh wow, okay. The old manual methods, ladies and gentlemen, that is fabulous. Open door and do your best. But yes, I will have to depart the commentary box for a little while, owing to other long-standing commitments, but I should be back with you before too long to take in this fabulous afternoon's racing that continues on at Estoril Classics, and only largely quantifiable levels of jealousy that I have for you getting to see the second half of this CER race, because especially once the pit window plays out, I think we're going to be in for a very compelling close to this one.
I think you're absolutely right, Adam Weller. Thank you so much for joining me, and I know you'll be back later on to enjoy yet more action here at the Estoril Classics 2023, and call it bad news if you want. Everyone's stuck with me for the next few minutes, but there we go. Grenard still leads the way, then Skimama in second place, and then we have the number 22 Russell Boost in that Chevrolet B31, who's third place overall. We've got someone coming into the pits. It's too early to go through the pit window, but the fact that the safety car is now leading the field over the start-finish line as opposed to in the pit lane, it's hopefully not too far away before we go racing. But you see that long trail where the circuit has had to be treated with the 188 of Kevin Cook, his March, leaving a whole load of fluid down at the start-finish straight and then in towards turn 1. This lap is just an opportunity for drivers to understand where the track has been treated and where on maybe parts of the circuit they might expect a little less grip than they would prefer. So safety car will be in this lap. That's been confirmed by race control, so we will be racing next time around. When the safety car comes in, I wouldn't be surprised to see a whole load of people coming into the pits, though the safety car has started to pick up the pace. It's going to be close as to who will be able to get out there or at least come into the pits and serve their mandatory stop of 2 minutes stationary. That does open 25 minutes into the race. As you see, we're 40 seconds away from that at the moment. So we'll see who responds, who will be able to pit in. It's going to be very, very close indeed. Grenard and Skimama, I wonder if I'm just going to try and hold back maybe so that they guarantee to get to the pit window. I think it will be open by the time the drivers make it round. It still will be quite tight though, because the safety cars up the pace. So they make their way through in towards 11, 12 and the final corner of turn 13. It looks like the safety car will end as the pit window opens. So I'm expecting maybe a couple of cars to follow that safety car into the pit lane. The pit window is now open as the safety car draws to an end. see now who will make their way into the pits then. It's going to be Skemama makes the way into the pits. So too does, I think that's Boost, who's made his way into the pits. But we are now back under green flag racing then as we head our way onwards. Apologies, it wasn't Boost, it was Egerman who came into the pitch. Patrick Simon also in, John Emberson into the pits as well to hand over the car. And we'll see what Nigel Greensall can do with that machine. But a lot of the field in the pits at the moment, I clocked up 13 cars in the pits. That doesn't include, or that does include, I should say, drivers and cars that have already retired from this race. But a good 10 or so that are still in the race have pitted in. There we see the treble one of Carlos Barbot, who was running at the pointy end of the order, had to pit outside of the pit window. It's currently classified as 18th place at this moment in time. It still has to make a pit stop in this race to serve in the mandatory pit stop window. So Gwenard leads the way then. It's then followed by the number 55 of Dennis Bush. Then it will be the 22 car of Russell Boost. So Bush managed to get past Boost in that safety car restart. Fourth place overall is the number 2 of Frederic de Rocha. Fifth place will be the number 90 of Andreas Rollner in the Porsche 935. We've got sixth place is the number 36 Greg Caton. Seventh place the number 18 there of Richard Dean. And the rest of the field pretty much coming in to serve a pit stop at the moment. We see the number 90 there. It's a Porsche 935 K3, the only K modification of the Porsches in the field, at least in this field. It's being chased down right now by Greg Caton, the number 36 there. That Lotus Esprit, Group 5 Lotus Esprit. There is then number 18 there of Richard Dean, that Porsche 935. Does it think about coming into this? No, it's just trying to pick up the slipstream of Rollner up ahead as Boost now comes into pit. So too does Frederic de Rocha in the number 2. It's a 2-minute mandatory stationary time in the pits, and I'm just seeing just a glimpse of Yves Skemama leaving the pit box then in the number 52. He'll make his way down the pit lane, then we'll see where he rejoins. He should rejoin in front of Rollner and such. Not that's the way then with the fastest lap of the race. In fact, it's just set to the fastest lap of the race. 1:43.453 is our new fastest lap of this race. There is Skemama leaving the pit lane then and rejoining onto the circuit. Makes his way out then. And the TOJ, or the TOJ, as Adam alluded to earlier, it's a matter of preference what you call it. There's the 11 machine of Egerman, who decided to pit in once the safety car had come into the pits. He's just getting a notification from race control that there is oil on the track at the pit exit. So new drivers will have to watch out for that one as they rejoin. There might be slightly less grip when they put the power down. Rejoining onto the circuit. See drivers and machines tackle turn 6 as Egerman looks to try and chase down Skemama. What was a battle that was at the pointy end of the order. Of course, they both pitted in, served their mandatory stop, and now it's a case of trying to race the clock. Yves Skemama then setting the best lap. I believe that's of the class at 1:44. There is Bert Egerman, the best lap of 1:46.7. And as we make our way through, it's clear that Skemama is starting to open up that gap to Egerman there. See Olivier Bretzmeyer, the BMW M1 Pro car. Have they made a stop yet? As Bretzmeyer, I believe so. Bretzmeyer is currently running in 10th place overall. That looks like it's 5th place in class, in the GT2 class. Just over half an hour of this race left to run. The pit window closes in just over 5 minutes time. It is not a very big pit window, only 10 minutes for our drivers to make their one and only stop. Nick Pink as well, trying to hold off the advances of Candiani and Greensall. That's Nigel Greensall, who's now behind the wheel of the Chevron B26, the number 21. He'll be keen and eager to get the power down He is passing through, so Nigel Greensill has got himself now ahead of Candiani. Candiani perhaps looking for a move back on Nigel Greensill as he looks down the inside. The 128 there was looking at his mirrors to try and see where Nigel Greensill was. That's the combination of Chris Fox and Nick Pink there. Chris Fox, I believe, is behind the wheel of that car. And that's not for position, but Nigel Greensill gets the move up the inside and manages to move ahead. This was actually a battle for 13th overall. I'm going to correct myself there. Nigel Greensill moves now up into 13th place overall, and that's now 4th place in class. He's now 20 seconds behind Frederic de Rocha, who has already made the stop. All, I believe, the cars ahead of Nigel Greensill have now made their mandatory stops. So it's just a case now for Nigel Greensill to put the hammer down and see if he can catch any of the cars ahead. Well, the fact that he's just taken more than 2 seconds out of Frederic de Rocha on that last sector alone tells you everything you need to know about Nigel Greensill and his attack to try and find his way back up the order. See as well Candiani looking to try and get past Chris Fox then for overall position as they head their way through in towards turn 8. Quickly followed by 9 and 10, and I'm sure that Candiani will be right on the back of Chris Fox. There is our overall leader as it stands, Dennis Bush, who is yet to make a stop in this race, one of the only drivers yet to make the mandatory stop, I do believe. And it's a part of the race where you've got to remember, looking at the telemetry, it will of course have at least you'll have at least one pit stop for every driver still running, because of course they made the trip through the pit lane under the safety car. So Bush hasn't actually made his mandatory stop. Have to come in and I believe hand over to Mark Bush at Porsche 934. So he'll make his way now onwards through and towards the final few corners. Pit window closing in 2 minutes 50. So it's either this lap or next lap that Dennis Bush will have to bring the car in. What one does he decide to do? Will he carry on? No, he'll pit in and hand over the car to Mark Bush then. Will take it to the checkered flag. Renault and Caton are still in the pit lane, serving their mandatory stop. There is Dennis Bush, who's making his way now down the pit lane. I believe one of the last drivers to serve their mandatory stop. Bush pits in. We'll hand over to Mark Bush. Will Dennis Bush take over for the rest of the race? Skimama then in 4th place has managed to open up a 6.5 second lead over Egerman. Guenot leaves the pit lane now and will rejoin the race. There is Skimama. He tries to take his TJ down towards the first corner and try and leapfrog. Caton's still in the pit lane, so Skimama will at least get one position there, up into 3rd place overall. Now make his way onwards through in towards turn 2. The message here is clear for Skimama. He will now have to try and catch Guenot. Number 50, they were separated by about 6 or so seconds before the pit window opened, before the safety car was deployed. It was about 5 to 6 seconds. It's now 4 seconds. And Skimama here, 2:22.2. Sorry, a 1:45.3 on that last lap. Of course, Guenot completing an outlap, so the times will be a little bit skewed in Skimama's favour. But if we have a look from sector 2 onwards, it'll give us an idea of what the lap times, or sector times at least, are looking at the moment. Skimama then heading his way down in towards turn 7, looking to try and battle away that over 2 litre production class victory. The way through in towards final chicane there. Guenot quicker by about 2/10 through the middle sector there. So he's managed to open up a slight gap to Skimama then. His way around the final corner. Bush still in the pit lane, of course, so that means Guenot make his way down the start-finish straight, and there is Guenot making his way down the start-finish straight. Bush, so Dennis Bush, who will now hand over the car, then hand over the reins to Mark Bush. As we see, that's Guenot at the bottom of your picture. Skimama also following through. Now that 55 now leaves the pit lane, so he's going to rejoin. I think behind Egerman here We're in towards turn 1. We'll find out as we hit our way through, and it's possibly Mark Bush actually emerged ahead of Egerman there. As we head our way through turn 2. See the Porsche at the moment, but that means it's because Egerman's already passed, so that'll be why I couldn't see the Porsche, is because Egerman is now ahead. Beat Egerman looking for to gain as much time as possible. He's now running 3rd overall, so I believe that is now Mark Bush behind the wheel of the 55 now. And then got Russell Bust, the wheel of the 22, currently running 2nd in class. He's about 12, maybe 13 seconds now behind Beat Egerman in the number 11 in that sub 2-litre production class. A little bit of lappery for Beat Egerman to contend with as we make our way now down in towards turn 7 with less than 24 minutes left of the race to run. Egerman there driving Cheetah 601. It's competing in 1976. Of course, all of our cars here in the Classic Endurance Racing Series racing at the time of the 3-litre Barquette, so that's the sort of open cockpit cars, and of course the Alfa Group 5 GT. So we're looking at periods from anywhere from 1972 to 1981. So good decade to pick the cars from. Renault leads the way then from Skirana by about 5 seconds. Egerman rounds off the top 3 overall, but there you can see I believe that is Mark Bush now behind the wheel of the number 55 Porsche. Look to try and see what he can do. He does currently lead the GT2 class. His closest rival is the number 59. That's a problem there for Emmanuel Brigon, who has had a little bit of trouble throughout this race, unfortunately, and another safety car has been deployed. No surprise there, as the car, unfortunately, is right on the racing line. And unfortunately for Porsche 935, seems to be going no further than that. So the second safety car of the race then, that's going to bunch up the field substantially. Renault, who had built a 5-second lead to Skirana, now had that wiped out. Egerman as well will fancy this one. The safety car is quick to pick up the number 50 there, so that's just coming out into turn 11, that is. The safety car has now picked up Renault and Skirana. The Renault there driving the Lola T286, which was a variant of the Lola 280, which was competing in the World Sports Car Championship. And then you have number 52 behind Yves Skirana, the TOJ SC304, which was a sports prototype car that was designed, developed, and built by the German racing team and constructor, Team Obermeister Jorg. It did conform to the FIA's Group 6 category motor racing in 1976. It's 445 horsepower, I should just say. Ford Cosworth EVF V8 in the back. And there we saw that was unfortunately Tony Sinclair, who had not long been out of the pit lane, who has had to bring the car to the right-hand side of the pit lane exit. So unfortunately for Tony, his car has said no more. It's packed up, unfortunately. Lola T292 not make the end of the race. So we've had quite a few retirements. We've had Litardi, who we lost through a retirement to the end of the lap. We've also lost out on Kevin Cook. We saw him have that spectacular failure of the car, the reason why the circuit's been treated on the left-hand side of your picture. That travelled all the way down the start-finish straight and towards, I think, parked it up at the pit lane exit just on the grass. So we had to have the circuit treated there. But for our second safety car there of the race, I believe with the stop made then in GT2, currently running in 6th place, is that number 18. We saw the bright blue and yellow livery, the Porsche 935. I believe that will now be Zach Brown behind the wheel, McLaren CEO. Opting to race here in Estoril. his team McLaren race on in Qatar. And there we see 3 being dragged back to the pit lane. Emmanuel Brigan in the Porsche 935. Unfortunately, not making it to the end of this race then. Pit window, I believe, has now closed, so everybody has served their mandatory stop that was running in this race, so I don't think we have any concerns there. What we do know is that it's been pretty hot on track limits, although from what I can see at the moment, I haven't been any penalties handed out to any drivers as of yet. I know that's a case of the curse of the commentator. We might have a flood of penalties soon. But yeah, apart from, I think that's one track limit warning for the 128, which was the combination of Chris Fox and Nick Pink, and they're not in the race anymore, unfortunately. Oh, sorry, yes they are. They had that early problem. They're still in this race. They're in 13th place, Chris Fox behind the wheel. Safety car is in this lap then. So Guenot and Skimama then at the top of the order. They will be looking to just break away. Egerman can't overtake the Porsche ahead of him until they reach and pass the start-finish line. Then safety car pulls in then, and Guenot and Skimama also know that as well. And as we wait for the start-finish line, we now get back green flag racing then. And Mark Busch as well, looking to try and make his Porsche work. Egerman just in the distance there, trying to filter his way through. Watch out as well for Busch as he tries to make it 3 wide going in towards turn 1. Guenot makes it out of the corner first, and Skimama right behind him. That looks like Mark Busch then trying to challenge away. He was onto the outside on the exit of turn 1. I think it's still Egerman ahead at the moment in the number 11. We do have yellow flags down there, but I'm seeing the lack of a Mark Busch at the moment, as well as Caton starting to drop down the order as well. As we see then Guenot and Skimama trying to just lead away here. Nigel Greensill up into 4th place overall as well. This safety car will really benefit Nigel Greensill. He goes up the inside of Egerman then, going in towards turn 5, and he's got that move done then. Heading our way now down in towards turn 6. Beautiful move in towards turn 5 we go. Brave man is Nigel Greensill, and Mark Busch now starting to fall down the order. So too was Caton then. Caton did recover, but Busch has not so far. And Greensill then in that number 21, that Chevron B26. Looking to, now he's taken over the sub 2 litre production class. He's looking to try and see if he can challenge the likes of Guenot and Skimama for the overall lead. There is the 22 then of Russell Boost, his Chevron B31. We have the yellow flags cleared. And has Busch started to clock up there? Yes, he has. No, he hasn't yet. He hasn't clocked up in Sector 2 yet, has Mark Busch. With just over 16.5 minutes left on the clock, with 2 safety cars to contend with in this race. It's been a bit of a choppy race to get a rhythm for our drivers here. Nonetheless, still have a battle on our hands. Egerman's not letting this get to him. He wants that position back from Nigel Greensill in the battle for the lead of the sub 2 litre production class. At the moment then, Egerman was 1.5 seconds slower on that lap alone, and of course that included when Nigel Greensill passed him going through towards turn 5 a lap ago. Skimama now 1.7 behind Guenot. Maxime Guenot in the Lola 286. Try and build that gap the best they can. As we make our way now down towards turn 5, it's clear that Nigel Greensill just opened up the taps here. He is in a bit of a groove here. His last lap time was about 1.4 seconds slower than Nigel Greensill. Nigel Greensill's lap time was 1.4 slower than Skimama. There we go, I've corrected myself there. As Beat Egerman tries to keep in touch with Nigel Greensill as they make their way now in towards the final chicane. A battle to watch out for as well is for 2nd place in the GT2 class. Now that's involving the number 90 of Andreas Rollner, the number 181 of Olivier Breitmeier in that BMW M1, and you've also got, I believe that is Zach Brown, battling away as well. Breitmeier on our timing screens has now moved ahead of Rollner. That'll be up to Zach Brown to see if he can get himself onto the podium placings of the GT2. I believe it is Zach Brown behind the wheel now, because we've had our driver changes, and I believe it was Richard Dean who started this race, so it should now be Zach Brown behind the wheel. Maybe with the couple of safety cars, the timing screen's just making sure it's got everything right. Hopefully it'll catch up and I can be either proven right or proven wrong. It's 50-50 really, isn't it? I'll take my chances. There's the 128 then of, that should be Nick Pink then, going through in towards turn 1. Gets the power down then, onwards he goes. So a bit of battling behind as well between Breitmeyer. That is that second place battle, but it's also involving Candiani, and now Caton has joined onto that battle as well, as Chris Fox has tumbled down the order, unfortunately. Now down to 12th place overall. And see there, in the meantime, Gwenor now 2.1 seconds clear of Skemama. See then, it's the 59 machine there of Sebastian Gleiser. Paterson started this race, so Gleiser is now behind the wheel and making his way now through in towards turn 7, leader of the GT2 class in that BMW M1 Pro car. Adam was alluding to earlier, it's the birth of the M cars in BMW in the late 70s. The series has come leaps and bounds ever since. Mahma has now brought that gap to the lead down to 1.8 seconds still. Fantastic battle to watch. I did wonder why Chris Fox was falling down the field, and that's because I think he might have a transponder issue. He is still 7th place, and I believe he will be 3rd in the over 2 litre category. And there is Candiani, who was looking to try and get a pass on Rolner then. There's Zach Brown getting a move there on Caton, as he makes his way now down the start-finish straight again. Rolner looking for a move then. Candiani now in the number 10, trying to go down the inside of Rolner and then in towards turn 1. He's got that move done, and through the corners then there's a Sella PA, Sella PA5. He's looking to really make a mark here. Zach Brown looking down the inside now of Rolner as we head our way through. It's a great scrap this, all over for 7th place overall. There's plenty of classes in the mix as well. Sorry, it's 8th place overall because Fox has dropped down the order again. I believe that is a transponder issue because he's still lapping the circuit. There he is then, reinstated back into 7th place. And Candiani's now past Rolner. Breitmeyer now down a touch there. And Zach Brown putting the pressure on Breitmeyer then, as we make our way out of turn 6. Once we go towards turn 7, there goes Brown looking for a move up the inside then. And the M1 of Breitmeyer here left the door open. Now he's looking for a move back down the inside in towards turn 8, my apologies. No way through there. Caton as well now in the 36, looking for a way through. Greg Caton, in his Lotus Esprit was looking for a little bit of a move up the inside. Still battling away though. Zach Brown trying to hold off now the attack of Olivier Breitmeyer in that M1. We make our way through the final corner then. Onwards towards the start-finish line then. And we have now a 30-second penalty for Bert Egerman for overtaking under yellow flag. So that'll be added to his time at the end of the race. So that's a chunk of car taken out of the front of Olivier Breitmeyer then. Really sad to see that BMW M1 have a little bit of a bruise. Almost called it a black eye, couldn't you? It's missing a headlight now. So obviously a little bit of contact somewhere out on circuit. There's Nigel Greensall then, who was 1.5 seconds behind Skemama at the last timing line. Really getting a move on here. Nigel Greensall with a 1:43.3 last time around compared to Skemama's 44 flat. Means that he closed in 0.7 of a second on that last lap alone. Nigel Greensall, we know, get in behind the wheel, there's always a chance it can do well in its own class. Going towards the final corner they go then. Gwenard still leading the way. Skimama in second place. That's your production over 2 litres category. Nigel Greensall in the sub 2 litres. And it's a correction there. I think just a typo, but it is still the number 11. It's overtaking under safety car. So it's actually not overtaking under yellow flags. It's actually overtaking under the safety car. That's what the penalty has been awarded for. So big thank you to Race Control for clarifying that one. Nonetheless, it's still a 30-second penalty for Egerman. They'll have to serve. At the moment, it will drop him down to, I believe that'll be 6th place overall. So Candiani here wants to see if he can close the gap, because right now it looks like he's just outside of that 30-second mark that he needs to be. Unless he might just be within it, actually, looking at that. Yeah, I think he's just within it. About 28 seconds it is. Do a bit of quick maths there. Someone who doesn't have to do a bit of quick maths is Nigel Greensall. He doesn't have to count the gap now. He knows that Skimama is right ahead of him with 8.5 minutes left on the clock then. We head our way now onwards towards turns 9 and 10 as Greensall then right on Skimama's tail for second place overall. Gwenard now trying to just streak away. Greensall putting the pressure now on Skimama as we head our way through towards penultimate corner, followed by the final corner. There is your race leader with 8 minutes on the clock. Gwenard makes his way towards that start-finish line. Skimama in second, Greensall in third place now. As we head our way across the line, this is going to be a big test for Skimama here. We've already seen Nigel Greensall behind the wheel of other machinery here this weekend. He knows how to get the performance out of any car he drives. Can he find the way past Skimama then? He's built a nearly 13-second lead over Egerman here. Nigel Greensall just taking a slightly different line, going through in towards turn 3 now. On the approach to turn 4, Gwenard now starting to build that lead actually. Skimama maybe having to focus on defence in the latter part of this race means that he's now starting to lose time to Maxime Gwenard. Our top 3 overall make their way now down towards turn 6. But it's unfortunately been a slight race of attrition, because it looks like we've only got 13 cars left lapping the circuit. Real shame there. 24 that took the start, only 13 left lapping the circuit. All sorts of incidents and mechanicals have led to that one. Do we have a yellow flag at turn 4? Control is indicated. Through in towards the final corner we go then. That'll be for the yellow flag then. And that is the 59. That was the GT2 leader of Sebastian Gleiser, who has gone off. And it looks like he's well and truly beached that car. So from the lead of GT2, we've also got another car off into the gravel trap there. It's all going wrong for drivers at the latter stages. That's the number 90 there who was facing the wrong way. That's Rollner. That's on the exit of turn 5 there. That's a fast part of the circuit to lose the car there. But big story there is the fact that Seb Gleiser has found the gravel trap and could be out of this race from the lead of GT2. Such a short time. So that's on the entrance in towards turn 4 there. And I wonder if that's going to be covered under local yells until the end of the race. Nigel Greensall will hope that's the case, because he's only a second away from Skimama at this point. In all the melee though, it is the number 18 now that is leading GT2, and I believe Zach Brown is behind the wheel of that Porsche 935. It does still say Richard Dean on the name there, but I believe Richard Dean started this race, so it should be Zach Brown behind the wheel. That's what it was scheduled to be. Aton Again, looking to try and take second place now on that GT2 podium, away from Bretmeyer. Only less than half a second between them. And it does say Richard Dean on that timing screen. Pretty sure it's Zach Brown behind the wheel, heading his way out of turn 3. And, well, that's rotten luck for Blesser there, who finds himself in the gravel trap there from the lead of GT2. Just wonder what happened to him, because that's not a place you would completely lose it into the gravel trap, because that's on the right-hand side. So, I wonder what happened to Blesser there. In any case, unfortunately, he leaves himself out of this race. Rollner as well found himself in the gravel trap facing the wrong way on the exit of turn 5. You don't normally see a car facing the wrong way unless they've lost the back end through turn 5, which might be possible, but he might have got a helping hand, is more what I'm thinking. It's not normally a place you would significantly lose the back end just on your own. In any case, though, we have battling to do. One of the M1s battling away. That is Bretmeyer and Caton in the battle for second place in GT2. There is the 18 there, Richard Dean and Zach Brown. Their Porsche 935 making its way through the final corner then. And onwards to the start-finish line. It's now built a 5.1 second lead over Olivier Bretmeyer. Then it is Greg Caton right behind him as well. Those two are going to be battling, making their way down in towards turns 1 and 2 then. And Caton find a way onto the second spot of the GT2 podium. But a steady pace, I think just maybe a little bit of lappery perhaps, or is that a further issue for a Porsche there? Might well be the case. See then, that recovery of Glaser is being undertaken under local yellows, and the fact that the recovery vehicle is behind the barriers there means that they can just sort of live snatch it out of the racetrack. Gwenard leads the way though. Skamama in second place. Nigel Greensall with that momentum hasn't been able to continue that momentum. Stays 1.6 seconds behind Skamama. With only 2 minutes left on the clock, there's limited amount of opportunities for Nigel Greensall to try and make the move. Egerman then, with that 30-second penalty for overtaking under the safety car, will drop down the order, but I think only as far as one position, so he'll probably lose out there to Russell Boost. That is our only penalty of the race as it stands. As Gwenard looks to try and wrap this one up then, passing Rollner in the number 90 as they make their way through now. Andreas Rollner in that Porsche 935 has had a trip into the gravel trap. And Gwenard then making the way through in towards turns 9 and 10 in that Lola 2 T286 variant of the Lola T280. One of the many variants of the T280. Nigel Greensall trying to go round the outside to put a lap there on Andreas Rollner then. As we make our way across the line then, for what will be the final lap of the race then. Gwenard across the line with Skamama in second place, Nigel Greensall in third. Overall, Nigel Greensall leading the sub 2 litre production class. Egerman here might lose out to Boost towards the end here with that 30-second penalty for overtaking under the safety car. And there is the 128 machine, Chris Fox and Nick Pink. Yeah, Chris Fox looking to try and get to the end of this one. Gets through Gwenard then. Skamama not too far behind, but towards the end of this one, Gwenard might have found an extra bit of pace as well, because he found 0.8 of a second through the first sector alone in that one. Gwenard down the inside, a bit of a lock up there for Frederic Dorocha then, going in towards turn 6, but slightly put off Maxime Gwenard then. managed to keep it all under wraps, all under check then. Getting their way through and towards turn 7. There's Skimama then, who's held on to that second place. There was the attack from Nigel Greensall that was always materialising. But in this latter stage of the race, it just seems that Skimama has found that pace to keep himself at a healthy lead to Nigel Greensall. Coming through now is our race leader, Maxime Guénon, who rounds the final corner then with the checkered flag ready and waiting. It is going to be Maxime Guénon in that Lola T286 that is going to take the checkered flag and take the victory here. And a really great victory in this classic endurance racing Group 2. We're not across the line in first. Skimama in second place with Nigel Greensall rounding off the overall top 3 and taking the win in the production sub 2 litre category. Egerman will be due across the line shortly. We've got Fox across the line in the number 128, so that's going to be third place secured in the production plus 2 litre category, who gets himself onto the podium, class podium there. We have Eggman who crosses the line. I'm expecting at any moment Bush to come across the line to take second place in class there. And that's going to put Eggman down to third place. I am going to expect Candiani in the Osella will keep fourth place in class. We'll finish sixth place overall. So we are now expecting the winner now of GT2, which is the number 18 machine. That's the shared car, the Porsche 935 of Richard Dean and Zach Brown. Candiani now across the line and does take fourth place in class in that sub 2 litre production category, and lost out on a place on the class podium by about 7 seconds. With that penalty applied to Beat Egerman. Checker flag still being waved to competitors here. There goes then the number 18, Richard Dean, and Zach Brown do take the victory then in GT2. Greg Caton comes across the line in second place, having got the better of Olivier Breitmeier. In turn, Breitmeier should come across the line now to finish in third place, which he does, and finishes on the podium in GT2. Well, the most safety cars we've had in a race so far this weekend, with 2. But it just seemed to be a case for Maxime Guénon, took the lead at the very start, and didn't really seem to bat an eyelid from then onwards. We had a good start as well from Carlos Barbot, but unfortunately he pitted in only a couple of laps into the race with some sort of issue, and we never really saw him come back. He did attempt to make some laps around the track, but eventually brought the car back in again. Quite a few retirements in this race. Barbot, though, was struggling. We also saw a great charge through the field for Dennis Bush as well, and saw as well number 11, Egerman there. And that was the cause of the first safety car. That was the 188 of Kevin Cook, his March 75S, leaving a trail of fluid along the start-finish straight, which led to a safety car being deployed so that the start-finish line could be treated. When we got back underway then, it was right at the start of the safety car window, and a multitude of drivers decided to serve their mandatory stop at that moment. Someone who went off into the gravel trap there as well. Then the 52, then Yves Skamaka, he left the pit lane. Nigel Greensall as well took over the car after that safety car period had completed and started to make his charge up the order. Unfortunately, a retirement in the end for Emmanuel Brigon, who was struggling with that car and keeping it going. Brought out the second safety car of the race, and again bunched up the field, and a chance for Nigel Greensall to once again get his chance up the order there. And what a fight this was for, I believe this was 6th place overall. Lots of cars in the battle there. That was the number 90 of Andreas Rollner, who found himself facing the wrong way, the exit of turn 5. It was, in the end, for Maxime Guénon, a chance to be at the top of the field. It was a fractured race, but for Maxime Guénon, it wasn't such the case. Managed to hold on to the lead, which led from start to finish where possible. And managed to take the victory here today. And your overall top three there, we can see then the number 21 of Nigel Greensall paired with John Emberson as well. John Emberson came in as soon as he could, and over to Nigel Greensall. But Vaccine Gwynard takes the victory. Iskimaka second, Emberson Greensall third, Bustin fourth, Egerman in fifth, Tiriziani and Candiani in sixth, Zach Brown and Richard Dean in seventh, Greg Caton in eighth, Olivier Brettmeyer in ninth, rounding up the top 10, Frederick De Rocha, Fox and Pink in 11th, Andreas Roll on the 12th, Glasser and Simon going off into the gravel trap with only 5 laps to go. They were leading their class at the time of the incident. Unfortunately, they will not be classified. They will be classified, but 5 laps down, and they would have lost the chance to hang on to that GT2 lead. Unfortunately, we didn't see what had happened there and why and how they found themselves into the gravel trap, which was a real shame to see because they looked comfortable at the top of the GT2 order, but they found the gravel trap right on the outside of turn 4. That was the end of the race for them. See then all the drivers all catching up and taking a drink, and whilst they do that, we will go to a short commercial break. We'll be back after this. We continue now with the Estoril Classics 2023. Up next is the Greatest Trophy, their 40-minute race, their second race of the weekend, their second and final race of the weekend, I should add. And their grid, it looks a little something like this. On row number 1, it's the number 46 of Pichert and Ebsen. Alongside them is the 88 of Spears. Row 2 is the number 61 Fierro. Alongside is the number 60 of Vergler. Row 3 is the 192 of Gordon and Finber. Alongside is the number 33 of Pascal and Furiani. Row 4 is the number 32 of Firmenich and 24 Hubert. Row 5 is the number 8 of Joy and the 124 of De Miguel. Row 6 is the number 82 of Fouquet, Hatavillan and Bosquet, and alongside is the number 49 of Perez and Raposo de Malagache. Row number 7 is the number 75 of Metai, and alongside them is the number 5 of Oldendorf, and all on their own on row number 3. It does appear to say Perez and Raposo de Malagache again, although they did have 2 numbers in the entry. I think they're racing under the 49, so they should be starting on row 6 there in their Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. That's what they were racing with yesterday, unless they decided to take their Bizzarini 5300 GT out to play. We'll have to wait and see. But making our way now onwards then, the cars to make their way out onto the circuit. Rolling start here for their second race of the weekend. They have their 1 minute stop here, their stationary stop. Greatest Trophy is open to all models that mark the major endurance events of the 1950s and the 1960s. As the safety car pulls into the pit lane then, red lights are on at the start-finish line, and when they go out, we will be racing here for the greatest trophy. And we are now underway then, on the run now down towards the first corner. Who will get the better launch then? It looks like Fierro in that birdcage looking for a move up the inside early on, up the inside of Hichette and Ebsen there in towards the first corner. It looks like he got that move done, did Fierro then, and moved himself now up into second place. And drivers will now be making their way onwards now towards turn 3. And again, still battling away is that birdcage, trying to go around the outside now. I don't think there's any way through that time around. They'll make their way now onwards towards turn 4, the second of the hairpins. It is Spears who now leads the way. Fierro in, now down to third place because Hichette has got back up into second place. Vergela now looking to try and challenge Fierro towards the mid portion of the lap. So it looks like we had 13 starters in this race. Bit of a lock-up from our race leader there of John Spears. And in his Lister Costin from 1959, looking to really try and extend that lead, although he's not got too far because Volker Hichette is looking to try and find his way back through once again. And we'll see if Hichette can find his way through the order momentarily, I'm sure. We'll make our way once again in towards, well, I should say once again, for the first time in towards the chicane there. Turns 9 and 10. Soon looking to take over the car as well, as he'll watch on for now, Hichette there. So they'll go for the same strategy as they did yesterday, with Hichette looking to take the wheel first, and then Ebsen, will take over the wheel into this race. So John Spears at the moment then taking the early lead and the early advantage here by about 0.6 of a second, but this is when Hichette and that Bizzarini, that 5.3 litre Chevrolet engine, and a big lock-up then from John Spears as he tries desperately to slow that car down, but he's going to run wide through in towards turn 1, so he's left his braking too late there. That might be an opportunity here for Hichette to try and find his way through, but he has to stay behind for now. And as we make our way onwards now out of turn 2 in towards turn 3, I think it's fair to say John Spears feeling the pressure in that Lister Costin. Of course, the Lister Costin, the predecessor to the Nobly as well, the Lister Jaguar Nobly, that's actually, hopefully, if we have the 14 in this race, which I don't think we do, unfortunately. We were due to have a Lister Jaguar Nobly on the grid. It's going to be driven by Anthony Schwerin. And of course the nickname Nobly came from that distinctive curved design of the bodywork. It gave it its very distinct and recognisable shape. And John Spears is driving the Lister Costin, which was its predecessor. Hichette then looking to try and see if he can find a move down the inside of John Spears in towards turn 7. No way through then. He has to be careful as well, because right behind him, Guillermo Fierro in that Maserati Tipo 61 birdcage was looking to take advantage. Got a good start, found himself up the inside of Volker Hichette, but couldn't quite get the power down coming out of turn 2 to make the move stick. Top 4 have started to break away from the field then as well, as Peter Vergela in that Porsche 904 Carrera GTS keeping tabs on the front 3 as they'll make their way now through in towards the final corner. Chance here for Hichette then to pull to the left-hand side of your screens and see if he can find a move on John Spears. Now, John Spears locked up majorly going in towards turn 1. Hichette positions him to try and launch a move down in towards the first corner. This time, though, John Spears has got his braking spot on. Hichette no way through for him. Guillermo Fierro following closely behind in the birdcage. Birdcage being used as a nickname because of the tubular space frame chassis that the Maserati Tipo 61 had. It was arranged in a triangular formation at the high stress points of the chassis. And it really did give it the advantage to its other competitors at the time because it made the chassis lighter, it was more rigid, and as that's Vittorini trying to go up the inside then, as Volker Hitchert takes over the lead of this race then, ahead of John Spears. As we make our way through in towards turn 5, now onwards towards turn 6. Hitchert taking the lead of this race. Birdcage, because of that almost space frame chassis, was able to be more rigid without making the car heavier, which was exactly what they wanted to do. So it made it much more of a lighter and, in theory, more nimble car than its competitors around. Through in towards turn 8 we go then, turn number 9 upcoming. And John Spears and his Lister Costin now has the birdcage to contend with. Got Peter Vergela as well, still staying on the radar. He's about 1.8 seconds, the last timing line behind Guillermo Fierro. We've also got a battle on our hands for what was 5th place overall. So we've got Hubert and Gordon battling away for position. Meanwhile, then Guillermo Fierro gets a good run out of the final corner and makes his way now on towards the start-finish straight. Not quite the top end to keep up right now with John Spears, but through the corner is where the birdcage really does have the upper hand. Heading our way now in towards turn 1. Peter Vergela is still behind, not too far behind either. 49 then, I think that's Hipólito Pérez. That Porsche 904-6. Currently in 4th place. They were leading for a long time yesterday in the first race of the Greatest Classics, Greatest Trophy. They had a penalty awarded to them, sent them way down the order. We're going on here between Huber and Gordon. So Ralph Huber in that Bizzarini 5300 GT. We have the 192 of Mark Gordon, I believe that is behind the wheel, the Jaguar E-Type. As you can see, Ralph Huber has really got the hammer down now. Was starting to catch and then eventually pass Mark Gordon. Huber now up into 6th place, Mark Gordon down to 7th. As we make our way onwards towards turn 5 then, here at Estoril. Pit window opening in just over 7 minutes' time. A handful of drivers, or at least a handful of cars, ready and waiting for a second driver. We've got the Jaguar E-Type 192 Mark Gordon due to hand over to Nick Finber to finish the race. We've got the 82, which is, I believe that is Francois Fouquet-Hatavillan, handing over to Luc Bosquet. Just like yesterday as well, the 49, Hipólito Pérez, will be handing over to Thiago Raposo de Malagash. Bizzarini 5300 GT, driven at the moment by Volker Hitchert at the lead of the field. Eventually, Epson will jump in and take over that car. To the end of the race then, there's the birdcage looking for a move up the inside of the Lister. Get that move done. I'm not sure he did. There is the 49 Hipólito Pérez right now running in 5th place overall. And there is the birdcage looking up the inside. That's Fierro on the inside of John Spears. So Guillermo Fierro now moves himself up into 2nd place through the corners. That's where the birdcage is really going to get the move on. But John Spears will be ready and waiting to really close him down. Some of the design of these cars. We look at John Spears as well. That Lister Costin late 50s design really is a case of trying to make sure there is no drag on the car whatsoever, a slippery design on the chassis. Drag was known about in the late 50s, of course, with the it's a case of it was figured out later on down the line in the mid 60s that were to put the wings sprouting from the front and the rear of the car, get more grip through the corners. And if you combine the two, get very much faster cars, not only on the straights but through the corners as well. There goes the 49, Hipólito Perez. Spears, sorry, that was Hitchett, my apologies. Fierro in second, Spears in third, and that's also allowed Peter Vergler to close up behind as well in fourth place in the number 60. He'd be making his way through the order, I wonder. We have our first penalty of the race, and it goes the way of the 1-2-4. That's Carlos De Miguel in that Ferrari 275. So it's a 45-second penalty. That'll be served in this race, unfortunately. So 45 seconds lost. This race entirely. The birdcage then. Really looking to try and get away from John Spears, and looking at those lap times. Okay, so John Spears is losing ground to Guillermo Fierro. Be to hear if you're Guillermo Fierro, not great to hear if you're John Spears. Peter Vergler just sort of staying within touching distance in that Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. Of course, it was originally supposed to be called the 904, but copyright infringement stepped in the way. It's officially called the Porsche Carrera GTS. But it's known as both nowadays. There's Hipólito Perez in the number 49. Looks to try and join up here with the battle for P4 between himself and Peter Vergler. So the Carrera GTS is battling away here as they make their way through and towards turns 9 and 10. Birdcage here, as you can see, a bit of a gap between himself and John Spears. So Guillermo Fierro finding the groove. So too is Peter Vergler, because now he's giving John Spears a lot to think about. Hipólito Perez as well. It's not too far away, so we've got a great battle here for third place. That is Vergler trying to break the toe to Hipólito Perez as we make our way across the start-finish line. It's the battle of the Porsches and the Carrera GTSs as they make their way now down towards the first corner. Hipólito Perez with the yellow stripe down the middle moves ahead now of Peter Vergler. And Hipólito Perez moves now up into fourth place. Did have the pace in the race yesterday, so I'm expecting him to find some moves on later on in this race. Pit window opens in roughly 100 seconds time, 1 minute 40 until the pit window opens. And it's a case we're here where Volker Hitcher in that Bizzarini 5300 is absolutely romping away at the front. A 10-second lead that Volker Hitcher has built at the top, and of course the Bizzarini 5300 was Bizzarini's most successful model ever. It was a 5.4 litre Chevrolet V8, 4-speed manual gearbox, and it was front engine rear wheel drive. Of course, it was in the mid to late 50s where it was the idea that rear engine cars really were at the forefront of design. As we see the 88 front engined. There's the 1-2-4 machine, and that's Carlos De Miguel in that Ferrari 275. It's always brilliant to see what drivers bring out to the forefront, what they race out here. Some might say cars these belong in museums for everyone to enjoy, but in the same vein, racing cars, vintage racing cars, deserve to be out on the track and raced like they are here. John Spears now under pressure from Hipólito Perez as we make our way across towards the start-finish line. Polito Perez in that Carrera GTS, that trying to make the 2-litre flat six work to its advantage. Quite this time, and in fact John Spears might have focused defence to attack here, because he's now closed up to the back of Guillermo Fierro. Heading our way now towards turn 3. Third cage here. Looking to hold on to that position. But there is Volker Hichet, who is very much at the top of the order and leading by 14.5 seconds. Building up that gap right now. And just trying to make sure that when Volker heads into the pits and hands over the wheel to Bjorn Ebsen, the car is in a very good state. The gap is in a very healthy state as well. Pit window is now open, of course. And it looks like Clive Joy in the Ferrari 250 is first to take advantage of the pit window opening and visits the pit lane now. Volker Hichet, I wonder what the thought process is here. It's not a long pit window. You only get 10 minutes to make that stop. It closes at the 25-minute mark. So we've got until we see 15 minutes left on the clock before the pit window closes. Volker Hichet goes through, and you might be about to see what 15 seconds looks like. Guillermo Fierro second place right now, but John Spears in third. But there is the 75 Olivier Matai in that Jaguar D-Type. Olivier Matai currently running in 10th place right now. Will take over 9th place temporarily as Clive Joy is currently in the pits. Bit of lappery here for Guillermo Fierro and John Spears. John Spears just about a 10th of a second faster on that previous lap than Fierro. As we head our way towards turn 2. Third cage hold on. Perez and Vergela are both also into the pits. Vermenick is also in. So it's going to be Vermenick, Marie-Claude. Vermenick into the pits. We've also got Vergela in the number 16, running as a single driver, so that'll be a case of just staying stationary for the minimum time of 1 minute before we can get back racing once again. And Hipólito Perez will now hand over the car to Tiago Raposo de Malagaish. Now we have a penalty here for the number 124, second penalty of the race for Carlos De Miguel in that Ferrari 275 GTB. It's now a 90-second penalty for track limit infringement at turn 7. So just going beyond the curbing at this corner here. That would be the reason why the track limit infringement has been awarded. Hitchett, I think at this point, will be very happy to stay out and keep building that gap to then hand over to Bjorn Ebsen. Hitchett makes his way across the line to start another lap. The new fastest lap of the race as well from Volker Hichet as well. Now a 2-minute 1.915. Yellow flags out there on circuit at turn 1, but it's now been cleared. Meanwhile, John Spears makes his way into the pit lane. Leaving there, I believe, it's the 192 perhaps of Mark Gordon, who would have handed over to Nick Finber. Deciding to stay out for now. John Spears into the pits, doesn't have to worry about a driver change in that list of costing. There is number 88. John Spears obviously having a chat to his team, maybe giving once-over checks as well. I think he's more concerned about his seatbelt, is John Spears. And a bit of a swig of the water as well. Air temperature of 32 degrees out there, track temperature of 44 degrees Celsius. Wind has slightly picked up, blowing about 7 kilometers per hour. So you can see with the sunglasses on as well. For John Spears, taking a bit of fluids on board as well for the final 20 minutes of this race. As Ralph Huber comes into the pits, the other Bizzarrini 5300 GT. Jet there, just negotiating his way through a little bit of lappery. He makes his way onwards now towards the final corner. Car 192, that's the Jaguar E-Type of Mark Gordon and Nick Finber, is under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. As Hitcher then does make his way into the pit lane then. There is the 124. It's Carlos De Miguel. So Volker Hitcher into the pits then, our race leader in. Does Guillermo Fierro follow him in? I think there's number 33, that's Pascal, who now goes up into third place. That's Thierry Pascal in the Alfa Romeo Giulia. Alexander Furiani will be looking to take over that one. It looked like then Guillermo Fierro did stay out for another lap. See then Pascal, I think that's also going to be Raposo de Malagash, who gets the power and will take third place on track from Pascal. Pascal here hasn't stopped yet in this race. There's Hitchert then, who hands over the car now, hands over the reins to Bjorn Ebsen. Smile on Volker's face, always a very good sign. Hitcher now will hand over the car to Bjorn Ebsen for the final 17 minutes of this race. No pressure, I'm sure, was the team talk for himself and Volker Hitcher. I'm sure it was no pressure. Bjorn Ebsen now rejoins onto the circuit then. There he is in the 46. So he'll rejoin now. I think Perez. Have to keep an eye on where Perez is out on circuit. He might not be too far around on the radar. Guillermo Fierro, only two drivers yet to make a stop in this race. That's Guillermo Fierro and Thierry Pascal. Pit window closes in less than 2 minutes time. So when we reach the 15-minute mark, or 15 minutes to go in this race, the pit window will be closed. There was the 49 machine. So Tiago Raposo de Malagash is not too far away now from Bjorn Ebsen as we make our way through in towards Parabolica Interior. Now Guillermo Fierro is into the pits then, in the birdcage. Just over the crest then. Chasing down second place right now, Raposo de Malagash. Fierro into the pit lane and that chrome lid there with beverages to be taken on. It's so important to stay topped up on fluids, not only for the car but for the driver themselves. It is an open cockpit, so you do get the breeze flowing through, but still you've got the sun beaming down, and maybe with a chrome lid like that for Guillermo Fierro, it might do a job of reflecting some of that light away. So Ebsen, and then through, I think that is Raposo de Malagash, as I think Hipólito Perez undertook the first stint. Tiago Raposo de Malagash chasing down Bjorn Ebsen for what is second place in this race. Heading our way now down towards the first corner. We do have a penalty as well, a 60-second penalty going the way of Mark Gordon and Nick Finber. in their Jaguar E-Type. It's a 60-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. They were under investigation. They have been deemed guilty of speeding in the pit lane. So there you see 60 seconds penalty for the 192. As Pascal comes into the pit lane, be interesting to see actually whether that was inside the pit window, because I wasn't quite sure. I mean, we've got, it would have been close, that's for sure. It's all about breaking that timing, that pit lane entrance timing beam. Well then, Ebsen and Raposo de Malagash will be battling away for what is right now the lead of this race then. Bjorn Ebsen might have quite a lengthy 15 minutes to try and deal with Raposo de Malagash as we make our way down towards turn 7. And the Porsche trying to go up the inside now in towards turn 7, but he had to back out of that one. The door was closing. Head through turn 7 now towards turn 8. Way towards turn 9. Again, Raposo de Malagash just filling the mirrors here of Bjorn Ebsen, letting him know he's there. I don't think Bjorn Ebsen needed any reminders that Tiago Raposo de Malagash was there. Nevertheless, he's got that reminder. This is 5.4 litre Chevrolet V8 versus a 2 litre flat 6 as they make their way onwards and towards the start-finish line. There you can see that is Raposo de Malagash drawing alongside. And can he keep the power in? Again, this is flat 6 versus V8 then, and onto the brakes they go. It is going to be Raposo de Malagash who takes over the lead of this race then, heading our way out of turn 1. And Portuguese duo take over the lead of this race. They were in this position yesterday. They were leading the race, but a penalty hit them late on, and they lost the lead of that race. So now the number one priority is to keep this clean and get to that checkered flag. Less than 13 minutes left of this race to run then. Our new leaders then is the Bizzarini 5300 GT of Tiago Raposo de Malagash and Hipólito Pérez. Second place then is the Bizzarini 5300 GT of Volker Hichert and Bjorn Ebsen. And third place is the number 61, which is the Maserati Tipo 61, nicknamed the Birdcage. Rounding off our top 3 right now. Peter Vergler is in 4th place, but he's 20 seconds behind Guillermo Fierro right now. John Spears is in 5th place. He's about 5 seconds back now, 4 seconds back from Peter Vergler. Looking to see if he can find a way back to 4th place.
Delighted to say, Kieran, that I've managed to rejoin you at this juncture. So after missing all of the greatest trophy action yesterday, I've been able to rejoin you here in the commentary box for the conclusion of this race. So some wonderful GT cars, the 1960s, on the circuit at the moment, and it looks like it's been a riveting one so far.
It has. I mean, we had in the hands of the 46, we had Volker Hichert open up a 20-second lead, which was hunted down by the flat 6, the 2 litre Porsche Carrera GTS. Tiago Raposo de Malagash now behind the wheel and looking to extend that lead. Of course, they were in this position yesterday. They were leading the race, but they were hit with a penalty, and the win was not theirs. They have a chance now for a little bit of retribution, vindication, winning this race, and at the moment building up that lead. Guillermo Fierro is in 3rd place right now in the Birdcage, and using that space, I guess the space frame, that tubular space frame chassis as well, to its advantage at the start. Got a really good launch and almost moves in towards turn 1 there, but has now been down to 3rd place. And Peter Vergler had some really good early pace. Unfortunately now he's 22 seconds behind Guillermo Fierro, and slightly in a bit of a race of his own. John Spears was at the pointy end of this order, now finds himself down to 5th place.
Tipo 61, such an interesting bit of kit. the 61s, I believe, universally with the 2.9 litre inline four, which in modern terms, near 3 litre four-cylinder engine is almost unheard of, isn't it? Now you're looking at least 6, if that's the kind of capacity you're dealing with now. There is one of my very favourite cars of the 1960s, the Ferrari 250 LM. They're being driven by Clive Joy. I think he's got a couple of those. He's got one that I've seen out before at the Goodwood Revival in his hands, in the glorious Maranello Concessionaires colours, as all the birdcage gets squeezed out there. That nearly went south, didn't it? The number 33, Pascalt, in his Alfa Romeo Stradale, almost caught out the 61, sorry, of Fierro there, birdcage Maserati, on the hunt, trying to close in on Epson, of course, and well, the hunt nearly ended early.
It did. I believe it might be Alexander Fabiani who's behind the wheel of that one. I think Pascal was behind the wheel at the very start, was one of the last to pit in, and very much so that they're under investigation for pit stop infringement. Now, I wonder if they missed the pit window. Now, the fact that they have served a pit stop outside of the window means they won't get the most severe penalty, but the fact that have pitted outside that window runs wide on the exit there, means that they probably will get quite a penalty there, if it is deemed that case. 124, Carlos De Miguel. It's just not been his day, unfortunately, with the penalties. He's got another one for track limit infringement at turn 13. That's 90 seconds there. I did mention the 33 had the investigation for pit lane or pit stop infringement. The number 33 also, the Alfa Romeo Giulia, is under investigation, and there is now a 66-second time penalty being handed out to, I believe that was number 8. Yes, it was the number 8, Clive Joy. So 66 seconds penalty has been handed out.
It's a shame for Clive, who's running in 9th place at the moment, and a little bit further down the order, but no doubt enjoying his time running around the Circuito Estoril in that glorious machine. Speaking of glorious machines, the Jaguar D-Type, not resplendent, I see, with the Le Mans spec shark fin in the configuration that Matai is racing it in, but of course maybe not necessarily well suited to anything other than Le Mans, or perhaps Reims' other straight line speed predominant circuits. That number 75, Olivier Matai, obviously the D-Type, quite an obvious forebearer to the road-going E-Type, isn't it? A lot of that styling was crossed over going into the 1960s from track to road, but the D-Type, really a glorious machine, of course, brought Jaguar a great deal of success, and that straight 6 engine, one of the most famous British powertrains of all, of course, was used in everything from sports cars to saloons by the Jaguar organisation, and anyone with a big straight 6 in their Jaguar Mark II was just a phone call away from being asked to do some getaway driving, or so they say.
So they say. 1 lap penalty now for car 33 for a pit stop infringement. So that's that Alfa Romeo Giulia. I assume they pitted outside of the window, i.e. they pitted too late and missed the pit window. So they're a lap down when it comes to the end of this race, or at least a further lap down. Raposo de Malagash, I see, has been updated in the driver then. So I feel a sense of vindication on that one, that I was right. Bjorn Ebsen, 2nd place. Guillermo Fierro in 3rd. Peter Vergela is in 4th place. John Spears in 5th. It does say the 192 is currently driven by Mark Gordon. I believe it's Nick Finber who's now behind the wheel. Ralph Huber in 7th place. 8th place, the number 33. I think Alexander Fabiani would have taken that one over if they did stick to their originally scheduled driver swap. Then we've got the number 8 in 9th place, Clive Joy, and that Ferrari 250 LM. And rounding off the top 10 is the number 75, Olivier Matai, in the Jaguar D-Type.
Very pretty Porsche 904 there, just going alongside Clive Joy. That's, of course, being the number 60 of Vigel. That is a more standard, or the regular 904, the Carrera GTS. That would be a flat 4 then, as opposed to a flat 6, I believe. There were a few factory-built 904s for the factory team, I believe, that stole the flat 8 engine from the Formula 1 car. So there were a few F1 engined 904s out there. Coincidentally, all of them 2 litres in capacity as well, bizarrely. The flat 4, the flat 6 and the flat 8, all 2 litres. Just with varying degrees of cylinderage, which is a new word I've invented.
I like it. Oh no, that's John Spears off, I think, at turn 1. And he's off there. He's given the all thumbs up and starts to climb out of the car. Well, that's a huge shame for John Spears. We saw earlier on, right at the start of this race, he had a big lock-up in towards the first corner. Then he had to try and leave the braking a little bit earlier. But it looks like he hasn't managed to stop that car in time. And also, there's a Ferrari off as well. That might be De Miguel in the 275 GTB. Who's found himself off into the gravel on the entrance in towards turn 7.
Yeah, Carlos De Miguel then in the 275 GTB, of course, not quite as decorated as a race car as the various 250s, but unfortunately that specific chassis now decorated with a smattering of gravel, unfortunately, but hopefully no further damage to that car. I note that we haven't seen the number 20 of Christian Dumoulin, the short wheelbase 250 GT. That's a big shame. That's a white car. In fact, per my understanding, if I'm reading the chassis registries properly, I understand that car to have been an ex-Chris Evans car. You may remember Chris Evans had his collection of white Ferraris, the Radio 2, ex-Radio 2 DJ. And I believe that was one of them, the 250 GT short wheelbase that Christian Dumoulin enters, but sadly ended up not taking the start or showing up this weekend by the looks of it. But look at this battle then, 2 very, very different red Italian sports cars about to go to battle. I think that Bizzarini may know about Guillermo Fierro before the end of this race.
I have a sneaking suspicion that you're absolutely right. Bjorn Ebsen has already had to deal with Raposo de Malagash. Now he's got to deal with the birdcage, Guillermo Fierro, as we make our way now down towards turn 6. That with 2 yellow flag zones at the moment, there's limited opportunity here for Guillermo Fierro to really make a move at the moment. But that won't stop him from trying as he now makes his way over the crest. The exit of turn 6. Now down the hill we go towards turn 7, which is the second yellow flag zone of the lap, where De Miguel has found the gravel, and we make our way back onwards. There he is, unfortunately. So we make our way through in towards turn 8, and then we head our way towards turns 9 and 10. Fierro here still looking to try and close in with less than 1 minute 20 on the clock.
Yeah, time is running out. It might be a bridge too far for the diminutive birdcage. We'll have to see whether or not we can make that last stride forward. But with the gap looking somewhere in the region of 2.5 seconds, perhaps it is a little bit too much to ask. Of course, there are quite a few yellow flag zones as well now around the circuit. I think the marshals will be happy to get the opportunity to head out onto the circuit and tidy up at the conclusion of this race. Beautiful Porsche 904-6, I think one of the most stunning mid-engine shapes of this kind of early mid-engine sports car era in the 1960s. The 904, I think, was a more popular car than the production numbers give credit for. They absolutely could have sold more Porsche 904s on the road if they wanted to. Oh, what have you spotted?
Oh, and that's,
no,
yeah,
penalty.
Bjorn Ebsen, 45 seconds for track limits infringement at turn 4. So that's going to bring to an end of Bjorn Ebsen's possible podium charge. Peter Vergeler is about 36 seconds behind. So Bjorn Ebsen here might not be able to take away a podium at the end of this one.
No, it looks like P4 might be what he's left with. But the 9046, of course, was built as a road car for homologation purposes. I think a few of the cars on the historic scene today converted from road cars, but it has been a sensational drive from what we've seen here of the 49, and just a couple of corners now between Tiago Raposo de Magalhães and victory.
Absolutely, rounding the final corner then they go. They didn't get the race win yesterday due to a penalty, but they'll be making their way around the final corner then, and the Portuguese duo of Tiago Raposo de Magalhães and Hipólito Pires in their Porsche Carrera GTS will take the checkered flag, this time in the second edition here of the Greatest Trophy then. There is Bjorn Ebsen, who has that 45-second penalty due to track limit infringement at turn 4, as Guillermo Fiera doesn't need to make this move, but you're not going to stop a driver unless they're going to go for it then, as the birdcage slightly kicking the tail out as they both try and overtake that 192 machine. Who would have got the position out on track as they make their way towards the line? It would have been Bjorn Ebsen, who would have just got ahead of Guillermo Fiera, but with that penalty, it's dropped Ebsen down to at least third, but Peter Vergeler still yet to cross the line. The penalty for Bjorn Ebsen was 45 seconds, so Peter Vergeler, once he crosses the line, we'll be able to find out if Bjorn Ebsen holds on to that podium. At the last time we looked, it wasn't the case. Peter Vergeler would be at the advantage there. Ralf Huber has moved up now, the 192 getting a penalty in this race as well, so Huber moves up into 5th place. Raposo de Magalhães taking the checker flag and taking the victory this time round. Peter Vergeler now does cross the line and does take over 3rd place spot in this race, and Bjorn Ebsen losing out on that podium spot by around 6 seconds there. Well, the Portuguese duo have finally done it here in the Greatest Trophy, and they've managed to get that Porsche Carrera GTS to the checker flag and take away the victory in the second race for the Greatest Trophy.
And I believe Vergeler, with that podium, will have secured the Greatest Trophy championship as well, taking the points win across the season. The closest competition to Peter Vergeler in the 904 Carrera GTS and Greatest Trophy isn't here this weekend. The Wakeman Blakeney Edwards Cooper. So yeah, Vergeler securing a podium by way of penalty for his opposition, but also I think going away with a gong in terms of the overall Peter Alto season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fantastic season all around, and for Tiago Raposo de Magalhães to get across the line and get that victory as well. Hipólito Pires did a job as well. The latter part of his first stint started to come alive. It just seemed like the car switched on underneath him, and he was able to push on there. But for the case of Volker Hichert and Bjorn Ebsen, that penalty late on in the race has meant that they will not finish on the podium in that Bizzarini 5300 GT. The birdcage then of Guillermo Fierro finishes in 2nd place, making their way all the way back to the pit lane, I'm sure, with bottles in hand ready. 31 degrees Celsius air temperature, 44 degrees Celsius track temperature, so it's very warm. It's a scorching track there, but parking up is Raposo de Magalhães, and clearly very happy to be finally on the top step of the podium.
Absolutely, and the DB, I just saw the DBHBR5 there as well, the unique little blue coupe, the Panhard engined machine. Francois Bauquet, Hatvillain and Luc Bousquet taking a finish in that little car. I think the only car out there with drum brakes as opposed to disc brakes. Little Le Mans spec streamliner from the late 50s. But yes, as you say, great for the Portuguese duo to take a win on home turf as well, isn't it? We've seen a little bit of that already this weekend. And the historic racing community in Portugal is very strong, as evidenced by the race we'll see at the end of the day, the Iberian Historics.
Absolutely. The Portuguese duo then of Perez and Raposo de Malagash take the victory in the greatest trophy. Guillermo Fierro in second place. Peter Vergela rounded off the top three. Then Epson and Hitchert in fourth place. Ralph Huber in fifth with Gordon and Finberg in sixth. Clive Joy in seventh place with Pascal and Furiani in eighth. Marie-Claude Ferminique in ninth and Oliver Matai rounding off the top 10. John Spears retired late on. So too did Fouquet Hatavile. And also we saw De Miguel in the gravel trap late on, not classified, but the Lister Costin of John Spears was classified. He was within the percentage of the race completed. Well, it did start at the forefront. Birdcage really did get a good start, but it was all about John Spears in the early stages, trying to take away the lead. But Volker Hitcher got ahead and really opened up the taps, building up a near 20-second lead ahead of anybody else. John Spears already had a lockup in the first corner, came in for his stop late on. There was concerns, I think it was, for the seatbelts, but they managed to get that fixed and get him back out there. We see then, once Bjorn Ebsen had taken over the car, it was the same case as well for Hipólito Perez handing over the reins of the Porsche 904 Carrera GTS to Tiago Raposo de Malagash, who quickly made his way through the order and making his way to the top end of the table. What with Bjorn getting himself a penalty as well late on in this race. Guillermo Fierro managing to hold on to second place once he'd got everything working underneath him. It was a case as well that this was a great battle to keep your eye on then, as in the end Tiago Raposo de Malagash opened up the taps then of that 2-litre flat six and managed to get past the number 46 of Bjorn Ebsen. And from there, the Portuguese duo really didn't look back. They took their Carrera GTS all the way to the line, building the gap lap after lap, making sure they wouldn't get caught. Late on, though, we saw John Spears lose it under braking in the Lister Costin. He immediately gives the thumbs up, though, to let us know he was all okay. But he unfortunately retired from this race. We also saw as well Carlos De Miguel find himself into the gravel trap late on in that Ferrari 275 GTB. But a fantastic day in the sun for Tiago Raposo de Malagash, who took the checkered flag and the race victory at the second time of asking here in the second race of the greatest trophy here at the Circuito Estoril. Great scenes as well for the Portuguese duo to embrace as well, and a chance at least for a bit of reprieve to kick back slightly. We'll bring you action from the pre-1986 F1 Classics, and we'll have all of that action and more after this commercial break. For the second time today here at the Estoril Classics 2023, we await the approach of the pre-1986 F1 cars making their way towards the grid in what ended in a dramatic style between Mark Hazel and Laurent Four at the end of yesterday's race caused an early conclusion to the race with 3 minutes on the clock. We are scheduled to have 20 minutes here. It is a sprint to the line. No mandatory pit stops to think about. Only a standing start as well. Plenty of machinery to gawk over if you're a fan of F1. No doubt about that. Let's take you through the starting grid then of how we expect the pre-1986 F1 machinery to line up. On row number 1 is the number 26 Sohei Ayari, alongside is the number 2 Katsu Kubota. Row number 2 is the number 27 Mark Hazel and the number 6 Mark DeVries. Row number 3 is 23 Martin O'Connell, and alongside is 93 Mark Harrison. Row 4 is number 69 Mr. John of B and 32 Marco Fumagalli. Row number 5 is 58 Ewan Sergison and 16 Marco Bianchini. Row 6 is 71 Vincent Rivet and 18 Christopher Perkins. Row 7 is 41 Philip Bonney and 61 Frank Lyons. And row number 8 is 49 Nick Pink and number 99 Jamie Constable. Now, Jamie Constable managed to last just about a lap before he had to pull off into the pit lane and retire the car. He starts from the back of the grid. Unfortunately, it looks like at the moment there's no sign of the 14 Laurent 4 and the ensign MN181, one of the cars involved in that turn 10 incident with Mark Hazel. So significant damage to the rear right suspension. Looking at it, so clearly deeper problems there, and not able to take the start, what it looks like on our paperwork, the start of the second race of the weekend for the pre-1986 machinery. There's Katsu Kubota, who finished second yesterday in a Lotus 72D, and of course Ronnie Peterson winning that World Drivers' Championship in 1973, as well as Lotus winning the Constructors' Championship in the same year as well. Adam, you missed out on the first race of the pre-1986 F1s. There was no chance you were missing this one, was there?
Just to quickly say before YouTube catches you, it was Sir Jackie
Uh-oh.
Stewart who won the 1973 World Championship.
Of course it was.
Ronnie Peterson, sadly never a world champion, never quite reached that potential, but had one of his better seasons in that very chassis, the Katsu Kubota driven Lotus 72. That's a Lotus 72D, we think. That is a four-time Grand Prix winner with Ronnie Peterson in 1973. And Kubota, a very competent racer, has won at the Monaco Historic and has also taken victories in the historic Formula One Championship. Has done well in Group C's as well in his Nissan R90 CK, and has even done a spot of national modern single-seater racing in his native Japan as well. Again, one of these people who always seems to find a way to do as many race weekends as possible in a veritable smorgasbord of machinery, particularly black and gold machinery.
Absolutely. There's Mark DeVries in the Lotus 78 then. They're looking to make good on the start, trying to see what he can do. Hopefully we will see Jamie Constable in this race. So have to wait and see what happens there. There's Martin O'Connell lining up in the Brabham BT 37. Looking to, of course, the umbrellas come out in the open cockpit. No shade, really, unless you provide the umbrella over the top of driver's head. Sohei Ayari, who starts at the top of the field, managed to break away quite significantly. And the Ligier, I believe that is the Ligier JS21, was the last Ligier with a Cosworth engine. And unfortunately, the car itself, the JS21, didn't score a single point in the 1983 season. It was the first time for Ligier that they did not score points in an F1 season. It managed, I believe, a best finish of 7th place very early on in the season. But that was the best result. It only managed once. But here, though, the JS21 looked in a league of its own.
Yeah, well, it's funny how that works, isn't it? Because so you see there, one of the earlier Ligiers, glorious looking. I think that might be a JS16 rather than a JS21 for Mr. John of B. But yeah, incredible machinery up and down the grid. You reference the lack of points in the JS21. Sadly, we don't have the Heska 308E, and and Michael Lyons, as at one point we expected on the entry list this weekend. But that car also never scored a point in period. It's probably one of the most winningest cars in modern day historic Formula One. The combination of Michael and that car is something to behold. Now, I just want to talk about this car. I was hoping we'd see this. Marco Fumagalli and his Theodore TR1, the car designed by the mastermind behind the Rolt single-seaters, as well as a Brabham co-founder in Ron Taranach. Limited success. Ex-Keke Rosberg car, though. He bent it in testing quite badly. Marco has the most incredible collection of Vespers. There's a brilliant YouTube video on the channel SIP Scooter Tutorial, which I firmly suggest you watch at some point during the week on a lunch break or something like that. He has everything from F1 cars to Le Mans cars, and then probably 3 figures worth of Vespers, probably over 100 of them. It is insane, his collection. Well worth a look.
Mark Hazel also starting third place. We believe that is the Williams FW08, which okay, I'm going to get my fingers crossed. Was won by Keke Rosberg that year, famously with only the one victory at the Swiss Grand Prix, a total of 4 podiums for Keke Rosberg, but he managed to win the championship with the fewest wins in World Drivers' Championship history. So a bit of history there for the Williams FW08. But still a hugely successful car in period. And at the hands of Mark Hazel, starting third place today, we'll see if he can try and catch Katsu Kubota, because that was shaping up to be a great battle. But then it became a fact that Mark Hazel and Laurent Faure in that inside MN181B clearly was the fight to keep your eye on in that last battle for a podium place, which sadly ended in that contact at turn 10. Wonder if this time around, without Mark Hazel having to worry about Laurent Faure, he can go full focus onto Katsu Kubota in the Lotus 72.
Yeah, I think Hazel also has an FW8C from the following year in '83. And actually, if I'm right in thinking, that car is the FW08C chassis that ended up going Formula 3000 racing in 1985. When Formula 2 was replaced by Formula 3000, a few people wheeled out DFV F1 cars to see if they were competitive. The answer was a resounding no. The cars were too heavy, the fuel tanks were too big, it didn't really work. But I believe that's one of very few F1 cars, the FW8C, which I think is at home. One of very few F1 cars that can also claim to have been a Formula 3000 car too.
Not many get that claim. Of course, this was a period where if you were racing in F1, chances are you were racing in F3000 as well. Some of the top drivers decided to maximise their track time as much as possible. But as all personnel start to leave the grid, then on the right-hand side of your picture, Sohail Ayari in that Ligier JS21. Alongside him on the left-hand side, the number 2, Katsu Kubota. The JS21 of Sohail Ayari looking to pick up where he left off yesterday and try and make it 2 wins from 2. And, why not take some photos? Some legendary machinery on display up and down the field. We get the pleasure, Adam, watching on, seeing how they duel in the second race for the pre-1986 F1 race here this weekend.
Yeah, and just to correct myself, I believe the car that Mr. John of B has been assigned for this weekend is actually a JS11 Ligier, JS16. I'm not even sure that was a thing. I don't know where that came from. But the likes of Jacques Lafitte, Patrick Depailler driving those cars in 1979. The JS11, that's always the first Ligier F1 car that pops into my head, the sight of that particular shape and livery. Of course, going up against the likes of Scheckter and Villeneuve in the Ferraris in that 1979 season. An interesting mix of cars here. Some of them pre-ground effect, some of them post-ground effect, and some of them are indeed ground effect cars, of course, including the Lotus 78 of De Vries on the second row of the grid, and indeed the FW08. Katsu Kubota, with one of the older cars on the grid, of course, always punching above his weight as quite the talented driver, but with a 10-year gap in the vintage of the cars and Sahel Ayari as his pole sitter alongside him, it is an inordinately steep task for Katsu Kubota today.
Yeah, it might be the case, unfortunately, but we shall have to wait and see. We had some good racing action yesterday. More of the same, please. Maybe minus that dramatic collision at the end, towards the end of the race. Hopefully, we get these beautiful pieces of machinery back in one piece. But to take you through that grid very quickly as well, on the front row, number 26, Sohail Ayari, number 2, Katsu Kubota alongside. Row 2, 27, Mark Hazel, number 6, Mark DeVries. Row 3, 23, Martin O'Connell, 93, Mark Harrison. Row 4, 69, Mr. John of B, number 32, Marco Fumagalli. Row 5, 58, Ewan Surgeon, 16, Marco Bianchini. Row 6, 71, Vincent Rivet, and 18, Christopher Perkins. Row 7, 41, Philip Bonney, and 61, Frank Lyons. And row number 8, 49, Nick Pink, and 99, Jamie Constable. I do hope we get to see Jamie Constable take the start of this race. He barely made it to lap before he had to make it back into the pit lane, arm raised in the air, and had to retire from the first race of the weekend yesterday. We'll have to wait and see whether he does emerge. Paul Tattersall was also one that did not finish the last race and had to retire very early on. But as the drivers now line up on their grid slots for the only series this weekend that has the standing start, clutches will have to be at the ready then for the pre-1986 F1 here at the Estoril Classics 2023. 20 minutes awaits our drivers as we just wait to see the likes of Frank Lyons and Nick Pink take their positions at the rear of the grid then. Await then the official with the green flag at the back to signal that we're all ready to go. We'll get 20 minutes of racing underway here for the pre-1986 F1 Classics then. It is 5 red lights. They go out and we go racing then. And what are the starts like? It looks like it was initially a good start then from Katsu Kubota, and it was a fantastic start. He gets himself now up into the lead. Martin O'Connell pushes himself now up into third place, having started on the third row, now up into third place. A really good start then. Not so great start then for Ayari, who fell down to second place, but now he's instantly on the charge as we head our way now through in towards turn 3. And Hazel as well, dropping a couple of positions from the start. Here's Ayari then trying to go up the inside of Kubota going in towards turn 4, and Ayari does take the lead back from Kubota, who had it at the brief moment.
Yeah, the gulf in downforce between those two cars was always going to very quickly show itself, and Sahel Ayari, of course, a class driver, alluded earlier on today to his prowess in prototypes in the 2000s, also a 3-time Super Touring French Championship winner in the 2000s, ironically after they ditched the actual Super Touring cars, French GT champion too. He's raced just about everything there is to race, modern and historic. Of course, with Mr. John of B, the Le Mans Classic, drove a Bentley EXP Speed 8 from 2002, but he's enjoying his Ligier, and O'Connell seems to be gelling well as well with his Brabham BT37 up into second place, and actually that looked a bit too easy. Is Kubota slowing?
Yeah, I thought the same as well. Through the final quarter we go. We'll keep an eye on Kubota then, as he's losing a lot of ground to the likes of Harrison and Hazel behind. As we make our way around the final corner then, will he stay out on track? I think he will. He will. So Kubota looking to hang this one out. Hazel just in the background to your left-hand side as he looks to try and get himself back up the order as well. You've got the 93 of Harrison. There goes, just out of shot, goes the 27 there of Hazel down the inside in the Williams and gets himself up into what is now 4th place. But Kubota here slightly struggling towards the end of that first lap. Martin O'Connell, you did say there that was a move that looked a little too easy for Martin O'Connell, considering what Kubota was capable of yesterday.
Yeah, maybe Kubota just missed a gear or something of that nature. Of course, manual gearboxes in these little single-seaters, it always wows me that there was a time where you could possibly fit a human and a gear stick into the cockpit of a single-seater. Maybe that's just more of a commentary on the size of the particular human in my case. But Kubota under pressure from Hazel then. Further back, Harrison in the 93, the Shadow DN9. Being pressurised by Mr. John of B, who looks to the inside, and does he make that move for 5th place? It was looking a little bit close. Not quite. Had to back out of it on that occasion. The Shadow DN9. I believe actually some interesting history with that car, that particular car of Mark Harrison. I believe that was one of the chassis that went over to the US and became a Can-Am car, if I'm not mistaken. It's certainly an ex-Elio De Angelis machine. But Mark Harrison deploying it well in 5th place right now, albeit having to defend hard from Mr. John of B. Katsu Kubota very much watching in the mirrors because there's a Williams coming in hot.
There is indeed. Hazel looks for the move down the inside, trying to launch an attack on Kubota there, but he had to really slow the car down there. It's all allowing Martin O'Connell to try and stream up the road in his Brabham BT37. There it is, making his way now through in towards turn 3. But look at this, Hazel right onto the back now of Kubota as we head our way out of turn 3 onwards now towards turn 4 for a place on the overall podium. We make our way back onto the power then, the Williams of Hazel trying to find a way past the Lotus of Kubota.
Yeah, absolutely. Kubota in the Lotus 72, beautiful machine. And in the wheel tracks is Hazel in the equally gorgeous and sought after FW08. A decade separating these two cars, near as makes no difference. Of course, uniquely in F1 at the time, you'd use the same chassis for multiple years, and that was the case with the 72 in the hands of Kubota. Chassis R6 was out there and running quite a way before it ended up being Ronnie Peterson's car in 73. But for now, number 2 in the hands of Katsu Kubota. Could be under some pressure though. Harrison still there in that 5th position for the time being. Can Mr. John of B get the run out of the parabolic Ayrton Senna? He certainly lit up the rears a little bit there, didn't he? Coming out of the corner. Already, though, the gap at the front, 10 seconds for Hale Ayari in full-on afterburner mode.
Yeah, similar to what we saw yesterday. Ayari struggled off the start there, but instantly got the move up into turn 4, done and dusted on Kubota, and is keen to get that gap moved up as soon as possible. Martin O'Connell looking to try and get away now from Kubota. Martin O'Connell there in his Brabham BT37. Kubota's not letting him get too far away, mind. Hazel wants a spot on that overall podium again. This time, he's not having to defend a podium place, he's having to try and attack to find a way onto that podium as we make our way onwards towards turn 6. That's Harrison there. Mark Harrison in that shadow, trying to defend from the 69 of Mr. John O'B. Back on the power they go. Mr. John O'B in the Ligier there, looking to see if he can find 5th place overall. And, well, it would be a spot on the Class A podium. Looking again down towards turn 7, not quite this time.
Shame, isn't it, that we haven't had Jamie Constable out there. I thought I did see the Tyrrell at the back of the grid at the start of this race, but Constable failing to register a lap, unfortunately, in his Tyrrell 011. Took that car to victory at last year's American Grand Prix at the Circuit of the Americas. Took a victory in the FIA Historic Formula One support race that day. Good battle this for second. I'm not sure that Martin O'Connell has it all his own way here. Kubota and Hazel both closing in, and in fact, Kubota going to the outside may have the run here. That thing is quick in a straight line. Kubota's Lotus 72, but not quite able to hold on around the outside, surely. No, that door is firmly closed on him by O'Connell. O'Connell, who is responsible for quite the team in historic racing. Hazel responsible maybe for a little bit of a heart palpitation there as he looked to the the inside. But this is a brilliant little scrap for second place between three cars of wildly different backgrounds. It's Brabham from Lotus, from Williams in the battle for second place.
Mark back as well in that battling. It was Mr. John B has found a way past Mark Harrison now, and looking up the inside once again goes Mark Hazel. Couldn't quite find the gap he wanted there, but now back onto the power. Will he try a move here? Will be looking around the outside at turn 7, decides to think better of it. We have yellow flags. Looks like there's a yellow flag at turn 4. So as we now make our way through in towards the right-hander of turn 8, now in towards 9 and 10. And oh dear, that's the 78, Lotus 78 that's spun around. No, apologies, no, it's not. Who was that? That probably was Vincent Rivet, who might have had a spin there, but we'll check that one on the timing screens. Meanwhile then, there's the 69 of Mr. John of B, who's now moved himself up into 5th place overall, but that now is 3rd place in Class B.
Yeah, absolutely right. O'Connell once again on the defensive. Dennis Kubota tries to force his way to the inside going into the first corner. Can't get it done on that occasion. Here comes Hazel, though, in the Williams. Not quite able to do it. Of course, he should have the advantage when it comes to cornering. He's got more downforce. He has the ground effect in his favour. But obviously when you've got an obstacle in front of you shaped like a Lotus 72, it's quite difficult to find the space required. The FW08 still down there in 4th place. So I think after the disappointment of yesterday, Hazel would love to get an overall podium before the end of the weekend. If this battle continues, though, they might have to worry about Mr. John of B, because he's in open air. He might well start catching.
I do indeed, but at the moment though, this trio are not focused, are not phased by that right now. O'Connell in 2nd place, Kubota 3rd, and Hazel in 4th as they now make their way now in towards turn 7. And O'Connell and Kubota are battling away for the Class A victory as well. So they'll still be not only battling for a place on the overall podium, but they're battling for the top spot in their respective classes. Hazel here looking to see if he can find a way through, which he's been doing time after time. It seems corner after corner he just cannot find the gap to get past Kubota right now. We're almost halfway through this race, and well, it is Ayari who is leading the way. It's fair to say Sohail Ayari is looking for a repeat of yesterday, but now look at Hazel now in the slipstream of Kubota, and you see the three of them just trying to get the toe off of each other. Martin O'Connell trying to break that toe. But Kubota thought about a move up the inside, realises he's too far back and tucks back into the queue.
Yeah, Hazel for the time being keeping Kubota occupied, and that's somewhat allowing Martin O'Connell to build a bit of a gap. Here comes Hazel to the inside at turn 3, and this time he gets it done. I think Kubota realised that it was a bridge too far on that occasion. He wasn't going to be able to chop the nose off of the Williams without doing it in a sense beyond the figurative. And up to 3rd place goes Hazel then. He can now begin to chase O'Connell. I do just want to say Martin's team, the OC Racing team, they had great momentum coming into this year. They had a lot of buoyancy coming into this year, and that was in part thanks to taking the Team of the Year honours at the 2022 Motorsport News Awards. So for Martin O'Connell and team, they have further solidified their reputation as one of the leading historic race car preparers. O'Connell himself used to race in Formula 3 back in the late 90s, early 2000s. Unfortunately, though, we're going to have a trip to the pit lane for the number 2 of Katsu Kubota. He's been given a drive-through penalty, and Perkins in the 18 as well.
Yeah, false start is what's come up on our race control timing screen, which normally means a jump start. So Kubota will have to serve that drive-through penalty, which will put him out of the running of an overall podium. He's already fallen to 1.8 seconds back from Hazel there after the pass was made at turn 3. Hazel, meanwhile, looks to try and focus on Martin O'Connell for 2nd place overall now. In the meantime, Sohail Ayari is very happy to just keep pumping in the lap times, keep building that gap. It's now out to 22.5 seconds between himself and Mark Hazel. Ayari makes his way down towards turn 6. looking to just increase that gap lap after lap, sector after sector. At the moment, he's looking for just that repeat of yesterday where he builds that unassailable lead.
Yeah, so the IARI car continuing to disappear up the road as everybody else falters a little bit. Kubota, of course, he led in the early stages, didn't he? He beat IARI to the punch on the run towards the first corner, and well, maybe that drive-through penalty has taken us behind the curtain a bit and shown us why Kubota managed to outdrag IARI towards the first turn. IARI still leading the way, gaining on some traffic, including the number 41 car that we're looking at the moment of Bonny, Philippe Bonny. That's an ex-Tim Schenken Trojan T103, raced in the 1974 season and has been with Philippe for well over a decade at this point. He's been driving that car at historic events for quite some time. Mr. John of B is under some pressure. We saw that there. The battle for second is getting closer, but also the battle for fifth too. A lot of battles to try and choose from here for our directors. They choose the battle for second, and they made the right call because Hazel around the outside manages to get hold of second place there. O'Connell won't let that go without a fight, however.
No, he won't. He'll scrap his way now, see if he can find a way towards turn 3, maybe even turn 4 as well, if he's still in with a sniff of trying to grab that position. Let's see how they all organise themselves. No, it is Hazel still in second place then. Martin O'Connell now into third. Kubota has fallen away slightly, of course. He's got that drive-through penalty to serve as well, as John B will find himself now up into fourth, but De Vries is going to chase him all the way. Mark De Vries in that Lotus 78 is looking for fifth place. Yes, he's got himself onto the podium of Class A, but you try telling these drivers the car ahead of you's not in the same class, it doesn't matter. They conveniently didn't hear that part.
No, it doesn't matter really, does it? They're all here to fight for some glory, and that can apply to both the overall and the class advantages. And while, of course, there are differences in terms of vintage, there's differences in terms of the level of downforce, the tyre builds as well. These cars, all of them on this grid today, we were due an Alfa Romeo with a V12, but we've ended up with all DFVs. So there isn't that much of a performance gulf, at least in a straight line. And obviously in historic racing, often the strengths and weaknesses of the cars are slightly watered down by the strengths and weaknesses of the drivers. So that also has a balancing effect at times, which means we see these interesting generational battles. Katsu Kubota, though, is going to have some work to do. He's going to have some battling to do if he wants to finish in the top 5. He's currently serving his drive-through penalty.
Yep, so that'll drop him well down the order there. So any chance of trying to get back onto that overall podium have been dashed with 4.5 minutes left of the race to run then. See then, yellow's out on circuit at turn 6. So we're just approaching that double yellow now. It's now been changed to a green flag, so whatever was the problem ahead has now been cleared of Mark Hazel. We'll get back under green flag racing. De Vries looks like he's got past Mr. John of B for 4th place. Now it's a case here that, yes, now looks like the 93 of Mark Harrison has now moved ahead of Mr. John of B as well. So Mark Harrison now moves himself up into the top 3 of Class A.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, isn't it? The 22 car just appearing in shot. In fact, it's officially entered as the 222. That's the ensign N179 of Tattersall. I don't know, Kieran, if you've ever seen that one particular photo of a red Formula One car with an absolutely hideous triple radiator built into the nose cone. I don't know if you've ever seen that photo.
That's testing me. Well, go on.
Okay, well, it was that car. There is a very well-known photo of a really bizarre-looking triple radiated front nose cone on a Formula One car, and it was actually the Ensign 179. However, once it was purchased several years ago, by Paul Tattersall. I think he saw the light and said, yeah, no, we're not doing that. Recovered it, returned it to the spec that he deemed prettiest. I believe that car is ex-Derek Daly and ex-Mark Seurer as well. Sadly, it was unfortunately a DNQ a lot of the time in the 1979 season. I believe some of the maintenance and running of that car handled by the National Centre for Motorsport Engineering in Bolton. So some students getting the chance to work on a bit of Formula One history, which must be extremely exciting for them. Quite the project.
Quite the project, yeah, as well. There's nothing like a bit of pressure to work on a car that has so much history and heritage behind it. But yeah, great to see there. We've got Ayari, who is on the 12th lap of this race. Hazel in second place. Then we've got Martin O'Connell rounding off the overall top three and also leader of Class A. Then we've got Mark DeVries in second place in class, fourth place overall. We've got the number 93 of Mark Harrison, who rounds off the top three in Class B, and also the 32 there. You mentioned Marco Fumagalli, then that Theodore TR1, Adam. That's currently running in the top three of Class A. Yes, Class A.
Yeah, brilliant stuff for Fumagalli then, having a decent race there. He's got ahead of Mr. John of B by the looks of it as well. Katsa Kubota, of course, just crossing the line in 8th place, having served his drive-through. Meanwhile, it's the penultimate lap of the race for this man, Sahel Ayari, in his absolutely gorgeous Ligier JS21. I say it's Mr. John of B's, but he is one of the few people that Mr. John of B would trust with this machine and, well, trust Sahel Ayari to disappear up the road.
Trust him indeed. He's now got a 26.5 second gap at the last timing line. Through the final corner he goes. And for a Ligier JS21, the last ever Ligier with a Cosworth DFE V8, Ligier went to Renault engines the season after 1983. It now starts the final lap of the pre-1986 F1 Classics. Ari will get one more lap of Estoril to, I'm sure, bask and love.
Yes, I will just quickly say the arrows just going through shot there, that's worth talking about a little bit as well, just because that's a one-of-one car. Since we've seen it on the final lap, I'll briefly let you know that's the one and only Arrows A5. It was converted into a flat-bottomed car for 1983, ground effect outlawed at the end of 1982. But it was subsequently returned to A5 spec for historic racing. And while I don't know this for fact, I think that might be because ground effect is quicker. So Nick Pink in the one and only Arrows A5 running well in 11th overall right now. To your point regarding this Ligier, yep, the last of the DFV Ligiers and one of the last teams in general to hold on to the DFV by 1983. Almost everyone had gone turbocharged. This was one of the very final appearances on a regular basis for a DFV. I think the last one coming in 85. But here we are, Sahel Ayari showing just how advanced the DFV-powered F1 cars became by the end of the tenure. Really special machine. Didn't score a point. It's going to take a win today.
Is indeed pointless throughout the entire 1983 season, but takes 2 wins out of 2 here at the pre-1986 F1 Classics race, and well held, brilliant drive from Sahel Ayari. Didn't quite get the best start, but he managed to get the lead by turn 3 and just extend that lead over and over again. It'll be Mark Hazel who will be looking to try and round off onto the podium. He did finish 3rd yesterday. The red flag yesterday counted back, was on the podium. He will take 2nd place overall and also 2nd in class. And then we are expecting then that Brabham BT37 of Martin O'Connell to cross the line to take the class victory in Class A. We've got Mark DeVries, who's a little bit further down the road then in that Lotus 78, who crosses the line to take 2nd place in Class A. We're expecting then the 93 of Mark Harrison in that Shadow DN9 to cross the line in 5th place overall, 3rd place in Class B, and in 6th place overall, and rounding off the Class A podium there was the number 32, Marco Fumagalli, in that Theodore TR1. Katsu Kubota managed to finish in 8th place overall, still managed 4th place in class, but what might have been without that false start from him, that jump start, no such things to worry about for Sohail Ayari. Makes it 2 wins out of 2 here in the pre-1986 F1 Classics.
Yeah, great performance then from Sohail Ayari. A great pleasure to see a driver of this caliber peddling a Formula One car in anger for a full race distance, and Sohail Ayari never one to come up short when it comes to a race from pole position. A former Formula 3000 race winner, of course, and a serial champion too. He takes it by 30 seconds.
Does indeed. Mark Gazelle in 2nd, Martin O'Connell in 3rd with Mark DeVries in 4th, Mark Harrison in 5th with Marco Fumagalli in 6th, Mr. John B in 7th, Katsu Kubota in 8th, Marco Bianchini in 9th, Christopher Perkins rounded off the top 10 with Nick Pink, Philip Bonney and Paul Tattersall finishing up as the last of the finishers in that race. Well, fantastic to see the F1 machinery. Unfortunately, the toys get packed away for the classic F1 cars, but I'm so glad to say we're nowhere near done yet. We've got the Heritage Touring Cup coming up next as well for their 60-minute race, but pulling up into the pit lane now and taking that number 1 spot down at Parc Fermé is Sohail Ayari in the Ligier JS21.
Yeah, really gorgeous cars. I think those late 70s, early 80s Ligiers, and of course the Ligier brand. It was a period of dormancy there, but has now been revived with aplomb by the Oak Group, the Onroke Automotive Group, and now, of course, producing wonderful sports prototypes compete across the world, particularly in LMP3. Of course, the Ligier still exceedingly popular there, and of course the JS in the name is for Joe Schlesser, who sadly passed away in a crash, I believe, at Rouen, and memorialised by the founders of Ligier, and really great to see Sohail Ayari on form. When is he not on form? But you still get the impression that you could chuck him in a GT3 car tomorrow and he'd be right on the money. He won his French GT Championship all the way back in, I believe, 2015. Interviews, I believe. We're going to get a chance to chat to Sohail.
Hi Sohail, how are you? So great racing again.
Yes.
And you are this year's Grand Prix, Classic Grand Prix winner.
Yes. It's fantastic. It was fantastic yesterday, and today the car also went perfectly. So thanks to all the team. As usual, they do a fantastic job, and the car is working well. I did the job, and just my start was not so good. Then after I find a place to overtake, and then I was a bit quicker.
Okay. And what do you think about the whole event, the Estoril Classics?
It's fantastic. Every year I'm happy to come here since 4 or 6 years now. I've been part of the Grand Prix. It's the 2nd year in Formula One, and or the 3rd year in Formula One, and it's getting better. Last year I was out of the pace, and this year I'm in front, so I'm very happy, and I'm glad to be here.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Welcome.
Great to hear from Sohail there, as he said, well, it's always good when you're winning. Maybe last year not so much on the pace, but this year, take nothing away from that. By his own admission then, the start just didn't quite go his way, and he was jumped on the start there, as we see, by Katsu Kubota, who took the early lead, heading our way down in towards turn 1, with Martin O'Connell also fancying a nose up the inside. That wouldn't last for long, though, because Sohail would manage to get himself up the inside at turn 4 and take away that position from him. Martin O'Connell pushed on and tried to put Katsu Kubota under pressure. When he got that move done, it was the turn of the Williams there of Mark Hazel to try and put Kubota under pressure and tried to get the move done. He was behind him for a long, long time. Katsu Kubota really driving a wide Lotus 72 to make sure Hazel just could not quite get the move done. But I believe that we can have a look and go back to the paddock for another interview.
In a great fight.
Yeah, it was good. Katsu drove well.
Just a minute. Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Another great race today and a great fight for the second place.
Yeah, it was good. It was Katsu drove really well. I had my boss in front as well, Martin O'Connell. So yeah, we had a misfire on the start, so I'd lost a few places, but it was good. It was clean. It was good. Great track. So many supporters. It's so much fun here.
Yeah. What do you think about the whole event, the Estoril Classics?
It's great. It's just more events ought to be like this. It's run well. Everything is good. And the Portuguese people are passionate about motor racing, which is great.
Okay. Thank you very much and congratulations for the second place today.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Second place, and all credit to him as well. Well, that great race then, we now have the Heritage Touring Cup making their way now out onto the circuit. Heritage Touring Cup, our 11th race of the weekend then. We'll go back to rolling starts for the rest of the day. The Heritage Touring Cup echoes the sort of glory days of the European Touring Championship, 1966 to 1984. And so their grid looks a little something like this. On the front row then is 74, Glaser and Kammerman. Alongside is number 22, Breitmeyer. And I'll just interrupt myself with the grid because I believe we have our third interview down at the paddock.
Okay, Martin. Third place and winning the A class. It was a great race from you.
Yeah, it was a better race today. We made a few changes to the car, and the car was better today. And it was always fun when you can go at a better pace. And there was some good racing with Katsu and then with Mark. He was quite hard on me at the end, but good. It was a good race. So yeah, excellent.
Okay. And what do you think about the event, Estoril Classics?
We love coming here. It's one of the highlights of the year. You know, we've been 3 or 4 times now, and it's always something that's the first thing on the calendar. It's a fabulous circuit, and everybody's very friendly, and generally the weather's good. So all positive in Estoril.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
37 to a Class A victory. And as we can see, the Heritage Touring Cup now lined up on the grid. So the front row being the 74 Glaser and Kammerman and 22 Breitmeyer alongside. Row number 2 is the number 50 Guenard and 138 Wunderlich and Simon. Row number 3 is the number 60 of Miel and the 52 of Skemama. Row number 4 is 49 Guenard and 83 Schindler and Reutmeier. Row 5 is number 47 Mestro and Sechot and 64 of Maurice. Row number 6 is 175 Evans and Twyman and 77 Bruton and Defouty. We'll come back to the rest of the grid after this commercial break. Heritage Touring Cup coming up very shortly indeed. And just to remind you, then the Heritage Touring Cup brings us the so-called glory days of the European Touring Car Championship. And so we're looking for models here from 1966 to 1984, so a wide variety of machinery and designs up and ready for the battle there. We have got, I believe, from Hubert, the Ford Mustang 289 from the mid-1960s, and also Ford Falcon Sprint from 1964. We have up to, I believe, 1985. We've got a couple of BMW 635 CSIs on the grid to good mention as well. But Adam, here we are then with the air temperature pretty much at its peak now, 32 degrees, 45 degrees track temperature. It has become a scorching day here, Estoril.
Praise be air conditioning. Yes, incredible variety of cars here. The front end of the field predominantly centered around the 1970s Group 2 era of the European Touring Car Championship, as you rightly say. And if you're a touring car fan of the modern day, it might confuse you a little bit. 60-minute race, driver changes, what? Well, of course, the European Touring Car Championship in the 70s and the 80s, touring car racing in general in the 70s and 80s, was more centered towards long distance racing. It was the home of events such as the Spa 24 Hours, the Bruno 6 Hours. The Tourist Trophy was contested, of course, as a ETCC event for many years at Silverstone, and I think at Donington a few times as well. It was very much endurance racing during this period of time, and we have, I'm pleased to say, quite a few examples of the cars that around that 1973, 1974 era were the dominant cars. You couldn't walk for 3-litre CSLs and Cologne Capris in the top end of the European Touring Car Championship. At that time, not that it was just restricted to Europe, of course. So quite a few of the 3-litre CSLs also made a big impact in IMSA competition over in the United States as well. The 3-litre CSL, I think of it kind of as an M car before there were M cars. It was laying the foundation right down to the stripes for the legacy that followed.
Absolutely, and still great to see some variety, as we already said. We've got the, I believe, hopefully we've got a Ford Falcon Sprint on the grid from 1964 Peter Jews, the 246. Yes, it is on the grid, the 13th row. So we will begin our formation lap here for an hour worth of racing here in the Heritage Touring Cup. As Adam has said, there is
See the Falcon.
In this
Look at the Falcon. It's so much wider than every other car. You could see it at the back of the grid from half a mile away. That thing is huge.
It's massive. I wouldn't like to be starting behind that Ford Falcon Sprint, that's for sure. You might have a difficult time getting past. It is a rolling start here. We have a mandatory pit stop, the pit window being between 25 and 35 minutes into the race, and the mandatory stationary time is 2 minutes. A handful of driver changes to speak of as well, but we will have a run through of the grid for you as the drivers head on their way on their formation lap. So on the front row then, on row number 1, 74 Gleiser and Kammerman and 22 Brettmeyer. Row number 2, Guénon 50 and 138 Wunderlich and Simon. Row number 3 is number 66 Müller and 52 Skemama. Row number 4 is 49 Guénon and 83 Schindler and Brettmeyer. Row number 5 is 47 Mestro and Sechot and 64 Maurice. Row 6 is Evans and Twyman in the 175 and the 77 alongside Bouton and Deforti. Row 7 is 35 Traber and 9 Studer. Row 8 is 33 of Reinhardt and Reinhardt, and alongside them is the 11 of Firmenich. Row number 9 is 20 of Oldendorf and 6 of Rion and Padmore. Row 10 is 65 Huber and number 10 Vergela. Row 11 is number 90 of Cruz and 127 Biotto. Row 12 is 44 Berens and 66 Hubert. 13th row is Jews in the 246, the aforementioned Falcon Sprint that you could see a half a mile away. Alongside is the number 80 Ferreira and Carvalho. Row 14 is the number 3 Brown and Dean, and number 15 Lascaux. Row 15 is number 19 Blanchiment and 29 Decoru and Dumais. And on the final and 16th row is 41 Voron and Sachs and the treble 2 of Brett Meyer. So 32 cars to take the start of this race, or due to take the start of this race. And there you can see which one is the Ford Falcon Sprint, I wonder. Which one of those is Peter Dews?
Yeah, it stands out a little bit. Of course, it's the 70s cars at the front, some of the 80s Group A machines. The 635 CSI is a little further back in the pack. Why is that? Well, the Group A era, which the 635s belong to, it was founded to be a little more production than the Group 2 era. Of course, by the time we got to the Sierras and the R32s, that was long in the rear-view mirror. But that was the intention with which Group A kind of superseded Group 2 on. The Group 2 cars, as we can see, real leery beasts. Very much what you would imagine a 6-year-old sketching a 70s touring car looking like. And really going to see a fabulous hour-long race here.
We are indeed, with that mandatory pit stop as well. Last of the drivers just make their way around the final corner then and take us on to the start-finish straight for our 11th race of the weekend here at the Heritage Touring Cup. The eyes will be on the lights then, and once they go out, we will be racing who will get the better start then, which of the BMWs, the front three, will get the better start, or perhaps will it be the Ford Capri of Guenot can get the start. The lights go out then, and we go racing as we head our way onwards down towards turn one. It's an initially good start from the leading BMW, heading our way down in towards the first corner for the first time, and it's just a case now of everybody's just got to make sure they all file through, make sure they get through the first corner okay. Don't want to throw away an hour-long race just at the very start. And as we make our way onwards now towards the next couple of turns, then we see the Fords dominating away then. The number 60 car of Armand Miller in that Ford Capri RS3 100. We've already got a yellow flag out on circuit for earlier on in the race. As we file our way through and out of the first couple of corners, that looked like to me that was Gleiser leading the way ahead of Guenot. But as we make our way down towards turn 6, yellow flag, I believe it's indicated at turn 2.
Okay, so early yellow flag, but nonetheless, the racing continues for now at the very least. And as he rightly says, Sebastian Gleiser, it's one of the 3-litre CSLs that has come to a halt there. Difficult to see exactly which car it is from here, but the smoke and the resigned climb of the driver all points to some mechanical maladies early on, and perhaps some oil down as well, because they felt the need to declare the safety car.
Yeah, absolutely. So race neutralised on the first lap. Safety car will pick up Sebastian Gleiser then as we make our way around the final corner. We're not in second place, and then it's the 22 of Olivier Brettmeyer, BMW 3.0 CSL. Fourth place at the moment is the number 60. We saw Armand Miller tried to make his way through the field, and there is third place, Olivier Brettmeyer. Fifth place in this race is that number 52 Yves Skemama, and then sixth place is Franz Wunderlich. Seventh place is the number 47. That's I believe that's Eric Sauchot, who's taken the start of this race, sharing the car with Guy Fabrice Mestreau. We see then behind the safety car then Guenot getting a position off the start. Sauchot also getting 2 places off the start in that one as well.
Yeah, of course, he's in the fairly diminutive Ford Escort, the first of the Escorts there. You see the silver car in the midst of the top 10 there. Rather punching above its weight, the BMW 3-litre CSLs. Well, the clue's in the title there. I believe, actually, some of the Capri 3100s are actually 3.4 litres in capacity, if I'm not mistaken. I think that the sizes went up a little bit, a bit of boring out going on from road to racetrack, whereas the Escort is merely an RS 1600, so a 1.6 litre motor, and by the standards of the cars around it, that is a slightly outgunned machine. But of course, the Escort's famously nimble, and certain sections of this circuit, it will do just fine.
Absolutely. safety car conditions at this moment in time. And it looks like as well, Zach Brown has started in the number 3 Ford Capri. They have shared a car already today. Richard Dean took the start. They've roles reversed for this one. So Zach Brown takes the helm of the Ford Capri. We'll see racing here in Portugal whilst McLaren race their way in Qatar. I'm sure he'll have heard the good news so far this weekend for McLaren.
Yeah, and it's one of the more decorated chassis on the grid, from what I can glean, that he is running. That is one of the factory cars from 1974, one of the factory Cologne-built Ford Capris, immediately driven to victory on its debut by Jochen Mass and Rolf Strommelen at the Zandvoort Trophy event in 1974. I think it was initially something of a spare car. It won at Jarama in Spain as well. That time driven by Hans Heyer, Klaus Ludwig, Antoine Hazeman's Ludwig also taking victories in the German Championship, the DRM as it was called at the time, the something of a precursor, I suppose you could say, to the DTM. So a car that has genuine European Touring Car Championship racing success in its back catalogue, and obviously Zach Brown doesn't do things by halves. If he's going to get a Cologne Capri, he's going to get one of the ones that's taken a victory.
Yeah, I mean that makes the most sense, really, doesn't it, for Zach Brown? No point in something that's got the win, got the heritage to race with. It's a good mindset to have. Still under safety car conditions then, with the pit window opening in just over 19 and a half minutes time then. Of course, Glaser still leading the way, and you do see cars shifting left and right, trying to get some heat into the tyres. 46 degrees Celsius is the track temperature, so they might not need to do a lot of that once we get right back up to speed. The tyres should warm up quite quickly. It's just a case of keeping them in that sort of optimum range for the restart. We do go racing, even around a 46 degrees Celsius track. There is a case that you could have slightly colder tyres for the restart.
Yeah, no, absolutely right there. And funny enough, we were just talking about how it's Zach Brown that started the car. Almost as we said it, the timing screen updated to reflect that it's actually Richard Dean at the wheel. So inevitable that, wasn't it? But it is Richard Dean taking the start. The other half, of course, of United Autosports, which I think as a team started with the most humble of intentions between Brown and Dean, and of course has now gone on to resounding success in GTs, in LMP2 as well, most recently, and of course will now be the flag bearer of McLaren on its return to the World Endurance stage in the new LMGT3 class that debuts next season. Great outfit and a great collection of cars as well. I haven't had the opportunity to walk around that particular facility yet, the United Autosports storage, but I'm going to find a way. It's second to none.
That sounds like you're asking for the invitation right here, right now, I reckon.
Well, you know. I do have a line to Zach Brown. I'll see if I can do it one day. Maybe.
Oh,
it's a cheeky ask, but maybe.
Maybe it is. Well, look, if Daniel Ricciardo can get a drive in the Dale Earnhardt Chevy number 3, I'm sure we can get you a tour. So can you. Safety car is in this lap then, so it's up to Glaser now to field round the final corner. Then the safety car will pull in, and there'll be no overtaking until the start-finish line. But there is Miller in the number 60 then, Armand Miller in the Ford Capri. Safety car is in then, and here we go then for a restart here. We're back under green flag racing, and onwards goes Sebastian Glaser as he makes his way then onwards down towards turn 1, and Guillon is instantly on the attack then, looking for a move up the inside. Does he? That move, not quite. Maxime Guillon in the Ford Capri. It might have left themselves open to Olivier Boetmeyer in the number 22 right behind, heading away now through in towards turn 2, of course, with that treatment on the track being going up as dust in the air. There is Breitsmeyer currently third place right now. It was a good initial chance for Maxime Guénon, but not quite the move on.
No, not quite yet, is it? Absolutely love the look of that Capri in second place with the classic Liqui colours. Of course, these days, always blue and white. Think Team Engstler Liqui colours. But in the old days, in the 70s, they used to have nice green, blue and red stripes on the Liqui cars. Some of the most fabulous touring cars of the 1970s from a visual perspective. And really enjoying seeing that car running in anger in second place at the moment. The number 50 car in the hands of Gunnar. Breitmeyer, of course, rocking the factory BMW colour scheme that was occasionally seen in the European Touring Car Championship. The factory BMWs would enter sometimes, but not always. They weren't really committed to the championship. If you saw factory CSLs in the mid 70s, it was more than likely at the IMSA races over in the United States, where the cars were quite famously successful.
For this move yet again, I'm just hypnotised by that spit of flame out of the exhausts in the Capris as well. As we make our way now down in towards the first corner. Love the spit of flames there as Guénon up the inside. Maxime Guénon takes over the lead of this race ahead now of Sebastian Gleiser. Now the number 50 leads the way. The Ford Capri RS3 100 now leads ahead of Sebastian Gleiser in the BMW 3.0. Yeah, I love the spit of flames out of the sides of these cars. It's just something else to see it.
Yeah, well, I mean, in full trim, I believe you can get as much as 440 brake horsepower out of the Cologne Capris. I imagine some of them have the wick turned down a little bit, what with the several events a season that the cars do. At nearly 50 years old, isn't that a thought that these cars are 50 years old near as makes no difference? Doesn't feel it at all, does it? They really do look, I don't know about modern, but timeless. Certainly, and look at that flame spit. As you say, it's very 2000s V8 supercar, isn't it? The level of flame just excreting from the side of that car, and yeah, the Cologne Capris, really, really special beasts, and a lot of factory Ford money going into that. Of course, Cologne, a factory, a home base for Ford's manufacture in Europe for a number of years. About to lose, unfortunately, one of their biggest projects in the Ford Fiesta, which is soon going out of production. But the relationship between the Blue Oval and Cologne is as long-lasting as it is significant.
Absolutely. Well said. Going on then, still holding on to that lead. Is there a chance here for Sebastian Gleiser to try and find his way down the inside? No, he tucks back in. And we do have yellow flags out, and there is the number 3 Ford Capri falling down the order. We'll check in on that one. It's the yellow flags at turn 7. That's what we're seeing on race control at the moment. Keep an eye on that one. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead continues its way through in towards turn 3. Now heading our way towards turn 4. Sebastian Gleiser still trying to find the way through, trying to find the way back into the lead of this race. Maxime Guénon able to hold firm and keep on defending as we make our way towards turn 5, and then on the run down towards turn 6, heading away towards that yellow flag zone shortly. Heading down now onto the anchors, the spits of flame erupting into next to the track. Back on the power we go as we start to climb over the crest. Sebastian Gleiser might have fancied the move there, still looks to the right hand side as we head away now towards turn 7. And making our way now down the hill towards turn 8 now. Head our way towards that chicane, turns 9 and 10. Gaucho. Still Maxime Guénon holding on to the lead ahead of Sebastian Gleiser.
Yeah, great scrap this is, of course, the BMW 3-litre CSLs. These cars, sometimes referred to as Batmobiles later on, were run in privateer hands by the likes of the highly regarded Schnitzer team, European Luigi. Also, the Alpina guys used to run their signature green factory colours on their CSLs, and it's quick in a straight line, isn't it? Spit of the flame in retaliation. It's the Capri with the most excess fuel in the pipes, that much is for certain. But these Group 2 machines, I mean, what an era. Can you imagine these in their droves, powering around for hours at a time? One of the little BMW 2002s, I think that is, that stopped there. Behrens in the 44 car, unfortunately smoking around the outside of turn 2, the 44 going no further.
It's such a shame there for that, as you said, the BMW 2002 Catherine Behrens in the 44 coming to a stop. So we have that double yellow flag now at turn 10. Guenot and Glaser continue that battle. There's also a battle ongoing between Skemama and Wunderlich for 5th place, as Franz Wunderlich looking to try and see if he can find a way through in that number 138, that BMW 3.0. And Skemama in the 52, that Ford Capri, trying to hold off. There's the 66. It's had an issue. That's Guillaume Hubert in the Ford Mustang. And that doesn't look like it's moving anytime soon.
Looks like the exit of the chicane, and a safety car has been declared. If that is the exit of the Gaucho chicane, then obviously it's been there a while, and sure enough, the safety car goes by, the leaders go by as the car finally starts to maybe cough back into life. But the Hubert Mustang, unfortunately, causing a pause in the action. That is a mid-60s Group 1 spec Mustang, of course, and Mustang 289 of Guillaume Hubert hopefully doesn't withdraw from the race, but it has caused another safety car and another headache for the top two, who are, fighting merrily away, getting away from the rest of the field, and Guenot and Glaser now have everybody right back on their bumper.
Absolutely. Second safety car of the race then. We had that earlier today. 2 safety cars in the same race, so it's no unfamiliar excerpt there. That's in the greatest trophy. We had the 2 safety car race. We've got another 2 safety car race here right now, and it has obviously picked up Guenot as our race leader. Maxime Guenot behind the safety car in 2nd place. Then it's Olivier Bretmeyer in 3rd place. 4th place at the moment is the number 60 machine there of Armand Miller. 7th place is the number 47 of Eric Sauchot, with Guy Fabrice Mestro due to take over. Pit window does open in about 8.5 minutes time, so all eyes will be on the pit wall then as well. I mean, if we have a quick recovery, even then, once the safety car ends, we won't be too far away, maybe a lap, maybe 2 from the pit window opening for our drivers.
Yeah, and as is always the case, the drivers or the competitors, the teams that have decided to keep their quick man for the second half will be reveling in this opportunity, because if you're running in the teens and you've got your quick driver waiting in the wings, then opportunity is going to knock. Jean-Luc Blanchimont in 13th place. He's not been setting the world alight in terms of pace, but he's been quicker than the few cars ahead of him in his Escort Mark 1. He might gain a bit of headway as a result of this, with the field compacting together, maybe some of the CSIs as well. I'll tell you who it does definitely benefit. It's the number 6 car, the 2nd place Group A machine, the 635 CSI of Riant, because he will hand that one over to Nick Padmore. So Jean-Louis Riant will hand over to Nick Padmore, and Padmore is very, very quick indeed. That's the car actually at the very back of the queue right now. Came, I believe, 4th place in the 1983 season, he says speculatively, with BMW Italia and Eggenberger. So a car with bona fide pedigree, and won some races on the way in that season as well. It's publicly available information, so I will say That car was last sold at auction in 2019, the number 6 Pirelli-backed rainbow-coloured BMW Italia car. And it's sold for €220,000 in 2019, which, yes, for an early BMW 6 Series, of course, that's a lot of money. But by Group A standards, for a genuine race-winning car that fielded a full season in the European Touring Car Championship, that's really not that much. A race-winning car at that. Obviously, the early stages of Group A, they haven't been forgotten by any means, but post M3, when the BMW M3 came on song in the second half of the 80s, and the Sierra RS500s, the R32s, when you mention Group A, you think of those cars from the late 80s into the early 90s. And so the early Group A cars that we've got here in this race are perhaps a slightly better deal for a collector who cares about the prestige of a car than some of the later examples from the tail end of the Group A era.
Safety car in this lap then, so we'll be green flag racing next time around. So yeah, maybe a lap, maybe two, until the pit window opens once we get back racing again. Guenot last time around, fancy the move on Glacier going down in towards turn 1. I assume Maxime Guenot is going to have a look in the mirrors just to make sure Sebastian Glacier doesn't think about a move down the inside. Olivier Brettemeyer is in third right now in that BMW 3.0 CSL. We have Armand Miller in fourth, Yves Skamama in fifth, Frans Wunderlich in sixth then, so Short in seventh, Guenot in eighth place. That's Dominique Guenot in the BMW 3.0. Then we have number 83 car, which is Günther Schindler, and then rounding off the top 10 right now is the 64 car of Maris. So getting in out through in towards turns 9 and 10. Be up now to Guenot to really put the power down. Once that safety car has peeled into the pits, we'll get back green flag racing once again with just under 40 minutes left of this race. Our drivers round the final corner then. Safety car will exit stage right. Guenot will be able to control it as we make our way down the start pit straight. Hasn't gone for it yet. He's waiting until the very start finish line before they get the race underway. And Guenot now gets the power down. And Sebastian Glaser again looks for a move up the inside. Nothing doing there as we head our way now down in towards the first corner. Glaser tried to gather the car up on the exit of turn 1. Breitmeyer as well, always fancied his chances going through in towards the first corner there. And Yves Skamama is looking to try and make his way through the field as well.
It's funny how these names get recycled all day long, isn't it? Skamama, Breitmeyer, Glaser, Wunderlich as well. Frans Wunderlich up there in 6th place. These guys are so passionate about their racing. There are so many fabulous collections that get routinely hauled around Europe in the Pater Auto paddock, and it's a real sight to behold. And we always have to doff the cap to these drivers that take these cars out and use them properly. And what a snapshot this is of the 70s European Touring Car Championship. This could be Brno circa 1974 if he really wanted it to be. Really special stuff.
Got a word from race control. The first safety car procedure is under investigation. So I'm sure race control will keep us posted with their findings when and as they deem fit. We're not now still ahead of Glaser. These two have been swapping positions at the early part of this race. Guenot has got on top of the battle for now as we make our way around the final corner. Pit window open in 2 minutes 20. So we've still got another tour of the circuit yet to come before some of these drivers think about starting to visit the pit lane.
Yeah, they will. I think some of the double-up drivers will inevitably kind of leave it till the middle of the window. But, oh my goodness, look at some of that. Some Scandinavian flickage there, I would suggest, from the 60 of Armand Mille. But immediately slows up coming out of the corner, maybe missing a gear or something like that. I was just about to commend him for the flair with which he entered the corner. Unfortunately, the exit didn't go so well.
No, I think the flare led to the exit, unfortunately. It was a case of Armand Mille was trying to just gather the car up, and that allowed Skimama the easy position to move himself now up into 4th place and to try and get the job away. Frans Wunderlich as well now wants to try and get past Armand Mille as we head our way now down towards turn 6 with our race leaders. Guenard, trying to fend off the attack of Sebastian Glaser. Be interesting to see how the pit stops will get involved with this battle, as there's Glaser, who might have thought about a move around the outside of turn 7, but thought against it. It's a great scrap between our leading duo right now. As again up the inside in towards turn 8, no way through there. So you head towards Gaucho, turns 9 and 10. Still, Renard leads the way. Glaser chasing all the way through then, as Wunderlich, it looks like on our timing screens, has now got past Armand Mille in that Ford Capri. So he moves himself up now into the top 5.
Yeah, what a drive that is then. The 50 car of Guenard, though, still leading the way. Window will open for pits, of course, momentarily. Here comes Glaser, though. The straight 6 and the BM has looked a bit stronger at times so far in this race. Let's see if he can get to the inside. No, elects for the outside instead. I think just biding his time. Well, maybe not, because look at that late braking. That's surely too late. Yep, takes a long way around turn 1. That was never quite going to work, was it? But it was a nice attempt. It does, though, work out in Guenard's favour ultimately.
Yeah, Guenard knows that a move down the inside is possible for Sebastian Glaser, but we'll see if Seb can get a move down the inside once again. But if the door's going to be left open by Guenard, it's going to be taken advantage of by Glaser. If the top two keep squabbling like this, it might be a chance for Olivier Bretmeyer as well to see if he can throw his hat into the ring and see if he can catch and try and look for a move into further up the top 3, I should say, in towards turn 6 we go, as we have the pit window now open for our drivers, and it looks like Schindler is the first to take advantage of that. Schindler still on the back of Maxime Guenard. As we head away through turn 7, now towards turn 8, again, they're pretty much line of stern right now, through in towards Gaucho, in towards 9 and 10, still going out leading the way ahead of Glaser.
It's a very close battle, isn't it? They've already built themselves a little bit of a margin in this one. The pit window is open at this point, and we'll see who dives when in that circumstance. And what a sight the Cologne Capri is. It's interesting because it's a European Capri, but it's almost muscle car in stance, isn't it? The body shape of the car, very aggressive indeed. Sebastian Glaser aggressively campaigning to go around the outside at turn 1. I don't know if he set himself a challenge in this race to say, yeah, I'm going to go around the outside at some point today. But again, chooses the outside line and again, doesn't find a way past our leader.
Not this time, as Skimama and Wunderlich both into the pits then, with the pit window being open. They've decided to duck in at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, Guenard and Glaser continue their fight out on track. Bretmeyer not too far behind either, as he was, looks like it was half a second slower on that last lap was Bretmeyer. There he just is in the distance there, keeping tabs on the top 2 as they continue their battle, heading our way down towards turn 6 with Guenard still holding on to the lead. Sebastian Glaser is trying to find his way back through. Again, 2 different lines being taken through turn 6. It's not the first time we've seen that from 2 battling drivers. It won't be the last. Both lines seem to be quicker in their respective parts, where you go wider to try and get the power down earlier. You hold the inside line to hold the inside and close that door from being overtaken there. You're slower on the exit, but both lines seem to be cancelling each other out right now.
Yeah, exactly the case. And there we see the Falcon into the pit lane. So that is, of course, the pay-to-use entered car, the Swiss racer. We'll head back out there shortly as Glazer comes in. So the car that's been haranguing our leader for the last several laps comes into pit lane. And of course now, if you're at the wheel of that number 50 car, if you're Maxime Gonard, you have to remember, okay, I need to keep pushing, I need to keep pushing. He's no longer got that motivator in his rear view mirror to press to the fullest. But of course, by the time he pits, if he's eased off the throttle and even had a second lap slower on the in lap or something like that, it will cost him the lead.
Yeah, we've just had a word from race control as well. They had an investigation into the first safety car procedure. They've deemed no further action after the investigation, but they have awarded a 45-second penalty to car 65. So that's Max Huber in that Ford Mustang 289 for track limit infringement at turn 13.
I get the feeling, I was just about to mention that the Escort was going to get monstered in a straight line by Brutin in his Chevrolet Camaro, but just watching the Camaro ZL1 down the straight there, I actually got the feeling that it was slowing up. So unfortunately, the Brutin Camaro, the only Chevy Camaro in the field, let's see if it's still there. We wait to see it. It doesn't look like it's still with them. There are yellow flags out as well, so I fear I may be onto something here. And Brutin, who was due to hand that car over momentarily, maybe stranded somewhere around the first corner. Sure enough, there is the Camaro ZL1, one of the various models that were built into race cars to try and challenge the BMWs and the Capris in this era of Group 2 saloon car racing, and unfortunately that one has not been able to meet the challenge of going the distance in this hour-long race.
It's such a shame to lose our only Chevrolet Camaro within the field. But yeah, as you say, Brutin wasn't far away from bringing that car in for Benjamin Deforty to take it over. I'm sure Deforty has his gear on ready to go, but unfortunately right now there will be no car for him to take over, which is a huge shame for them both. Lost that Chevrolet Camaro. Brett Meyer is now into the pits. Grenard's still lapping the circuit. Yves Skemama rejoined there in 12th place overall. 15th place overall after that pit stop. And looking now to just put the power down and get the laps on their side as well. There is the 64 into the pits then. Servicing and making sure everything is all okay. Eric Marie's into the pits. The stopwatch there at the ready. There you go. The instruction that everything looks okay. Cooling the brakes as well if needed, and jumping that car back into life to try and rejoin the circuit, Eric Marie.
So there we go, heading back out onto the circuit once again. This car, I believe that's a Luigi livery on the 138 that we just saw flying out of shot. That is the Patrick Simon driven car. That's going to come up through the order a little bit. Patrick in a BMW, yeah, that'll work. It's proven. Patrick Simon in his 3-litre CSL. I don't believe that's an authentic chassis. A lot of these cars built up from road cars, but the European Luigi livery, a popular choice among the Group 2s, and one of the better teams in the 70s in the world of European Touring Car Championship competition. Difficult to tell without going to each garage and demanding documents to know which cars are all authentic and which ones are not, but I intend to do that one day, just so I know, because I like my chassis histories.
Absolutely. Pit window closing in just over 12 minutes time, so when we reach the 15 minutes to go mark, that'll be the pit window closed, and anyone who hasn't served their mandatory stop in that time will be penalised in due course. A couple more penalties to speak of as well. Car 65 has got a 90-second penalty for infringement at turn 7, so that's Max Huber. I think yes, because that was a 45-second penalty. Now they've got 90 seconds worth of penalties. Car 66, Guillaume Hubert, has now a 45-second penalty for track limits at turn 4. car number 20, which is Christian Oldendorf, a 45-second penalty for track limits at turn 7 and a 90-second penalty for track limits at the same location, turn 7. Car 65, mentioned Max Huber's now got that 90 seconds. Car 246, which was better use, has a 45-second time penalty for infringement at turn 7. And 65, Max Huber, yeah, again, just latest there. Track limits at turn 7, it's 90 seconds. So, again, as we mentioned before, we've got track limits on hot record, but now we have a stop and go penalty for car number 5 for abusing track limits. So quite a severe penalty there. Oh, sorry, that's car 65. They've made the correction there. So that is for Max Huber in that Ford Mustang 289. So that stop and go penalty, that's getting more and more severe. And there's still 25 minutes left of the race to run.
And I think it's a little bit less severe than the 90-second penalty, I would argue, and we've seen a few of them, haven't we, so far this weekend. Gorgeous Alfa Romeo Giulia out there on circuit, as is this Mustang. This is the 65 car that is Max Huber, and oh gosh, having to tap the brakes on corner exit there, that's always the sign that something's gone a little bit wrong. The 20 car running in TC2, incidentally, even though it's closer in vintage really to the Huber Mustang, it is running in TC2. That particular machine, 1971 vintage Alfa Romeo Giulia 1750 GTM, of course, most famously pictured in our minds potentially with the white stripe and the red, but nice solid grey on that car as well. Remember I mentioned Nick Padmore coming through the order? Well, there he is at the moment, closing in on 15th place overall, now second in Group A, still behind Christian Traber, so we'll see if he can get up to the rear of that. I get the feeling that Padmore is going to maybe work his way into the overall top 10, currently fighting with, is that Vogel? Yes, it is. It's the number 10 of Peter Vogel in his Escort Mark 1, the RS 1600. One very much a race car, the other a bit more production based, but Padmore making the 635 work for him. Oh, and a bit too close for comfort there. Pit lane blocked, says race control, so that's an interesting one. That might be Gonat actually who's dropping through the order at the moment. We'll have to wait and see. One of both Gonats are in the pit, so hopefully it's neither of them that are causing it, but through has gone Padmore in the 635, and that car with its powerful straight six should have the advantage in a straight line over the Escort anyway.
Keep an eye on that pit lane blockage. Hopefully it's not for too much longer. There's still 8.5 minutes left of the pit window left to run. We have now a 90-second penalty for Christian Oldendorf. There he is. 90 seconds now penalty for track limits infringement at turn 7. A lot of infringements occurring at turn 7. We have a yellow flag at turn 7. All the 7s now. All happening at turn 7, it seems. It's that exit curb on the left-hand side. It seems like drivers are just taking too much liberty with the curb and straying further off of it and deemed to be gaining an advantage.
Yeah, and it's quite easy as well if you overcook it into the corner to just dip a wheel onto the gravel and then end up in a spin. Patrick Simon, I believe, just setting the fastest lap of the race. He goes to 5th overall as the pit cycle continues. 149.324. Interested to see where he ends up by the end of this race. He's on good form at the moment, isn't he?
Just absolutely, we'll keep an eye, see some progress he can make up the order. There is the 74, which is at the moment our leader right now. Sebastian Vasser has handed over now to Kammerman. Take over to finish off this race, and still in the lead by about 9 seconds ahead of Yves Schumacher.
Of course, we've talked a little bit about Patrick Simon being a pro driver, and we know he's quick. It was the 1990s in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany where he really made his mark. He was the runner-up one year, I think 1998. and has raced intermittently through the 2000s and the 2010s. Took the 2011 FLM class in the Le Mans series as well, the kind of precursor almost to LMP3 in some ways. And as you see the pit stops continuing, but there is the 74 car, Kammerman at the wheel, Mikael Kammerman at the wheel of that 74. That was, I think, one of the first leading cars, wasn't it, to make that pit stop. And interesting to see that the gap is well out to 10 seconds now. So Kammerman, last lap time by was, what kind of time did he get last time? It was a 1:51.7, so notably quicker than the two Capris behind him, albeit a couple of seconds slower than Patrick Simon. And actually, if Simon can keep that momentum going, he's lapping just over 2 seconds lap quicker than Kammerman. He's 18 seconds off the back of him. Well, we never know, that could go somewhere.
It could indeed. He's got 2 cars to dispatch of, though. That's Patrick Simon in that case. There is Michael Kammerman leading the way then. So he has to try and hold on to that lead in the BMW 3.0. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, having to dispatch of traffic as well. It's a big part of any long endurance racing. Even if it is an hour, you still encounter the traffic. But we see then number 52, Yves Skemama, currently second place, 10.5 seconds away from Michael Kammerman. Of course, those outlaps take into account. At the moment, through the first and second sector of this lap, Skemama is slower than Kammerman by a full second through the second sector.
Yes, Skemama has consistently been slower than Kammerman lap on lap. I think just that first sector he seems to get somewhat correct, but through the middle sector, the longest of the lap, he does seem to typically lose out. So Skemama may have to watch out for Miel. Will almost certainly have to watch out for Patrick Simon if his current progress continues in this fashion. In fact, side by side is that for third place at the top of screen. Yes, it is, because the 138 of Patrick Simon has gotten through. The Luigi liveried 138 car powers on by the Valvoline colours, classic Valvoline colours as well. The classic before the classic. If you speak to 90s kids, they think Mondeo Super Touras, but of course this is one of the earlier Valvoline colours. Patrick Simon last time by on a 1:51.4, which actually wasn't that much quicker than Kammerman, only 3 or 4 tenths, but of course he's done an overtake on that lap, so that surely plays its part as well.
Mentioned the 65, Max Huber had a stop and go penalty. When you mentioned that the 90-second time penalty sounded worse, they corrected that again. It's a 2-minute stop and go penalty. So there we go. It was a more severe penalty. So
and
yeah,
Guillaume Huber has also just got himself a 90-second penalty due to track limits. So the Huber Mustangs are currently the subject of broad ire, seemingly, in race control.
Yes, it's keeping them in close stead, aren't they? The Hubers at the moment, both in the Mustang 289s. There's Patrick Simon making his way out of the 9 and 10 chicane. He's got Skemama not too far ahead now. In fact, that's the 20 of Christian Oldendorf, who has quite a few time penalties himself, making his way through at the final corner for track limits, both of them at turn 7. We'll make our way on towards the start-finish line with 17 3/4 minutes left of the race then. It's a case now for Patrick Simon here to see what he can do. He is catching Skemama at a rate of knots then. Looking at the last lap, Simon with a 150.3, Skemama with a 53.9. So that's a huge gulf that's been taken out of the gap between them then. More penalties coming in then. I'm pretty sure you saw there, 2, 4, 6 getting now a 90-second penalty, so that's better to use. For track limits at turn 7, and car 66 is Guillaume Huber again with a 90-second penalty at turn 4 this time, because this last one was at turn 13.
Oh gosh, okay. Well, the bad goes to worse then, doesn't it? Armand Meal in 4th place there, falling off the back of Patrick Simon. Simon, who by the end of the lap is going to be right there with Skimama. In fact, 0.8 of a second between them at the moment. That battle is on right now. We need to try and pick up the battle for 2nd place, heading into turn 7, the next corner, as we speak. This is the 4th place car of Armand Meal, but just ahead of him is the battle for 2nd place between Skimama and Simon. There they turn through turn 7. They'll be heading to Gaucho next, and I think by the time they get to Gaucho, Patrick Simon is going to be welded to the back of that 52 in the hands of Yves Skimama. They will appear shortly towards the main straight. I really hope we don't miss this move for 2nd place. If we could maybe go to the last corner camera, we will see that car on screen, that battle for 2nd place.
Pit window closes in about 60 seconds now, so looking up and down the field, I don't think anybody is at risk of missing that pit window. But we see then Armand Meal making his way around the final corner and across the line. Then that looks like to me Patrick Simon has now got ahead of Yves Skimama. Then down the start-finish straight and in towards turn 1. The move made on the start-finish straight, and Patrick Simon then moving now up into 2nd place.
And I've been watching the intervals for the last 5 minutes or so in the battle for 10th overall, the lead battle in Group A. And not only is Nick Padmore going quicker than anybody else in the Group A's, he's lapping about 5 seconds a lap quicker than the 35. So if you're Christian Traber right now, you're all too aware that you're being closed in on. Nick Padmore in the Pirelli blessed number 6 car. Pirelli blessed in the sense of the livery. I'm not sure about what rubber is on the car. He will soon be challenging for the Group A lead. In fact, they'll be in the 2nd sector at the moment. The gap down to 3 seconds from over 5 in the beginning of the lap. So Padmore really closing in. The number 35 and the number 6 cars about to have a scrap for Group A lead.
Group A lead, definitely one to keep our eyes on then. If Nick Padmore keeps closing in at the rate of knots, it's going to be sooner rather than later, isn't it? He's already gone nearly a second quicker than Traber through the 1st sector alone. So definitely looking to try and get this move done sooner rather than later. Brief yellow flag there. The track is now all clear, and Patrick Simon now in his quest try and grab 1st place off of Michael Kammerman, and that's now a 2-minute stop and go penalty now for Guillaume Hubert, the Ford Mustang 289, for abusing track limits.
Meanwhile, Padmore within a second now. They're heading to the 1st turn right now. The battle for the Group A lead. If we could maybe see that, because Padmore's about to make the move for 10th overall to move up to the lead of the Group A category, setting a searing pace in his 635 CSI. A lot larger than the little 3-litre CSLs that preceded them. Oh, the 77 got going again at some point then, but the Camaro being, well, abandoned once again. That car has been in the wars so far today. Ironically, if we hold this shot, we will see that Group A lead just come through in a second, and hopefully Padmore doesn't make the move, of course, under yellow flags. Well, we won't see that, but Padmore on the verge of taking that class lead in Group A.
There's Michael Kammerman there. He makes his way now through in towards turn 8. Way through in towards turns 9 and 10. We've now got a 2-minute stop and go penalty being awarded to the 246 of Petter Hughes in that Ford Falcon Sprint for a reason abusing track limits. There it is on your screen there, just confirming. Michael Kammerman 12.8 ahead of Patrick Simon. Then through the final corner we go. There was the number 15 there of Gerard Lescal at BMW 635. Still really closing up, at least at the last time line. Traber and Padmore really closing in line of stern right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's the 74 car, spit of flame turning through the first couple of corners. The 35 and the 6 cars in the final sector of the lap, that Group A battle for the lead. I think Christian Traber may have woken up a little bit seeing another 6.35 behind him, because he's holding off Padmore now. Again, if we could look at turn 1, we may well see a move for position for 10th place. Cars 35 and 6. Traber and Padmore having a really good scrap for the Group A lead at the moment in this race. There's the 77 Camaro. Abandoned twice in the same race is never the way you want to see it go, and that's a ZL1 Camaro, pretty special car. 74 with a big puff of smoke. I don't like that. I like the flames. The puffs of smoke scare me a little bit.
Yeah, Michael Kammerman might have something to think about in the last 11 minutes of this race, but hopefully it's only thinking about braking points, apexes, and where to pass some lapped traffic. Through in towards turn 8 we go, and then towards turn 9 and 10, I'm sure his team on the side will be keeping an eye on that one as well. I'm sure as well Sebastian Gleiser will be keeping an eye on that, especially because he'll want to round off today with the victory in the BMW. Being closed in right now by Patrick Simon. Gap's now down to 11.7 seconds with just over 10.5 minutes left of the race to run. And Patrick Simon taking out on that last time about 1.8 seconds on the last lap alone. We'll see what the time is when they head their way towards the line once again. Patrick Simon then will come into view very shortly in the 138. We'll see how much that time is coming down with 10 minutes on the clock. The gap is 11.735 with 10 minutes to go, and that is Christian Traber, who was involved in that lead battle in Group A with Nick Padmore. It looks like that BMW is not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, Padmore had already gotten through in that scrap, and the car now halted, unfortunately, for Traber, and I think that was down towards turn 7 that car was stopped, unfortunately. Our race leader, though, pressing on. I will say Patrick Simon's rate of closing has obviously shrunk significantly. He was going sometimes 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster than Kammerman earlier on. Whether he's nursing a slight issue or whether he doesn't quite realise that he's gaining, we'll have to see. But if he likes the afterburners, he could still do it, but it's becoming more and more of a task each and every lap, as we see there the 175 car. Now that's an interesting one. That's Joe Twyman at the wheel of that slightly earlier Capri, the RS 2600. That is Joe Twyman of Ecuria Kos. You may remember him racing in British GT in the BMW Z4s in the early part of the 2010s.
You mentioned about the Huber Mustangs being watched closely by race control. They have thrown the black flag the way of Max Huber in the number 65, so he has been ordered into the pit lane, no doubt due to the track limits. That normally, if you exceed the track limits that often, you get a black flag. It's not normal you get to rejoin the session. So with 8 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, there is Patrick Simon then trying to find the gaps there. Skimama as well now into picture, trying to stay ahead of Armand Mill. About 7 seconds separates them in that third place. And Armand Mill, he lost time on that last lap to Skimama then. 54.3 from Skimama compared to a 55.1 from Armand Mill. Traffic might have had a little part to play in that one, but in these closing stages, Patrick Simon 11.1 seconds at the moment. He's not catching as quickly as he was before. In fact, he was 0.3 quicker than Kammerman on that last lap, 50.9 from Kammerman, so he's coming back into the pace, and a 50.6 from Patrick Simon.
Meanwhile, we get to see Nick Padmore now. The battle for the Group A lead has long since passed. One of the cars has long since retired, but Nick Padmore just lapping the car that's now second in class. That says it all, doesn't it? Let's go in the 15 machine. One of the, I think that was, at least the livery is one of the factory liveries from the early 80s. But yeah, the BMW Italia car of Nick Padmore Jean-Louis Rion, of course, started the race. Been very impressive so far. And shame that we don't have quite so many Group A's out at the moment. Of course, quite a few of the early Group A cars, maybe quite difficult to trace some of the history on some of them. A lot of them are in collections and so on, but if we can get more of them out there as well, it really would start to feel like a meshing of eras. As it stands, though, what a tribute to the Group 2 70s era of touring car racing this grid is. Olivier Breitmeyer there going through shot in 5th position. And Patrick Simon's last lap, a 150.340. Okay, 1.5 seconds taken out on that lap, gap down under 10 seconds. As soon as I say that, though, he goes through a sector 10.4 back. So I think Patrick Simon may have been held up by some traffic.
Yeah, so it's looking, as we head closer and closer to the timer expiring, Patrick Simon has a bigger and bigger task at hand to see if he can try and catch Michael Kammerman. Patrick Simon holding the fastest lap of this race, a 49.324. But with having to weave through traffic, he's not able to really matter at the moment. It was a 50.3 from him last time around. Again, 10.4 seconds away from Michael Kammerman. We have a battle as well for 8th place on the cards as well. Thomas Struder in the Ford Capri, and we've got the 47 machine of Fabrice Mestreau, who is trying to find his way through up into a top 8 position.
Yeah, but 3 seconds slower on the previous lap. I think actually Studer has recently got past Mestreau. But maybe Mestreau can challenge in that 47 Escort. We'll have to wait and see. And just picking up on this a bit late, Jean-Luc Blanchiment. Where did he start on that grid? It was outside the top 10. I'm just trying to find him on the list. Oh dear, the Huber Mustangs are at it again. Into the gravel. I think that's the outside potentially of turn 6, is it? In fact, no, I think there's not enough gravel there. That might be turn 3, actually. Yeah, that is unfortunately another addition to the continued trials and tribulations of the Huber Mustangs. Circling back around to Blanchiment, he started 29th on the grid and is now all the way up in 6th place. That's not bad going.
Not bad at all. So really good going then from Jean-Luc Blanchiment. Finds himself, I think that's 1 minute 18 behind Breitmeyer, but I don't think too much about that. Trying to stay ahead of Twyman towards the end as well will be a great shout for him, because Twyman managed to close the gap down to just over 3 seconds last time around. So maybe there was a bit of traffic there for Blanchiment because he lapped in the 2:01 there. So keep an eye on that one as it passes through. Double waved yellows at turn 2, according to race control here. Probably say you're right, Huber is then somewhere in the gravel at turn 3. So we just saw the outer edge of that Mustang in the gravel there. Patrick Simon, though, has closed the gap up to 6.1 seconds with 3 minutes 15 on the clock. If he's leaving this very late to try and catch at the moment, it's still looking like a bit of an outside chance for Patrick Simon at this rate.
It is, but if he can keep that rate of closing going, then it begins to look like less of an outside shot, doesn't it? Proper bonfire vibes, though, from the 22 there on downshift from Olivier Breitmeyer. Nonetheless, the gap has come down again, and look at that last lap time, a 153.079 for this man Kammerman in the 74, which is 3.5 seconds slower than Patrick Simon. The gap is down to just over 5 seconds with 2.5 minutes left to go. There should be just 2 laps of racing left, including the one we're currently on. Simon would be hard-pressed to get it done, but it is possible. He's closing in at a rate of knots.
He's going to leave this very, very late. There you can see how much he's been closing per lap. 1.5, 1.2, and then 3.5. As they now share the same straight then, heading our way down towards turn 6. There is Michael Kammerman leading the way, and only 4 seconds down the road is Patrick Simon then in this battle for the lead with only 2 minutes left to run here. As we head our way down towards turn 7 there, just at the top of your picture was Patrick Simon then heading our way round through turn 7. Bit of lappery between them right now. Through towards turn 8 we go with Michael Kammerman, then in towards Gaucho turns 9 and 10. We head our way through what will be the penultimate, or what will be the final lap of the race. Once Michael Kammerman crosses that line, it is going to be left very late, but there's no one now in between Kammerman and Simon. This has got to be a lap out of the absolute back pocket for Patrick Simon here.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot, but he's giving us a lot at the moment, isn't he? This is quite incredible stuff from Patrick Simon. We cross the line with 1 minute and 5 seconds left to go. This will be the final lap of the race for the number 74. As it stands, it is Kammerman in the lead in the car that was started by Sebastian Glaser. However, Patrick Simon is hunting him down. 2.7 seconds is the margin. If there is a pit board there, I'm sure it was a pit board that said, please hurry up, we want this win. But you see there, a bit of a lock-up from Kammerman. I think maybe a bit of smoke from the side exhaust as well. The gap is up, 3.4 seconds. Patrick Simon may have made an error in the brief first sector. The first sector split is between turns 2 and 3. Please don't tell me Simon has given up at the last moment. No, he's still there, but he got held up, I think, there by one of the escorts. So that might be the final dent in this Herculean effort from Patrick Simon.
Still not over until we make it to the checkered flag, though. Patrick Simon then looking to just get this one over the line now, as there hasn't been a change of position for 6th place Twyman, getting the move done on Blanchimon on this final lap of the race. And here's Michael Kammerman then making his way now through in towards turn 8 now with Patrick Simon. He will be chasing him all the way then. Patrick Simon maybe 5 minutes more on this race. He would have mounted a serious challenge and tried to get past Michael Kammerman. But for Michael Kammerman, only an hour is the race length, and an hour is all he needed. Then through the final corner we go then, making his way around that final corner for the final time will be that BMW 3.0 CSL. Michael Kammerman will power his way across the line and celebrate with his teammate Sebastian Glaser. Takes the checkered flag then, Michael Kammerman. Patrick Simon across the line in 2nd place, a Herculean effort. He managed to get that gap down to 2 seconds at the line. But Patrick Simon then in the 138, sharing with Franz Wunderlich, finishing across the line in 2nd place. And we're expecting then the number 52 of Yves Skamaka as well to finish in 3rd place. There was about a 5-second gap between himself and Armand Mila towards the checkered flag. As we see there
for position here.
47.
Yeah, battle for 9th place overall. This is Nick Padmore right towards the end of the race has managed to catch up to Mestro in the 47 car. Mestro's aware that he's fighting for position. He goes defensive through Gaucho. Padmore tries to straighten the exit there for the Gaucho chicane. Parabolica Ayrton Senna is next, and of course the Escort should be a little bit more nimble. However, the 635 CSI will have more ponies for the straight line. This could be a drag race, or is Padmore simply more committed? He tries to go around the outside. He's going to have a nose ahead by the time they get to the exit of the corner. Who will win the drag race?
Who will win the drag race as they head their way towards the line? It's going to be Mestro versus Padmore then as they head their way towards the line. It is going to be Mestro who pips Padmore to the line and takes 9th place overall. But a fantastic battle between the two of them in the final few corners then, as we see there. Kammerman taking the victory along with Patrick Simon in 2nd place. Skimama did come across the line in 3rd place. Amon Mil in 4th. Olivier Retzmeyer came across the line in 5th place there. And on the final lap, it was Joe Twyman in the Ford Capri who managed to get past the 19 of Jean-Luc Blanchimon, put him down 1 place. Down to 7th place, but take nothing away from Jean-Luc Blanchimon. He managed to work his way up through the order to finish in 7th place. That's a great drive there from the Frenchman.
And I'll tell you what, our colleague that was down there interviewing the F1 drivers earlier on, I'm sure he's otherwise occupied at the moment, but if he were to put a microphone in front of Patrick Simon right now, you'd get one of the more colourful interviews you'll ever see. I think Patrick will look back at that and be all too aware that if he didn't get held up through the first few corners of that final lap, he would have been right there. He gained 1.3 seconds, lest we forget, in the final sector of the last lap. It was down to 2 seconds by the end of the race. He lost somewhere around 2 seconds in that first sector of the lap. Well, Patrick Simon will be happy with his performance, I'm sure, but he'll be thinking what may have been there. I think not even 5 more minutes. I think maybe even a minute more of that race. One extra lap would have been more than enough for Patrick Simon to secure that victory for himself and the 138 crew. But what a run to the finish that was. And well, I eat my words and underestimate an Escort BDA at my own peril. Mestro won that drag race at the end, but what a start it was. Wonderful, wonderful scenes in the early stages of this race, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. Not so much so for the number 80 there, which was Miguel Ferreira and Francisco Carvalho. The early safety car managed to bunch up the field. It really was a story of those two at the front, really going backwards and forwards, trying to find the move that they needed there, get ahead to get the moves done. With an early one after the safety car restart there for Maxime Guénon. Great battle to really watch on as well. Sebastian Glaser was eventually passed by the number 50 there of Maxime Guénon. Then we had the second safety car. One of the reasons was that Guillaume Hubert in the Ford Mustang fell afoul at the top of Gaucho. The second safety car was deployed in the first quarter of the race and once again bunched up the field. When the safety car was brought in again, Maxime Guénon, one thing on the mind was just to keep that BMW behind him. And Sebastian Glaser did everything he could to try and find his way past, but there was just no passing the Ford Capri. Even with the slipstream, with those corners, wasn't to be. Christian Traber, it wasn't to be for him. He was battling away with Nick Padmore at the top spot of Group A. Padmore had got the move done, but unfortunately Christian Traber's BMW 635 failed him at the midpoint, and he had to retire the car. An off excursion there for one of the Ford Mustangs, one of the Huberts, finding and beaching themselves into the gravel. How about this then for Nick Padmore to try and find that way, closing for a place to try and get to Mestral in the top 8, and pipped him to the line by less than a tenth of a second. In the end, though, the day was won then by Michael Kammerman in the 74. Sebastian Glaser did enough in the first stint, and as Adam has alluded to, it might have been a case there, the late charge from Patrick Simon, on what might have been if there was just a minute more. If it was a 61-minute race, what could have been for Patrick Simon?
Jean-Luc Blanchimont then penalised post-race. He's been demoted to 10th position, so he must have caught a penalty at some point during that race. Still an admirable effort to come from the 15th row to 10th, but facing the wrath of the stewards. Nonetheless, a good result from him. TC1 win, incidentally. We should mention the Group 1 cars briefly. Of course, the Ford Falcon, courtesy of the imploding Huber Mustangs and their various trials and tribulations, the Falcon Sprint ending up with a fairly comfortable win. Peter Use taking that car to the checkered flag in the top 20. Nice finish for him in 16th place.
Absolutely. Ended up, as you say, with the Huber Mustangs falling afoul of track limits and then one into the gravel. It meant that they both, I believe, did not finish the race. So it was only Pettius in the TC1 class that was classified. So he'll take that one with great stride. Nick Padmore as well, as we said, taking the Group A victory. Lescaut in second place, and Christian Trabert did not finish the race as his BMW fell afoul just past the midway point in that race, just after Nick Padmore had got the move done. Unfortunately, Trabert's BMW itself just a little bit of assault, but either way, mechanical issues bested them. It was Glasser and Kammerman then taking the victory, Wunderlich and Simon taking second place, Yves Skimama in third with Armand Miller in fourth, Olivier Brettmeyer in fifth place, Evans and Twyman in sixth, Thomas Studer in seventh place, Mestro and Sochaux in eighth place, Rion and Padmore ninth, with Jean-Luc Blanchimont rounding off the top 10 after that penalty, Peter Vergler in 11th, the Reinhardts finishing in 12th place, Gerard Lascaux in 13th, Carlos Cruz in 14th, Christian Oldendorf in 15th, Peter Hughes in 16th, and then we start to come to the ones that didn't quite make it to the line, Christian Trabert, Max Hubert, Guillaume Hubert and Maxime Guenard, who came into the pit lane and never re-emerged, unfortunately, in the battle for that lead. Dominique Guenard, Eric Marie, Olivier Biateau, Breton and Deforti, Schindler and Reutmeier, Catherine Behrens, Zach Brown, Richard Dean, Charles Fiminique, Ferreira Carvalho, De Coro and Dumais, Poron and Sachs, and Emile Brettmeyer didn't take the start. 3 non-starters there, De Coro, Poron and Brettmeyer. So we had 29 that started this race and 16 made it to the flag, although not all of them were retirements. One of them was a black flag, and we had a couple of cars off into the gravel as well. But a very hectic Heritage Touring Cup comes to an end.
Yeah, I feel for Zach Brown. He's chosen to come historic racing today, and did he reach the flag in the 935? I hope he at least got that. But instead of going to Qatar this weekend with McLaren in the Formula One, he's come racing, and sadly he didn't get a go in his Capri this afternoon. So he'll be watching the Qatar Grand Prix later on with perhaps a little less silverware than he would have liked.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully he'll be able to join on with McLaren later on in the weekend, I'm sure. We have up next then the Classic Endurance Racing 1, which is the era of endurance racing of 1966 and 1971. So think of your Ford versus Ferrari, Ferrari versus Porsche. Those battles there are going to be highlighted in our next race. We'll see how it all unfolds very, very shortly. I'm thoroughly looking forward to this one, and this is one you've been looking forward to as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. A deluge of Lola T70s at the front of the order in this one. In the over 2 litre class, of course, the T70s have been recreated several times over the years, so they're quite a popular choice in this style of racing. You do occasionally see the odd 917, the odd 512 still out there in historic racing, particularly at events like the Le Mans Classic. But the Lola T70s always relied on as a bit of a workhorse of the early Group 6 prototype era. And yeah, really, really special machines. And V8 power British chassis, of course. Ford proved that worked, and Lola took it from there. Chevrolet power, though, in the Lola T70s as a rule. I know that a few of these cars are 80s recreations, a few of them are older or newer than that. I think there are a couple of authentic chassis among the T70s, but very difficult to keep track of that one. Whoever runs the Lola registry, well done. But yeah, really special variety of cars. A lot of Lolas, Chevrons, the odd Porsche, of course, because why would there not be? And I keep an eye as well on Mr. John of B. I think he's again sharing with Sahel Ayari in this race in the Ford GT40, which is the first of the GT1 class cars. He's starting from 18th, and I'd expect them to make some headway.
Yeah, I would expect them to as well in their, as you say, the Ford GT40. We'll see what they can do from that steadying point. But we have a front row, as you say, of Lola T70s. In fact, the top 3 Lola T70s and quite a few Chevron B19s as well, B21s in the mix as well. So it's fair to say, if you've got a Chevron or a Lola, you've got a good chance of heading your way up the field then. So it makes it all the better that Henrique Jean-Perle and Marc de Siebenthal in their Porsche 908 managed to grab a spot on the 3rd row on the grid. So we'll see how that goes. But before we get started with our Classic Endurance Racing 1, we'll go for a short commercial break. When we come back, ultimate race of the day.
Hi everybody, we are here with Bernardo Correia de Barros, the president of the Turismo de Cascais, and Bernardo, we are here in a great event that is promoting Cascais.
Yeah, so this is an outstanding event, I would say, that promotes Cascais worldwide. And thank you guys for being here and helping us to promote this outstanding event that gathers more than 500 drivers, more than 300 cars, that fills our hotels, but also promotes our gastronomy, our racetrack, of course, but this amazing piece of land with the Atlantic Ocean that joins every day the amazing beaches that we have. So, yeah, it's pretty awesome for Cascais.
Yeah, and what do you think about the racing and all these great cars that are here?
So all these cars, they have some history, and that's the most amazing and most beautiful thing about these cars. They all can tell a little piece of the history of the auto industry. So it's lovely to see everybody walking around and talking about that specific car. Oh, this John Player Special Formula One was driven by Ayrton Senna, and this Ligier this and this McLaren that. So that's awesome to hear just people talking about it. So it's pretty awesome.
Okay, and how does the Autódromo do Estoril plays a role in the Cascais tourism industry?
So this equipment, this amazing racetrack that we have here, has been a part of the history itself. We hosted the Formula One for many, many years. Ayrton Senna won the first Grand Prix here, and it was raining. And I was out there at that curve with my father. It was raining like hell. So ever since, it has played an important role in Cascais tourism as well, because it fills all the hotels with the drivers and the families. So it's very important for us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
So classic endurance racing ready to get underway then. We'll shortly be joined by the plethora of Lolas and Chevrons and Porsches and a De Tomaso as well on the grid. Von der Leek and Kellner's starting on the 12th row of the grid in their Pantera Group 4. Here, 1975, a couple of GT40s and quite a few Porsche 911s ready with the rest of the grid, the RSR 3.0s. But yeah, around this fantastic Estoril circuit, a track temperature of 44 degrees Celsius, air temperature of 32 degrees. We still have that slight gust, 5 km/h winds across the circuit right now, so it's a pretty still day by all accounts. But a pretty hot one, so trying to get air circulation and making sure you're topped up on fluid is very, very important, isn't it, Adam?
I have been doing so. Indeed, it's very important to do so in these temperatures. I'm in Estoril in January for the GT Winter Series, which is assisted with the running between Giedlich Racing and Race Ready. They assist with the organisation of that series, the organisers of this event, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the temperatures are in January. I'm sure it's going to be a welcome break from whatever's going on there in our neck of the woods by then, Kieran. But yeah, no, I'm intrigued to see how Estoril feels come January.
Yeah, you would imagine it's cooler in that sense, but we've been wrong before about things like that.
I did it in March once, and it was sweltering. It was already very summer feeling, at least to British skin anyway. It already felt like the summertime by March here in idyllic sunny Portugal.
It's a great circuit. It's given us a really great racing all day today. We have 2 races left to run in today's proceedings. We will have the classic endurance racing one. The pit lane opens at 4:30, so that's just a minute away or less than that. And then we have to round off the day's racing the Iberian historic endurance, which will be taking to the field at around about 5:30. They're scheduled to start. We have their classic racing endurance. They'll have a 1-hour race upcoming, and is for those cars in the endurance racing era of the 1966 to 1971, and they'll be starting to line up there. There's a green flag at the end of the pit lane, which can mean one thing: cars are being unleashed onto the circuit then with the pit lane now open. We'll shortly see those cars make their way out of the pits spot at the grid, ready to start our penultimate race of the day. It's been a fantastic weekend so far.
I think that Cobra is out in potentially in the Iberian later on. That's not on our scheduled programming, but I believe this is the Crossley 9S. Is it? Yes, it is the 58 car. Well, I I got that right. I'm quite surprised. I've seen a few of those Crossley 9S's in the UK, and there's one of the T70s to keep an eye on. The green and white striped car. I believe that is Tony Seiler's car, the number 7, if I'm not mistaken. That will be one to watch. Tony is a driver that spent over 20 years in the modern GT racing scene, achieved success with the likes of Conrad Motorsport and Freisinger in Porsches, was a part of race victories in the BMS Scuderia Italia Ferrari 550s, did some running with Callaway competition in FIA GT3 as well in a Corvette. But the last decade or so has focused his energies on historic racing. That Lola T70 is a Lola-built car, an 80s recreation build, that car I know for sure. And of course mechanically identical to the cars of the era we are reminiscing upon with this grid, and I expect Tony Seiler to be a very quick peddler within this race, and obviously his grid position tells that story.
Absolutely. And speaking of the grid positions, then it's probably a good idea to give you a quick run through of the grid. Then 18 rows are scheduled to be filled. Row number 1 looks like this. It's 1, 2, 4 Breitmeyer. Alongside is the number 7 of Seiler. Row 2 is number 35 of Miller and the 199 of Constable. Row number 3 is number 4 Gemperle and the Siebenthal, and alongside is the number 1919 of Siegrist. Row 4 is the number 1515 of Emberson and Greensall, alongside is the 1616 of Kirknoff. Row 5 is the number 45 Candiani and Rouvier, and alongside is the 55 of Ravaz and Furiani. Row 6 is the 56 of Campos Costa and Beirao, and alongside is the 164 of Yerbstal and Willis. Row 7 is the number 61 de Vries, and alongside is the 70 of France. Row 8 is the number 8 of Beltest and the 24 of Baudon. Row 9 is the 62 of Birch and the 36 of Rudolph. Row number 10 is the number 69 of Mr. John of B and Ayari, and alongside is the number 2 of Jakob. Row 11 is the number 75 of Tupen, and alongside is the 68 of Rodaro. Row 12 is the number 58 of 4 and Samaka, and alongside is the 21 of Von der Leek and Kellners. Row 13 is the number 12 Bravo, and alongside is the 1717 of Hatton. Row 14 is the number 66 Deco and 57 Gaidai. Row 15 is the number 64 Decoru and Dumay, and 65 Rostand. Row number 16 is number 47 Bernay and the number 6 of Thiel. Row 17 is the number 690 of Whiteside and the number 59 of Bonnet. And row 18 at the back is 22 Robon, and number 911 is Gadol. You mentioned there as well, Seiler at the top. The Lola second place in qualifying, just got Breitmeyer ahead of him in the 1-2-4. That's Emil Breitmeyer, who's had mixed fortunes when it's come to racing today. Some of the machinery has managed to get him to the line, some have not, hoping that the Lola Mark 3B underneath him will do the latter job, get him to the line, make sure he gets himself there ahead of Tony Seiler.
Yeah, we've got some really exciting drivers up and down this grid. A few we've seen already this weekend, of course, as we've alluded to. A lot of drivers keeping themselves exceedingly busy this weekend, but a few drivers that are, I think, exclusive to CER1, the category coming up in just a few moments, including, and I think this could be one of the most interesting drivers for people watching at home. You've already mentioned him, actually. It's the Data Mesa Pantera Group 4 driver, Ralph Kellners. He has quite the racing history behind him. If the name rings a bell, it's with very good reason, of course. A factory driver for both Porsche and Toyota in the late 90s in the Le Mans 24 Hours. and raced for quite a few years there. He was 1997. He was in a Porsche 911 GT1. He raced the incredible Toyota GT1 in 1998 and 1999, and we'll see how he does in this race. But for now, we go to a brief commercial break ahead of the race.
Then Stefan Jobstel in that Lola T70 Mark 3B from 1971. Place in class. It will start. Grid that will put it on the 6th row. 12th place overall. So it looks like Jobstel will be starting that one. One thing that did catch my eye is that we've seen very familiar pairing this weekend. Certain John Emberson and Nigel Greensill with the number 15 Chevron B19. It looks like John Emberson looks like he might be taking the start of that one as well. That we've seen Nigel Greensill not once but twice this weekend take over that one and try and mount a late charge to get some last-minute positions.
Another interesting name to bring up in the number 2 car at the very top of the entry list, the Lola T210. I think that will be Cosworth FVC engine, a 1.8 litre, about 250 brake out of that one. And that's got Arndt Meyer at the wheel, second in the 1996 F3 Germany. To some bloke called Jarno Trulli, who won the championship that year. Spent time in Formula 3000 and over in the US in the kart series that, of course, became IndyCar much later on. He's now a historic racer and a driver coach, but that Lola T210 with Arndt Meyer at the wheel could be one to watch. We saw the rather stunning sight of that Porsche as well there, didn't we? Jürgen Rudolph in his Porsche 910. Some really gorgeous machinery up and down this grid. A whiff of Steve McQueen's Le Mans about the look and feel of this grid in certain corners.
Absolutely, and it's great to see it all unfold as well as we head down towards turn 1. But yeah, it's that endurance racing era from 66 to 71. So it's very much your Ford versus Ferrari, Ferrari versus Porsche duels at Le Mans. So harking back to those 60s and early 70s battles at the high speed of the circuit, de la Sarthe, and of course others. In the meantime, we'll begin our formation lap then for our penultimate race after the day for the Classic Endurance Racing Group 1 here. It will be Brettmeyer and Seeler who will take the start. The front row 2, 35 mil, 199 Constable. Row 3, number 4, Jim Perlidel, Siebenthal. 19 Siegrist. Row 4, number 15 Emberson Greensall, number 16 Kirknov. Row 5 is 45 Candiani and Rouvier, 55 Vaz Furiani. Row 6 is 56 Campos Costa and Beirao, 164 Yerbsdal and Willis. Row 7 is 61 Devise and Devise. It looks like it's going to be Mark Devise that starts that car alongside number 70 is France. Row number 8 is number 8 Beltest, 24 Baudon. Row 9, 62 Birch, 36 Rudolph. Row 10, 69 Mr. John of B and Ayari, and number 2 Jacob. Row 11, 75 Tuppen and 68 Rodaro. Row 12, 58 Fort and Skimama, and 21 Vondlik and Kellners. Row 13 is 12 Bravo and 17 Hatton. Row 14 is 66 Decaux and 57 Dai. Row 15 is 64 Decor and Dumez, 65 Royston. Row 16 is 47 Bernay and 16 Thiel. Row 17 is 690 Whiteside and 59 Bernay. And 18 on row 18, I should say, is 22 Robin, and 911 is Gadar. You can see the starting grid there taking you through a lot quicker than I. But what's guaranteed is that we have the Lolas going down towards turn number 1 with Olivier Breitmeier looking to try and use that pole position to his advantage. Tony Seiler will be looking to try and take that away from him as best he possibly can. Good to see Jamie Constable back onto the grid. We were due to see him more often in F1, the pre-1986 machinery. But, he only got 1 lap within 2 races the machinery he had with him. So hopefully in the Chevron B19, that gives him a better time here today.
Yeah, hopefully so. Great entry here, as you can see. 35 due to take the start. Again, testament to the popularity, not just of the Estoril Classics, but also the Peter Auto package as a whole. It's a very popular organisation, laying on some special events all throughout the season. And this is the last stop on the calendar for many of the competitors this year. And in CER1, we are about to go racing. Some incredible shapes, some incredible sights and sounds up and down the grid. GT40s, Lola T70s, of course, your fair smattering of Porsches, both 911, 906 flavour, and even the odd Data Mazo sprinkled in as well. This is going to be a treat, Kieran. An hour of racing coming up.
Our racing is well on its way then, and the cars now make their way around the final corner. Rolling start here, 2-minute mandatory pit stop. Pit window opens 25 minutes in, it closes at 35 minutes in. The safety car then will exit stage left on the camera, and it'll be now up to the lights to give us the start of this race. Olivier Breitmeier was on the left-hand side of your screen, Tony Seiler on the right, both in the Lola T70s. We'll keep those eyes on the lights then. Away go out, we go racing. They do extinguish. Here we go then on the run now, down towards turn 1. One of the starts like then. Looks like it's a good start from Olivier Breitmeier. Looks like it's a great start as well from Armand Miller, who manages to pip his way in towards second place. I think that was Henri Jumperla and Mark de Siebendal managing to get a position up to 5th place there, but it was a great start there from Armand Miller. He's now up into 2nd place. There's Jamie Constable looking for a move back up the inside then of the number 4 car there. That is Jumperla behind the wheel. They're still going to run side by side. The number 4 up the inside of turn 4, but Jamie Constable looking to go right round the outside to get the power down, but Jumperla manages to close that door, and no way through this time for Jamie Constable.
What a sight that is. I do love that that Porsche, the 90803 from 1971. The 908 was a contemporary of the 917, used really when the going got twisty. Events like the Targa Florio, the domain of the Porsche 908, and that car. Very powerful, but also very nimble. So it's got some of the positives of a car like the chevrons around it, but it's also got some of the headlines of some of the bigger Lola T70s just ahead. So let's see what Jean-Paul and D. Siebenthal can do across this race distance.
Absolutely. Long way to go, of course, as Jamie Constable got a good start initially. Now Rolf Siegrist is trying to find his way through. There goes Jim Perla trying to make a move around the outside of Tony Seiler then, as we make our way onwards to complete the first lap worth of racing here. And you can see there that battle for third place in the production plus 2 litre category as we make our way towards the turn 1 to complete the first lap worth of racing. Jamie Constable feels the need to go slightly defensive against Siegrist then as we head our way through in towards turn 1. Holds on to that position. 5th place overall right now. Of course, he is leading the less than 2 litre production class.
And it's great to see Jamie Constable getting a good run, isn't it? He's had a bit of misfortune. We've expected him, we've hyped him up, and we've gone, yep, he's going to be up there, and he's faltered more often than not, or rather his car has faltered more often than not, but he's up there in 5th place right now, just ahead of the number 19, another of the Chevron B19s, of course, Rolf Siegrist there. The leading car further back in the pack in the GT1s, expected it to be Mr. John of B, and indeed it is Mr. John of B, who started in 18th, has worked his way up to 16th in the early going in his Ford GT40.
Way through here, I wonder for Jamie Constable as he looks to try and find a way past Henrique Gemperla. Make their way now onwards then towards turns 9 and 10. In turn, Henrique Gemperla is trying to find his way past Tony Seiler. Seiler struggled off this start for now. Perhaps when he gets a couple of laps underneath and the car's warmed up, perhaps he can get to the pace we know he can get behind the wheel. The number 7 Lola T70 machine. Through the final corner they go, and Henrique Gemperla still putting Seiler under that bit of pressure. Jamie Constable's very happy to follow the massive hole that's punched in the air from Henrique Gemperla. Look at this, right on the back is Jamie Constable now, pulls over to the right-hand side of the track. He fancies a move here up the inside of Gemperla. Late on the brakes is Jamie Constable, then can he get that slow down? Yes, he can. Jamie Constable moving himself up to 4th place overall. Gemperla trying to follow through, trying to see if he can get an inside line up in towards turn 2 there. No way through that time. So Jamie Constable now up to 4th place overall.
Very, very impressive stuff, isn't it? Love the martini colours on that number 4 Porsche 908. The 908, though, getting more than it bargained for from the little Chevron B19. I think the B19s, a lot of learning and a lot of development has gone on subsequently with the B19s. I don't think it would have had much hope against the likes of Porsche 908 in period, but they work on cars like these sometimes to see what can be extracted from them in retrospect. The 908 is very much true to its original spec. This car was actually didn't have much of a racing history in period, this particular chassis. It was largely a test and development car, and in fact the legendary Porsche expert guru and Belgian automotive journalist Paul Frère, he drove this car as part of his findings for one of his books back in period. It was largely the test and development chassis, although Helmut Marko may have driven it once. Yes, that Helmut Marko. There's some confusion as to which chassis did what, but we understand Helmut Marko may have driven it at one point during his career as a top flight sports car driver. Tony Seiler coming under significant pressure though down the main straight.
Yes, he is indeed. Jamie Constable fancies the move, but this time Henrique Gemperla wants to move back on Jamie Constable. Constable pulls out of the slipstream of Tony Seiler. He's right on the back of Seiler now as we make our way through turn 1, as Constable has to run wide, and that allows Gemperla to fancy a move up the inside in towards turn 2, but he backed out of it, thought the door was closing. Jamie Constable holds on to 4th place overall. Siegrist as well in the number 19 right behind them. Rolf Siegrist in the Chevron B19 also sticking close to this pack as well. It's a group of 4 cars all battling for 3rd place overall.
Yeah, great scrap this then between 3 rather contrasting vehicles. The 908 significantly less capacity than the big 5-litre American bruising V8 in the Lola T70, and of course it's 1.8, I think, in the Chevrolet, in the Chevron B19. That was bound to happen at least once. I think a 3-litre flat 8 is the power behind the 908-3. Some of them were turbocharged later on, but there goes the 199. That flyweight Chevron is indeed a fly in the ointment at the moment, isn't it? Tony Seiler also demoted now behind the Porsche as well. So really interesting. Seiler, who I thought was going to be quite the force in this race, doesn't quite seem to be firing it up early on.
I mean, the 908, the Porsche there, the number 4, it's changed over on our timing screen now to Mark Siebenthal. Get a great view there. De Siebenthal now behind the wheel. Well, it seems like he was always behind the wheel. It was De Siebenthal there. Sigrist now fancies his chances up the inside of Tony Seiler. He's seen everybody else go through, and he wants a bit of the action as well in towards turn 1. Did he get that move done? No, he didn't, because Tony Seiler is still ahead at that front. Jamie Constable now wants to try and break away, but Siebenthal is not going to let him go at that rate. Mark Siebenthal close behind for now in towards turn 4. Tony Seiler here is now under, as you say, pressure from Sigrist right behind him as they exit turn 4. In fact, that's now Sigrist ahead of Tony Seiler then.
Yeah, no, exactly. Seiler dropping through a little bit in his Lola T70. I do wonder if maybe a cylinder giving him some grief or something. The car doesn't look as strong in a straight line as I'd typically expect it to be, but Seiler continuing on nonetheless, now down in 6th overall. Still leading in the GT1s is Mr. John of B, down in 15th overall. Second in that class right now is Rodaro in the first of the Porsche 911s on the grid. Funny enough, just behind on the circuit the Porsche 910, the wonderful car we saw on the pre-grid in the hands of Jürgen Rudolph.
Indeed. We've had a couple of penalties, both to the same car. The 164 has got a 45-second penalty for an infringement at turn 7 and a 90-second penalty for an infringement at turn 13. But meanwhile then, Constable and De Siebenthal going side by side down the start-finish straight as De Siebenthal looks for a move around the outside at turn 1. Can't find that way through. Jamie Constable holds on to the position. De Siebenthal fancies to get the power down out of the first corner, but couldn't quite find the move to go with it as well. Jamie Constable defending for third place in towards turn 3.
Yeah, Jamie Constable, I think, exercising some of the demons from this weekend in this CER1 race, has a point to prove, and that's that he's one of the quickest historic racers you could ever find, and he's proving that with aplomb right now. And of course, being a solo driver, as you've alluded to several times this weekend, his performance will be consistent across the race distance, whereas that is not a given, of course, for some of the dual driven cars in and around him.
There's just a little bit of lappy there. That was the 59 of Jean-Louis Bonnet in that Porsche 911 Carrera. So we have a safety car now deployed in this race just past the 10-minute mark. The safety car will now pick up our race leader. It is the 124 Emil Breitmeier, who was really got away and started to break away from the likes of Armand Miller. Got a good start as well, did Breitmeier, so too did Emil, to get himself into second place. And I guess this is a time for Jamie Constable to have a review. He's still ahead of De Siebenthal at the moment, and De Siebenthal is not letting him get away with that one for long as they just come into view in the heat haze in the background out of the final corner.
Yeah, so safety car out there, and you can see some of the 911s that were just starting to get put a lap down by Breitmeier in the 124, and you see Breitmeier there flexing his hands, deciding to get himself some fresh air from the Lola T70. I can imagine that that's a rather warm cockpit at this stage of the race. That engine is not far removed from the back of your head in cars like that, and it can take quite the physical toll, and the noise as well, for good and for bad, can be pretty full on too. Just going through shot there is the 164 car, one of the other Lola T70s. Now that livery catches my eye in particular. Stefan Jöbstel in his Lola T70 Mark IIIB, the Austrian racer. But the blue with the red with the blue and white stripe, that's very much the signature colour scheme of the Van der Straten team, VDS, and yes, there is a connection there to Mark VDS, the Van der Straten family eventually becoming a part of that project. They would go on, of course, to be a big part of the Gillette Vitego project in the 2000s. You may remember the red, white, and blue Gillette Vitego in the FIA GT Championship. But for decades upon decades, Belgian entered red, white, and blue sports cars were the norm, and I have to do a little bit of digging on that, but certainly at the very least Stefan Jöbstel has prepared a homage. It may actually be an authentic chassis. I'm going to do a little bit of digging on that front.
I'll do a little bit of digging, because I'm going to do a little bit of digging here. That looks like, yes, it might be the 22 there being towed back. Didier Raban, they stopped out in sector 1, oh sorry, sector 2, because they didn't set the time sector. So it might be the fact that they stopped out on circuit, possibly in a little bit of a perilous location. So they've now been dragged to a place of safety. Safety car conditions. At the moment, though, it is the 124 of Emil Breitmeier in that Lola T70 Mark III. Behind him is the number 35 Amon Mila in the Lola T70. Jamie Constable rounds off the top three, but is the leader of the sub 2 litre production class. Siebenthal, who's third place in the over 2 litre category, is fourth place overall right now, and they've Constable and Siebenthal have been giving us a great battle. Safety car is in this lap then, so as we round the final corner, this is a chance for Emil Breitmeier to almost hurry the safety car to pull into the pit lane, because he knows there's a little bit of traffic behind him, one of the Porsches, and he knows if he gets the power down, no one can overtake until we get to that start-finish line. So Breitmeier can get an easy 4 or 5 seconds if he really wants to. And he does get the power down now, and Armand Mille and Jamie Constable will be battling away, and just in the distance as well is De Siebenthal. Jamie Constable trying to brake late in towards turn 1. No way through there so far for Jamie Constable. He's got to be careful here. There's a bit of traffic and lappery to deal with as well, as the Porsche is split in twain there on the circuit as he's trying to find a way through. Jamie Constable looking through up the inside of Armand Mille, going in towards turn 3. No way through for him. Jamie Constable just has to keep one eye on his mirrors as well, because that is Mark de Siebenthal, who will be really ready and waiting and itching to jump at the opportunity to get back past Jamie Constable.
Yeah, absolutely he will. Mille, though, stretching the legs of the 5 litre Chevy V8 in the T70. Continuing to hold that second place. Of course, he'd gapped Jamie Constable prior to the safety car. As always with the safety car, it could play into a few competitors' hands, in particular those that have their hot shoe waiting in the wings. I look at Emberson in 9th place, who, as we have established across practically every class so far this weekend, he will be handing over to Nigel Greensall, I think within the GT1s, Vonderleek as well in his Datamator Pantera, handing it over to Ralph Kelleners, and Kelleners could be a shoe-in potentially. Oh, in a bit of a moment there, Constable slowing down unexpectedly and very well avoided by De Siebenthal in the number 4908, but well, I said it. Jamie Constable looking for some redemption, some retribution from the errors he's had so far. Well, not the errors, the mechanical issues he's had so far this weekend. And, well, I shouldn't have said that because, well, look what I did.
It's all right. Well, we'll both take the blame on that one. But, yeah, such a shame there for to retire once again. Jamie Constable, who only got one lap in 2 races in the pre-1986 F1 races we had, and got just over 16 minutes into the penultimate race of the classic endurance racing before the car underneath him has unfortunately said no more for now. That Chevron B19, and he was battling not only for a place in the overall podium, he was actually leading the way in the sub 2 litre production category. So that's handed now a chance to the number 55 of Francois Rivaz, who's moved up 5 places from the start, currently 5th place overall in 55. For Francois Rivaz at the moment, it's looking good. A big lock up then from Campos Costa in the 56 as he's being chased down here by John Emberson. The exit now of turn 6. It's a battle for 4th place in the 2 litre production class. Heading our way now down in towards turn 7. No way through this time for John Emberson. We've got Sigrist and Rivaz battling away for the lead of this class just up the road. They're making their way through in towards 11, 12 and the final quarter of 13.
Worth noting as well, unfortunately, Mr. John of B has come into the pit lane long before the window is open. Of course, was leading the GT1 class, and I was rather looking forward to seeing what kind of damage Sahel Ayari could do on the overall order in that Ford GT40. But sadly, Mr. John of B into pit lane, so that car clearly with an issue pitting outside of the window, and that's a great shame. Side by side though between Sigrist and Francois Rivaz, and Sigrist gets through, nicely done. Fairly textbook manoeuvre there from the driver of the 19, and his next target again the big Lola T70 of Tony Seiler. An evasive action had to be taken there by Sigrist. He stomped on the brake, that sent him around, and there's oil down, clearly oil down. I think that might be out of Tony Seiler's car. Brace everybody, please move the big T70 if we possibly can. This is not good, and the T70 is now trying to self-immolate, unfortunately. Goodness me, that was a dramatic moment. Clearly someone has dropped some oil, and unsurprisingly the safety car has come out as a result. One of the cars that has gone into the gravel there is John Emberson, so the much vaunted and much expected charge forth, well, there is Emberson, so he's not in the gravel, but he's lost a lot of time, but the much vaunted charge of Nigel Greensall isn't going to happen.
I think they made their way through just about. I think it might have been Candiani in the 45 that might have been off in the gravel trap. We'll have to confirm that there, but here's a replay of what happened. Initially it was that evasive action, but yeah, it just seemed to be Tony Seiler might have just dropped some fluid. Initially it was that reaction there from Rolf Sigrist, and then the 4 cars following through, definitely catching some oil. And yeah, the 45 is the one that goes off into the gravel, so that would have been Gianluigi Candiani. So yeah, hopefully the track treated at that point. But yeah, there have been less hectic turn 2s in this weekend, but certainly with some fluid to drop down, the safety car the sensible option here to allow the track to be treated so it can be back into a racing condition again.
Armand Miel in the pits. The car that was running second has come into the pits again. The window isn't open, so that's big news. Must be a problem for Armand Miel. Tony Seiler is still running. I must admit, the way the car snapped, I thought his engine was seizing, which is why I thought the oil might have been his. But I think actually Seiler may have been the only one to go through there at speed and actually save it, because he's still running, and well, clearly the rest of the corners haven't turned into ice skating rinks, so perhaps someone else turned it into that slippery surface situation. If so, well held, Tony.
If that's the case, absolutely. But yeah, it was a bit hectic here. Brett Meyer's probably wondering what all the fuss is about. He's been leading the way at the moment, and looking just to, again, just consistently open up that gap. He's got another safety car start to deal with in the Lola T70. He's all okay so far, but you'll note this time the Siebenthal and Seiler are right behind him, so this time he can't use the advantage of a lapped car between him and the rest of the battling field behind him to go early and sort of buy himself 3-4 seconds up the road. This time Siebenthal, I'm sure, will be right on his tail as we get the restart underway. 3.5 minutes left until the pit window is open. It will be open for 10 minutes, so expect a busy pit lane. It's a mandatory stop time of 2 minutes. Stationary in your box for 120 seconds. See how that shuffles the order. Driver changes do occur at that point in turn as well. Stephenthal is hoping he'll be able to get a little bit more on-track action before he has to hand over to Henrique Gemperle, because it's been a bit fractured in these safety cars. But we've had 3 races so far today that have had 2 safety cars. So there's your little fun fact for the day.
Perhaps a symptom of the dramas that have come so far. It's certainly been a hairy weekend at times. It's been glorious at all times, but we've had the odd incident here or there. Of course, the 2 F1 cars colliding on Saturday, and a few spins and shenanigans across the board. Kaduri not necessarily making the Christmas card list for Mike Newton this year after that collision in Endurance Racing Legends Race 1 on Saturday as well. But it must be said that the marshalling crews here at Estoril, with each and every incident that has been thrown at them this weekend, they have done a remarkable job of keeping it going. We've not really had many particularly prolonged safety car periods. It's always felt like about the minimum amount of delay you'd expect for any of these incidents, which is a testament to the efficiency of the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. And without the marshals and the recovery crews dotted around the circuit, we just simply cannot go racing. It really is as simple as that. So it's been a huge effort for all involved to make sure racing is as much of the time is used racing as possible. You see Emil Brettmeyer once again, hand in the air, just trying to get some airflow into that cockpit to try and cool himself down. The next time we go around, the pit window will be open for this pack, and it'll be interesting to see how many dive into the pits as soon as the window opens, and whether we'll be under safety car conditions when that time arises. There you see 60 seconds until the window opens.
Yeah, exactly. So I think a number of them will. I would be quite surprised if Emberson doesn't pit. Strikes me as a good opportunity to stick Nigel Greensaw behind the wheel. Saw there further back in the pack one of the open top Lola T70s, the T70 Spider as well. I think when most people hear Lola T70, they immediately think of the later coupes. The Mark III Bs are kind of the definitive image at this point. I think that's Michel Bernet's Mark II Lola T70 that is out there. I think that's the only Spider variant out in this race. But the T70 can trace its roots back to 1965 initially, available also as a Spider.
The car then is in this lap then, so the safety car queue has picked up the pace. The pit window is open. And much like we saw earlier on today, the safety car window is going to overlap with the opening of the pit window. Even the greatest trophy, we had a very similar scenario where the safety car was coming into the pits. The pit window is open on the first lap of the restart. See how many of them decide to come in and serve their mandatory stop. I get the feeling it's going to be a very, very busy pit lane.
That is a fair assumption. Let's see then how many want to follow a Kia Estate into the pit lane. A weird sentence for a 1960s and 70s sports prototype race, but that's the scenario we're probably about to see. And wait for it. Let's get a look at the pits. Yep, quite a few coming in. Several staying out there though. Quite surprised to see that not pretty much everyone did it, but a fairly popular choice. Look at that, a lot of the queue disappearing. Tony Seiler trying to go up the inside of De Siebenthal for second place and can't quite get it done, but I think was that Sigris back through into fourth place again. Racing speeds, of course, now through the corner that was made slippery. They've put the cement dust down. They've not had much time to let it set in, but it seemingly has done the trick. That didn't look too harum-scarum.
Yeah, absolutely. As Alexander Furiani looks to jump in and take over from Francois Rivaz in the number 55 Chevron B19. See Brett Meyer once again just trying to open up that gap to all behind him. Siebenthal in second place. Tony Seiler tried to mount that challenge for second place to De Siebenthal in towards the first corner. Couldn't make that work, but Rolf Sigrist getting past Sergej Kirknov in the number 16 then, in that Lola T212. I think the move done was Sigrist moving up not only into fourth place, but into the lead of the sub 2 litre production class.
My apologies there. Willis. I was just sorting something out there momentarily. My apologies for that. But yeah, what an interesting situation we've got here, as you've alluded to, with this safety car bunching them up right before the pit window. And I'm going to interrupt myself there because there's a Brumos Porsche RSR in front of me, and I can't process anything else when I see one of these. The Brumos livery, of course, the American team, Haley Hayward taking them to many of their most significant successes in IMSA competition over the years. And when you get a classic Porsche, that's always one of the first things that comes to mind. Oh, do I put a blue and red stripe on it? Go on, do it.
There's Romain Beltest having a little review there. A look at the stopwatch on the phone, as well as the command to fire up the engine and get ready to get going again. There's De Siebenthal, currently second place right now. Tony Seiler currently third. Rolf Sigrist leading the sub 2 litre production class. We've also got the leader in GT1, the number 66 there, which is right now Jean-Francois Decaux, leading the way ahead of the number 6 machine. That's Kurt Thiel, Porsche 911 Carrera RSR. Looking at it then, just the 3 classes to speak of. Breitmeyer leading the way overall, and there he is, making his way down towards turn 7.
Interesting to see that again we do have this mix. A few of the cars are recreations to the rulebook, to the standards of FIA Appendix K, but some of these cars can trace their roots all the way back to the era we are looking back to here. One of the cars is actually running up in 5th place, and that is Serge Kirchhoff in his Lola T212. That car was actually an ex-Joe Bonnier team car. Another one that we know has been driven by Dr. Helmut Marko. The Porsche is suspected to have been used by him at some point, the 908, but the T212 was actually one of his cars for the 1971 European Sports Car Championship. Took several victories on the way there as well, including at Hockenheim and Imola. So Dr. Helmut, who is today known as perhaps the most stern-faced individual in the Formula One paddock. He was, of course, a racing driver for a number of years, quite a successful one at that. And yeah, interesting to see that there are, as always at these events, so many chassis with this significant provenance and history, and it's just fascinating to realise quite what we've got in front of us.
Absolutely, as Breitmeyer now 11 seconds clear right now of Mark Siebenthal. We do have yellow flags out there, I believe, at turn 3. It is a double yellow covering turn 3 at the moment. Have Seiler, Sigrist, Kirknov, Tuppen all into the pits then. Again, a very, very busy pit lane right now. Breitmeyer and Siebenthal yet to stop in this race as they are leading the way. See De Siebenthal make his way very shortly. Oh, we won't. We'll keep focused on Emil Breitmeyer as he continues to lead the way, really setting those fantastic lap times at the front. This last time around was the fastest lap of the race, 1:45.733. Make his way through the final corner then and ducks for the pit lanes. Having set the fastest lap on the last lap, decides this is the time to make his way into the pit lane with just over 3.5 minutes left of the pit window open. There's Jean-Francois Decaux in the number 66. Debrief there and probably a mid-race review, and of course the race hydration as well. So important in these conditions. Still 33 degrees Celsius in the air temperature, 42 degrees Celsius on track, and the wind has slightly died down as well, so you're not getting quite the breeze you might do coming through to try and help cool you down. It's quite a still day here at Estoril. Got the car 24 and 199 are under investigation for speeding in the pit lane, and one of them was JB Constable in that one, so he's look there, but he has since he's actually rejoined there, so perhaps him on the venture into the pit lane to perhaps have the car looked over. It's been called an investigation by race control for speeding in the pit lane, but there is a 60-second time penalty for car number 58, which is Laurent Faure and Philippe Skemama in that Crossley 9S. Also got, I think that's the only penalty so far this race, but a couple of cars as well. The 58 also so that was the conclusion of that investigation, was the 60 seconds. So we've just got 24 and 199 under investigation for speeding in the pit lane.
The front of that queue just exiting the pit lane was the car I was talking about, the ex-Marco Lola T212, the 1971 vintage machine, delivered in 1970, but who's counting? And it appears just in the proximity again of course, the battle we had before. The battle resumes. Sigrist is behind him. Tony Seiler is behind Serge Kirchhoff. So that battle that has been pretty consistently entertaining so far in this race between safety car periods is looking primed to continue on in much the same manner. Ahead of them is the 24 car, another of the T212 Lolas of Christophe Boudon, and the gorgeous Porsche 908 into the pits as well.
Siebenthal now hands over the reins to Henrique Gemperle. Push to get that car started, get the engine fired up, leave the pit lane there. That's the 15 actually being wheeled back, so John Emberson there being wheeled back. In fact, that would be Nigel Greensall taking over. Safety car, our third safety car of the race, has been deployed as we watch on there the number 4 machine, that Porsche 908, Henrique Gemperle, now start to leave the pit.
And well, just speaking of the Emberson car, that's actually been in the pits for a good 3 or 4 laps now, so I think during the pit stop there may have been an issue, unfortunately for Emberson, so Greensall isn't going to get the opportunity to end his weekend on a high. Here's the Lola T70 Spider I was talking about a little bit earlier on, Benet's number 47 car. Of course, no change to the power, a Chevrolet 5-litre motor under the engine bay of that machine. Just heading out onto the circuit again is Breitmeyer in the 124, and held at the stop line though. The red lights are on, so that could cost him some time and position. Now he gets to go.
The safety car then, if there's a particular queue of cars, not allowed to rejoin onto the circuit, will be stopped by the red lights at the end of the pit lane. Our third safety car of the race in, with less than 25 minutes of the race left to run. The safety car has picked up the number 75, which is Ted Tuppin. I think that's Ted Tuppin that's 14th in the field, but it's just all the safety car has done is picked up the field to slow them down, especially if it's coming up towards the incident zone, for the reason why the safety car has been deployed, and then it's to a safer time, we can allow those cars to feed through. And there is the recovery on just on the inside of turn 3 there. So that'll be why. And now the safety car waves through the cars past the incident zone so that it can try to catch the leader, which interesting time going through this, trying to pick out the leader. On our timing screens, it's Henrique Gemperle who will be leading this race. But I'm assuming that's the car that gets picked up by the safety car.
Possibly, yeah, that would... on my screen, it's actually saying, did you say, oh yeah, it would be, of course, Gianperle. I don't think they've quite made all of the changes yet. I was going to say as well, we saw the Datameso Pantera getting released there. That is the car Von der Leyen was driving. I believe it was Von der Leyen that took the start of the race, and that should mean that the former Porsche and Toyota factory driver Ralph Kelleners takes over. He won the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany in 1996. Did Ralph Kelleners? That's how he got himself onto the radar at Porsche. He also won the GT2 class in a Porsche 993 GT2 that year. So a class winner at Le Mans. However, would you like an illustration of everything you need to do about the Le Mans 24 Hours? Well, I'll give it to you, because he won his class in 1996. He proceeded to DNF for the next 5 years at Le Mans 24 Hours, which really tells you everything you need to know about how challenging and unique that race can be. Also had the pleasure of racing for Champion Audi in 2001 at the Le Mans 24 Hours with Ralph Kelleners, and quite the trifecta of late 90s, early 2000s sports car machinery, that as well, isn't it? The 911 GT1, the Toyota GT1, the Audi R8, and if you fancy, you can also throw in a Ferrari 333 SP, because he drove one of those too.
Great mix of cars to have driven. Totally not jealous in the slightest. Jamie Constable, we saw him hit early on in the race with an issue. Has since rejoined, but he now has a 90-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So he is setting laps around the circuit. Fortunately, a sort of 90-second penalty to boot as well. I don't think he'll be too concerned about it, because at the moment he is being classified as 25th overall. So I don't think he's too concerned about the penalty, but the penalty has been awarded nonetheless.
And back of the queue there, you can see the lovely Porsche 910 that we saw in the pre-race. That is an authentic 1967 vintage chassis. In fact, it's a podium finisher at the Sebring 12 Hours in 1967. The car just behind the number 8 Chevron was entered and came third overall, winning the 2-litre class at the 1967 Sebring 12 Hours, and had a fairly quiet factory career thereafter, but the Sebring 12-hour podium finisher from, well, the better part of 60 years ago now, 1967, 56, coming up on 57 years ago. And I mean, it can't be overstated just how great it is that these cars are still out there. They're worth their weight in gold, and in some cases probably beyond that metric as well. And yet there are still owners who go, yep, it's coming out to play. And that's what makes an event like this, the Estoril Classics, possible. And as we heard from the organisers in an interview earlier on, you know, that's what's so special. You can walk through the paddock and you are in a portal through history that shifts from the 1960s and the 1950s even all the way up to 15 years ago, all in the space of about 3 minutes. It's quite a special place to be.
Under the safety car now, that's Henrik Gianperle. It should be, because not to see him until started this race. So if all is to schedule, he will hand it over now to Henrik Gianperle. The 24 car, that's Christophe Baudon in second place. And then rounding off our overall top three is Serge Kirchhoff, surrounding the Lola T212. Safety car, though, is in this lap. We will have a 19-minute sprint now to get to the line. All drivers have now completed their pit stops, their mandatory stop. Focus on the end of the race here. Bright Meyer, though, down in 12th place. He was leading this race comfortably as well. He finds himself down in 12th place, so we'll have it all to do to see how far he can get up the order. He's 4th in class. The next car he targets is the number 70 car of Pierre-Alain France, But we get restarted here then, as Enrique Gemperle will get us back under green flag racing with 19 minutes left on the clock then, as Baudon is under pressure here. We're going 3 wide here because there's Rolf Sigrist up the inside there of Serge Kirchhoff as they make their way through, and that is Sigrist who's gone from 4th to 2nd in the matter of a corner. Meanwhile, Baudon has gone from 2nd to 4th and might fall a little bit further as well, as we've got cars making their way through. But there goes Rolf Sigrist then, as he makes his way now through and up the order, their way towards turn 4.
I think Henrik Gemper. Oh, drama for the former leader, the 1-2-4 car. Brett Meyer falling through the order. Emil Brett Meyer was just considering quite how much he'd have to do to work his way up the order. Well, he's not going to do it now, because not only was that front bodywork damaged, but the suspension was too, and one has to assume it's not the only car involved in that incident, unfortunately. Such a promising race for Emil Brett Meyer ends about 17 minutes early.
Such a shame as well, and there you go, there is the other car involved, and it is the 36 of Jürgen Rudolph.
And Jürgen, in no uncertain terms, is gesticulating to the marshals, and oh dear, there's a lack of satisfaction there from both parties. I don't know if it's necessarily with each other, but yeah, the safety car is out, although now peeling back towards its escape road, I think just looking to try and pick up the right people. But yeah, that is less than ideal. It's been a very much delayed and dramatised race, this one, at this stage, and well, such a shame to see the, as we said, the Sebring podium finishing car in that condition.
Yeah. Sigrist, though, managed to get his way now up into the lead of the race in his Chevron B19. Really made some moves at the start then, grabbed 2 positions through turn 1 and managed to pass his way through, as well as is displayed there. I think that is Henrik Gemperle, who on our timing screens has fallen to 10th place. So Gemperle, who was leading, now just inside of the top 10. And Brett Meyer, who was running in 4th in class, just 12th place, comes to blow with Jürgen Rudolph, unfortunately, going in towards the first turn. Looks like the end of both of their respective races. Just over 15 minutes of this race left to run, with our 4th safety car of the race. Is Rolf Sigrist, though, leading the way. Tony Seiler is in 2nd place. Serge Kirchhoff is in 3rd. And then we have the number 24 car of Christophe Baudon, who's fallen to 4th place after that restart. Then it's the number 2 Frank Jacob in the Lola 210. Sorry, 2. Yeah, I was right, 210. And Race Control have noted the incident between 124 and 36 under investigation. What stewards make of that one, that turn 1 incident?
It seems as though pretty much none of the driver changes have been registered here, because I'm pretty sure Frank Jacob started that number 2 car, didn't he? Because Arndt Meyer, obviously the former kart racer in American open wheel racing, I think he was due to get in the car after Frank, and it's still listed as Frank Jacob at the wheel. I think it's Arndt Meyer now at the controls. Similarly, of course, it still says Siebenthal for the number 4 Porsche, and we know that that's been driver changed already. Similarly also, and I wanted to point this out, at the back of this safety car queue you see the De Tomaso followed by the Porsche. That is the GT1 lead battle that we've now got right on the back of the safety car queue. It is the much vaunted Ralph Kellener's in the De Tomaso, and he's just ahead of one of the Carrera RSRs. That is the 68 car of Claudio Rodaro, the Monegasque racer. So we could see a little bit of a fight there for the GT1 class honours.
Good indeed. Hopefully we get a little bit more green flag racing in between now and the checkered flag, but in any case, we shall see. Car number 7, that's Tony Seiler, has got a 30-second penalty for overtaking under the safety car. So Tony Seiler, who was looking to try and wrap up what would have been a class victory, now has a 30-second time penalty to contend with. Now Tony Seiler will want no more safety cars for the rest of the race to see if he can build up the gap to the likes of the number 70 there in Pierre-Alain France. But Pierre-Alain now has a chance to grab a class victory here.
Yeah, absolutely. The 70 car sat there in 6th place. Pierre-Alain France, another of the Lola T70s, a 1969 vintage Mark 3B. But quite the turn up for the books, this, isn't it? The little chevron in the lead. I grant you it's not something we see rarely. It does happen quite a bit in some of these races. The under 2 litre cars taking overall victories can indeed happen, but Rolf Sigrist, with the way the seas have parted for him between these safety car periods, he must feel like he's won something of a lucky dip here.
I think so. He's got to take advantage of this lucky dip, though. All the numbers might have been showing, but he still needs to cash in that lucky dip. Rolf Sigrist eager to get this back underway as well. Still under that safety car for now, with 12 minutes left on the clock. Fortunately, the field has been slightly whittled down. We had 34 cars take the start. As you can see right now, we've got about 23 still running. So it's been slightly whittled down, I'm afraid to say. It's the number 12 Porsche. I think Ricardo Bravo started that car, so correct me if I'm wrong, that should be Fernando Espirito Santo behind the wheel.
Yes, yeah, Ricardo was in there early on. I was just going to say, actually, that Ricardo Bravo may make up some places, but no, you are quite correct there. I'm pretty sure Bravo did start the car, so it seems as though we haven't had those driver swaps registered across the board. Thank you to the likes of Serge Keknoff for deciding to do the hour by yourself and making things less complicated, I suppose. The lights are still on, so another lap behind the safety car. I think the way they were slowing and bunching up, I had the feeling the lights were going to go out any minute, but it's not to be this time. We've got another 11 minutes on the clock. We should get some more racing, although based on how this has gone so far, I wonder if there's a degree of reluctance in race control, because there's just been so much drama in this one, and you'd hate to press the button and then see another invaluable race car get damaged in the process.
Yeah, it is, but I think only one of the safety cars has been because of an incident between 2 cars. It seems to be, we had the multiple cars off at turn 2, 4 of them off, but that was all, we believe, fluid, because the track was treated afterwards, so that was just an occurrence there. The rest have all been either mechanical or just a driver that stopped on track to try and save the car because they've seen it falter, and the safety cars had to be deployed to be recovered. So this is the first safety car we've seen today that has been due to an incident between 2 cars. So I guess in terms of trying to get this race restarted, they're not so much concerned about the racecraft, but as you say, they don't want to lose another one of these precious cars.
Yeah, no point taken. The drivers have largely not been at fault for what's happened so far in this race. A lot has been going on in this one, though it has been particularly dramatic. Up and down this grid, though, just so many beautiful machines out there in this race, and one of them, the only Ford GT40 that's left running, is a car with proper pedigree. It is a 1966 build GT40, which was driven by the likes of Richard Atwood, Chris Amon, Jochen Rindt as well. Although when they took it to the Le Mans 24 Hours in 1966, it apparently lasted just 8 laps. So it didn't have a particularly fabled attempt at Le Mans 24 hours, but there's another amazing thing to think about. It does say Rindt on the side of the car, and indeed, man, of course, is the only posthumous Formula One world champion, did in fact drive that car at Le Mans, and here it is at the Estoril Classics.
Absolutely, safety car in this lap then, so Rolf Sigrist then behind the safety car peels off to the right then, and Tony Seiler is very eager to get this race restarted. He can't pass Rolf Sigrist until they make it to the line. Then green flag condition comes into play, and Tony Seiler blasts his way past Rolf Sigrist then, but onto the anchors we go, and Sigrist will try to find his way back through. At the moment, still got the inside line as Rolf Sigrist as they make their way through in towards turn 2. But that is Tony Seiler who hangs on to the lead. Sigrist now down to second place, Kurtinov in third with Baudon in fourth place. And then we have the number 2, Arndt Meyer, rounding off the top 5. But an important move from Tony Seiler, moves his way up into the lead of this race.
We were remarking earlier on, weren't we, that, well, maybe Seiler... Oh, the Lola's getting a bit too close together there in that shot. Didn't like that. Tony Seiler, yeah, I tipped him. I vaunted him as a potential threat for the victory. And, of course, he's now moved forward, albeit with a penalty looming in the wings for him. Maybe he was just keeping his powder dry for the latter half of the race, but... I suppose we'll never know. Side by side further back, I think that was 5th place, wasn't it? I think that's Arne Meyer trying to move his way up the order, and he gets up into 5th place by the looks of it.
Tony Seiler has not got long left to try and lessen the impact of that 30-second penalty he has looming over him. He makes his way now through in towards the final few corners. What that's going to do behind them, well, it's the 164 of Stefan Jöbstel who manages to find his way now up a position ahead of Pierre-Alain France in what is going to be a pretty hotly contested battle for the lead of the production 2 litres.
Yeah, the prototype classes, the Proto 2 litres and the Proto sub 2 litre, and well, relative parity between them, of course. One would expect on paper that the big T70 with the Chevy 5 litre would be the far quicker car, and of course we've seen that in the hands of some of the others that yes, indeed it is a car that would be quicker, but these little Chevrons and Lolas are more than keeping the big beefy cars at bay. Of course, we've seen the number 4 car drop through the order since the switch of personnel. I think a little more mechanical sympathy from Enrique Gempel. He is just wanting to get to the finish in his in that glorious Porsche 908.
I don't blame him. It has been a slight race of attrition there, as is shown by your sort of progress up the grid. A lot of greens and a lot of high numbers, but at the same time a lot of oranges and a lot of minus numbers as well, where there have been retirements and all sorts going through there. I was just taking a look back at what has been a dramatic race. Now, there was a 90-second penalty awarded to the 164 of Stefan Jöbstel early on in this race. In fact, about 10 minutes in, if that, was a 90-second penalty for infringement at turn 13. It's also a 45-second penalty for turn 7, so we might have those penalties looming over him. And there's been so many safety cars, sort of, at least I have, lost track of whether he served that penalty or not, but we'll keep an eye on it. And still, Pierre-Alain France still has a great chance of winning this race. Speaking of that, here goes Tony Seiler blasting his way down the straight. He does have that 30-second penalty to serve. Again, Pierre-Alain France just needs to make sure he stays within that half a minute. He's got a great chance of taking a victory here. Jöbstel will find out when we get to the timing line how far he gets thrown down the order with his penalties.
We see there Nigel Greensall in the 55 car, several laps down, of course, after the issues for Emberton. Right there on the back, though, of Furiani. So getting involved in the podium battle despite being several laps down. Alexander Furiani trying to find his way through, and in fact he allows Nigel Greensaw by, does he? That might be wise, actually. Greensaw might part the seas on his behalf.
He might do indeed. We've got now a 300-second penalty for the 199 of Jamie Constable, who I think is just trying to make sure he sees at least a checkered flag today. I don't think he's too worried about pit stop infringements at this point. Also a 45-second time penalty to car 199. So that is the 199 there of Jamie Constable. So yeah, he's racking up those time penalties, I'm afraid to say. And also the 24 of Christophe Baudon now has a 45-second penalty for an infringement at turn 13. A couple of pit stop infringements involving car 2, Arndt Meyer. That is a 42 seconds. Car number 6 is Kurt Deal. That's 81 seconds.
Around the outside for the lead. Sorry, Sigrist trying to get around the outside at the final corner for the lead. I know Tony Seiler has the penalty. Every time through those last few corners, Sigrist gets so close. But then down the straight, Tony Seiler launches the big Chevy motor away. Continue on.
No, I was pretty much at the end there, but no, the battles on track are much more important. Tony Seiler wanted to try and get away, but if he's battling with Rolf Sigrist, that's not going to help him in the slightest. But it will absolutely help Pierre-Alain France, who's currently running off in the Lola T70 Mark IIIB. He's looking to just try and get himself a good, strong finish on the podium. He's losing ground to Yerbstil, about 9.9 seconds it is so far, but we believe Yerbstil has penalties to serve once the checkered flag has fallen. 2 minutes left in this race here, in what has been a safety car laden race. 4 safety cars to contend with during the course of this race. We see drivers now just trying to wind down and trying some late moves to get up the order as quickly and try to leave the moves maybe not as late as they'd like, but Furiani now looking for a move up the inside of Kirknov. That's for the class position. That's for second place there in the sub 2 litre production class. So that is Furiani moving his way up the order, now up into second place. Now, Furiani, I believe he did swap around with Francois Rivard, so that is actually Furiani behind the wheel.
Okay, and once again, Tony Seiler towards the end of the lap ends up, well, getting hounded, not just this time by Sigrist, but also by the numerous laps down Nigel Greensaw, who's gradually working his way to the front of this order. Actual position be darned. 55 seconds of the race left to go. They cross the line this time to begin the final lap, and Tony Seiler, at least on the road, wants to try and claim this victory, even though penalties loom large, and more than likely it's going to be Sigrist in the 19 car, isn't it, that claims the overall win.
Yeah, at this point, it is indeed. Matthias de Vries is also in there in the 61. He's just being a part of this battle. He's not able to find any positions in this one, but he was just getting involved in this battle for the fun of it. There goes Seiler, making his way through in towards turn 4, and perhaps maybe a chance for Furiani to get himself up the order. He's got to leave this late though through turn 5. They make their way towards turn 6. Again, there's Furiani in the 55, right behind Rolf Sigrist. They've got a bit of lappery to contend with as they make their way down in towards the left-hander there, and that looks like it's trying to get onto the back. Furiani on Sigrist then, looking again just to fill the mirror, going down in towards turn 7. Furiani is not letting Sigrist go in the slightest through towards turn 8 as we head towards the chicane for the final time.
Well, that is, of course, the Furiani in the 55 car. My apologies. I, for some reason, managed to think that was Nigel Greensaw. I don't know where I got that from, but the 55 car right there with him. Sigrist and Furiani, second and third place. His Kirchhoff is getting involved in this as well. The top 4 across the line are going to be split by, well, maybe a second, maybe just a bit more, but unfortunately Tony Seiler, while he crosses the line as winner, well, he's not going to be by the time the penalties unfold.
No, not in the slightest, and we've had a huge change of position there. Sigrist then takes the victory ahead of Furiani and Kriknov, rounding off the top 3, and the sub 2 litres take the day. Tony Seiler does lose out then to Pierre-Alain France, who takes the victory in the 2 litre production class. Tony Seiler currently classified as second place for now, and we will just await as well for the number 47 car and machine of Marcel Bernet and that Lola T70 Mark II. See how much those penalties really suffice there. But a great drive from Rolf Sigrist there. It's all about making sure you stayed within the rhythm of that one. And also the GT1 class, I believe the top 2 have come across the line. That is Kellner's crossed the line then to take the victory in the GT1 class. So Ralph Kellermans and Detlef van der Leek in De Tomaso Pantera managing to get the victory in GT1. And then it was the 68 machine of Claudio Rodaro in the Porsche 911 Carrera. And I think, yes, P3 and GT1 has crossed the line now. It will go the way of the number 66 of Jean-Francois Decaux. We get, Tony Seiler held on to P2 in the 2 litre production class, and that will award third place then to the 47 of Marcel Bernet. But there he's number 16 then, Kriknov, wanted to really battle away. Tony Seiler eventually getting second place in the 2 litre production class, but there is your overall winner. The winner of the production for the sub 2 litres is Rolf Sigrist.
Remember, it's prototype, not production. Under 2
apologies.
litre and over 2 litre classes. So yeah, Sigrist with the prototype sub 2 litre class win. The over 2 litre class, unsurprisingly, being a 5 litre car, Pierre-Alain France, and I'm sure Tony Seiler, who didn't even really have that much pace in the early stages of the race, he'll be disappointed. I don't know if he even realises right now that overall win, that class win, isn't his, but it was a good showing nonetheless, and quite the dramatic visual watching that top 4 sweep across the line in unison. Less than half a second between the top 4 across the line before Seiler's penalty was applied.
Well, had ourselves a fantastic race. When we got the green flag racing, the 4 safety cars really tested our drivers' concentration. And as Tony Seiler will jump out from the number 7, then we'll finish second in the prototype 2 litre class. Our overall winner and the prototype sub 2 litre winner was Rolf Sigrist then. Well, this is a race that had pretty much everything. And at the start, for Emil Brettmeyer, in that Lola T70, seemed like a long, long time ago. But he managed to get to the launch and take over the lead of the race, with Armand Mille rounding off to second place. It was a hard charge through the field as well for Jamie Constable, as he was trying to battle away there with, at the time, Mark de Siebenthal, really getting himself a chance there. There's a great view of the action down the start-finish straight, but it wouldn't be such a great view for Jamie Constable later on in the race. He came into the pits very early on. Our first safety car deployed for a bit of a recovery. There was the 64, that's the Porsche 911 of Frédéric Ducour and Sébastien Dumay, with a little smoke behind it, unfortunately. We got green flag racing once again, and Francois Rivaz had the chance to get through, but this was the cause of the second safety car, multiple cars losing it on the exit of turn 2, one of them being the 45 machine of Gianluigi Candiani, who found himself into the gravel. All the other cars there managed to right themselves the right way, get themselves going again. Second safety car of the race to treat the track down at turn 2 and to clear the fluid. And that's when the 55 made the driver change. Alexander Furiani jumped in, got that green flag racing right as the pit window started to open, of course. Perfect time there. And for Emil Breitmeyer, again, still leading the way. Then we had the third safety car of the race, a bit of recovery job again to do on the circuit. After that pit stop as well, Brettmeyer found himself further down the order than he may have expected, and in the end found himself out of the race entirely when he and the number 36 machine of Jürgen Raldorf tangled at the first corner, which out our fourth and final safety car of the race. It then ended up being an 8-minute sprint to the line that resulted into some great battling at the top of the order nonetheless. Tony Seiler, with that penalty that he had to serve, dropped off of the overall win. The overall win, though, went the way of Rolf Siegrist in a race I think none of us will be forgetting for quite some time. Well, I have to say as well, it was...
Oh, go on.
Oh, no, you go ahead, Adam.
I was just going to wait for the highlights package to wrap there. I was going to say I firmly agree with you that, that one won't be forgotten. Perhaps in the minds of the drivers more for that race with all the safety cars, those that lasted until the end. And as for the driver of that Kia safety car, he'll be thinking, God, remember that day that I was ahead of Lola T70's Porsche 908, just chilling at the wheel of my Kia estate. What a day.
I have to say that the safety car might have finished sort of top 25 in that race with the laps it gathered up.
So
not too bad running.
No, I wouldn't be surprised at all. It probably got about a dozen laps in over the course of that. And hopefully our next race, the Iberian Historic Endurance Championship, is a little less tumultuous. We'll find out after a brief commercial break.
Well, our final race of the day will be soon upon us. And the Classic Endurance Racing there, Rolf Siegrist taking the victory, Vers Furiani in second, Serge Kriknov rounding off the top three. And it certainly will be a race we won't be getting for quite some time. 4 safety cars in total, quite a few retirements there. And I wouldn't be surprised if we put a transponder on the safety car. We might have done a number in the top 30. That's how hectic this race really, really was. That will conclude our penultimate race of the day, and we focus our attention now on our final race of the day, which is the Iberian Historic Endurance. We're due to have 22 rows take the start, 44 cars hopefully taking the start of this race. And this is your sort of culmination here of the Iberian Historic Endurance. We've got the likes of the Ford GT40s. We've got Marilyn Mark IV that takes its spot on the front row. We've got a Ginetta G4R driven by Pedersen starting on the 6th row. We've got a Lotus 7. We've got a Lotus Elan, a Ford Escort RS. This really is a case of there's a lot out on track. A lot of it works in very different ways.
And I was going to say, I think that's, one of the key things about this race is that it is a very appropriate end to an event like Estoril Classics, because you can look at this grid and see cars that would have been in the 50s race, the very first race of the weekend, that would have been in the 60s endurance, or in either of the CER grids as well, the touring car greats even too. There's it's a real kind of melting pot of cars that we've seen across the weekend, the type of cars that we've seen across the weekend. It's a really nice varied variety show grid of cars that we're going to wrap up this weekend with.
It's brilliant. I'm looking forward to this one. 22 rows, I should say. 44 cars due to take the start, and we have quickly to run through the grid. There is a lot. Row number 1 is the 227 Arbobot and Matos, alongside as the 123 of Santos. Row 2 is the number 5 of Lima, alongside as the 168 of Oldendorf. Row 3 is the number 60 of Bastos Resende, and alongside as the 124 of Vieira. Row 4 is the 269 of Pinal and Mutiens, and alongside is the 83 of Duarte and Silva Jesus. Row 5 is the number 33 Scotino and Pereira, alongside is the 52 of Sotta and Newell. Row 6 is the number 2 of Pedersen, alongside is the 99 of Morales and Nina. Row 7 is the number 245 car of Stamp and Holden, alongside is the 81 of Silva. Row 8 is the 239 of Hitchett and Ebsen, alongside is the number 16 of Albuquerque. Row 9 is the number 41 of Ferrao and Marquez, alongside is the number 14 of Mira Gomez and Afueto. Row number 10 is the number 51 of Santos and Petiz, and alongside is the 105 of Felipe Nogueira. Row 11 is the number 69 of Jimenez and the 28 of Forceful. Row 12 is the number 20 of Severa, Pinto and Diaz Pedro, alongside is the 127 of Guillot and Izidi. Row 13 is the 135 of Biraben and the 140 of Reed Stott. Row 14 is the number 1 of Velasco and Freitas, alongside is the 47 of Diaz Rincon. Row 15 is the 167 Neves and Gonçalves, and alongside is the number 220 of Rompante. Row 16 is the number 213 of Oliveira and the 90 of Garcia. Row 17 is the 327 of Nunez and Dalmaso, and alongside is the 216 Guimaraes. Row 19 is the 50 of Belavica and Veiga. Alongside is the number 12 of Guerin. Row number 20 is the number 317 of Morion and Calvajosa. The 110 of Rosita and Ando. Row 21 is the 57 of Oitaval and 169 Morera, and on the 22nd and final row of the grid is the 23 of Tourneur and the 337 of Dalmaso and Dalmaso. There we go then, 22 rows of fantastic historic cars taking the grid there, and a variety of machinery on show. As we've already mentioned, there's Ford Mustangs, there's a Lotus 7, you've got a Maryland Mark IV on the grid, you've got a Volvo on the grid as well, a Volvo 121. There really is such an eclectic mix out on track. I can't wait for this one to get started.
Yeah, and of course in the case of the Merlin Mark IV, which sports Gulf-esque colours, as you can see on pole position, that's a product of Colchester Racing Developments. They were the manufacturer behind the Merlin series of cars, ran in Formula Junior, Formula 2, Formula 3 and Formula Ford, as well as in sports car racing, both diminutive little cars like the Merlin Mark IV and some rather faster things as well. I think Merlin Mark IVs came with a variety of engines, but I would expect something like maybe a Ford twin cam in the Merlin Mark IV. I can't say that for certain, but you're looking at a 1.6 litre engine, something of that capacity. It won't be a very large motor, and therefore I look to the other side of the front row. I look at the 1, 2, 3 in the hands of Santos, and I think to myself, that might be the car that leads us by the time we get to turn 1. We'll have to wait and see. The number 22 car, not the number 22, the number 1, 2, 3 car of Santos will be one to watch. Bruno Santos, one of a few drivers competing on his own, and that Porsche 911 3-litre RS I would expect it, or RSR I should say, I'd expect it to have the advantage going into the first corner, but we've been surprised a few times in terms of the capacity versus lightness drag race down the main straight this weekend.
Yeah, haven't we just? It's been slightly unpredictable sometimes, the start, so they could always spring up a couple of surprises, but that Merlin Mark IV, you would think would get a good launch off this rolling start, and trying to get down in towards the first corner. The second row of Ford GT40s, Lima on the 5 and Oldendorf on the 168. You've also got that Ginetta G4R Pedersen behind the wheel of number 2. That's Paula Pedersen and Ginetta. And we have 2 lights on there, so we're not too far away from the formation lap getting underway. And Adam, it's our last chance to gawk over some historic machinery for this final 50-minute race.
Yeah, absolutely. 50-minute race, some 2-driver lineups. Of course, that does mean there will be mandatory pit stops in play as well. Some pretty big names in the world of Portuguese motorsport in amongst it as well, which could be a compelling thing to mention. I have had some brilliant notes come through, actually. I will credit him at the very top of this broadcast of this race from the team at Race Ready. Sergio Fonseca has given me an absolutely wonderful wealth of information regarding some of our drivers that will run through as and when it's relevant. The ex-Spanish GT drivers in amongst it as well. Some very well-known names in Portuguese and Iberian motorsport in general in amongst this grid, which is going to be very compelling. But look at that, Escorts alongside Porsche 904s, Lotus Elans and Lotus 7s coexisting and co-inhabiting, Ford GT40s in amongst the 911 RSRs. I think this could be fun.
Oh, it will be so much fun. Look to see how it all plays out in our final race of the day and the final race of the Estoril Classics 2023. It's been such a fantastic weekend in a glorious sunshine here at Estoril. I hope you've enjoyed the action as much as myself enjoyed as well. You can see just through the starting grid there, Barbot and Santos starting alongside Paulo Lima and Christian Oldendorf, and then Pedro Passos Rezende and Claudio Vieira. You've got Bryce Pinel and Bruno Duarte, Domingos Coutinho and Reyes Salta, Paula Pedersen and Mario Mireles completing the 6th row. 7th row, Thorclid Stamp and Mario Silva, Volker Hichert and Francisco Albuquerque, Manuel Ferral and Joao Mira Gomez rounding off the 9th row of the grid. 10 will be Jorge Santos and Jose Felipe Nogueira, Vincent Jimenez in his 21st and Forceful 22nd, Rafael Severa Pinto and Remy Guillaume share row 12. Row 13, Frank Viraben and Otto Reed-Stott. Row 14, Guillermo Velasco and Roberto Diaz-Ricon, and row 15, Joao Neves and Paulo Rompante. Jose Oliveira and Tony Garcia share row 16. Row 17 is Nuno Nunes and Jorge Guimarães, and row 18 is Alberto Velas Grillo and Carlos Beltran. Row number 19 is Rio Bellavincua and Francois Guerin, Pedro Morion and Sam Fujita share row 20, Bart Oitoval and Jose Mira on row 21, and row 22, Vincent Tournaire and Piero Dal Masso. 4 cars due to take this start. It's a bumper grid. It's the biggest grid of the weekend so far. Always leave the biggest grid till last. That's the rule, isn't it?
Yeah, that's always the best plan, I would suggest. Really interesting cars up and down the grid. I know that Otto Red-Stott's Ford GT40 Mark 1, which is a little way further back in the pack. I expect that to make some progress. I believe he's raced that car before at the Goodwood Festival of Speed as well. It's a car with some history. Just going through shot there at the moment, and what a plethora of shapes and sizes we're getting into here. And, really is quite the pick and mix variety that we've got. Let's see then who wins the drag races among those on the first few rows. Let's see what decade comes out on top in this true variety grid. One of the Porsches smoking. Let's hope that that is only temporary as we get this race underway.
On tenterhooks then for the start of this race to see what happens. Very start here. Safety car peels off now into the pit lane. We're at the mercy of the start lights then to signal the start of this race. Who will get the better start? Will it be Barbote? Will it be Santos as they make their way towards the red lights? They go out then. We go racing, and it's initially not a great start then from the 1, 2, 3 of Santos then as we make our way down there. Bruno Santos falling all the way down to what is right now 4th place as he's still got the inside line, heading our way in towards the first turn, and the field still just making their way past the start finish line as we have our leaders already tackling the likes of turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, so it's Paulo Lima leading the way then in his Ford GT40 as the 1, 2, 3 car has a look up the inside there. Santos trying to recover from that poor start and moves himself up into 3rd position. The Merlin Mark IV getting a little bit swamped in the early stages. Another fast section coming up here where the Porsche behind of Bastos, the number 60, may also be past him. We'll have to wait and see. Sure enough, in fact, no, look, the little Merlin holding its own in a straight line. A little bit lost by the time they get to the end, and actually Bastos Resenda does get through ultimately for 4th position. So not the start that Barbo would have wanted in the Merlin Mark IV, but it couldn't have gone really any better for Paulo Lima in the number 5.
A little look up the inside from the 52 there, trying to find a move up the inside. That's Ria Solta trying to find the move, but not quite opening up just to see what he can do then. And through in towards turns 9 and 10, still has to stay behind for now. It's a battle for 5th place overall as the GT40s, slight mercy there of the 1, 2, 3 Porsche there of Bruno Santos, as he looks to try and recover from that start. So too with Barbeau and the 227 as well, as he'll look to try and get his way back up the order. At the moment though, it is Lima who still leads the way then. Santos in 2nd place, and then it's Oldendorf in 3rd, as we have Bastos Resende in 4th place, Barbote in 5th, and he's slightly under pressure here from what looks like Vieira in the 1, 2, 4, looking to go down the inside. That's Claudio Vieira down the inside now of Barbote, and losing another position at the start.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, Pedro Lima, if you were watching the Estoril Classic stream last year, you might remember that he was driving a Mustang, the number 5 car. Pedro Lima, he's in his first season with the GT40, still very much learning the ropes of the car. I suspect that Santos might have a little more experience with his RSR, really hounding the back now of the GT40, but Lima upgrading from the Mustang, and look how much quicker that thing is in a straight line. Of course, it's so slippery. You see the bubble on the roof as well for the taller drivers, pioneered by the JW Automotive team to wedge some of their drivers into the car. But yeah, really special looking top 5 this, isn't it? It's Ford versus Porsche, 2 GT40s against a trio of RSRs.
Santos looking up the inside of Lima, then in towards turn 8, not quite the move there. Meanwhile, Bastos Resende and Oldendorf battling away for position as well, as Carlos Vieira tries to find the way through as well, as we head our way back out. Claudio Vieira, that is, in the 1, 2, 4, trying to find positions there, but Lima still leads the way ahead of Santos, making our way now through the final corner. And we'll make our way on towards the start-finish line with the pit window opening in 16 minutes' time. So at the 30-minute mark, the pit window will open. But this is a great chance here for Bruno Santos. But look at the GT40 absolutely gallop away, canter away from Bruno Santos as Paulo Lima makes that to good use.
289 cubic inches of power and elegance in the GT40 as side by side there with the 124 car Vieira getting past Santos Resenda there. Resenda's going to be, or rather, sorry, that was Oldendorf, wasn't it, getting involved there with Bastos Resenda. I think Oldendorf. There's the 160 of Oldendorf. The 168, sorry, yes, I'm getting myself all mixed up there. The 168 falling through the order is Oldendorf, the German racer, and the RSRs are rather bullying him, aren't they? Quicker in a straight line, but through the corners it looks as though the rear-engined Porsches are that little bit faster.
At this moment in time, as there goes the GT40 once again. Yeah, just putting proof of the pudding, but that's not going to be enough for Claudio Vieira. He'll want that position back there from Oldendorf, but not quite finding it through in towards turn 6 there. Yeah, all that work from Claudio Vieira adds up the inside, then goes Santos up the inside of Lima going in towards turn 7. Now, did Santos get that move done and dusted going through? Yes, he did. So Bruno Santos back into the lead here of the Iberian Historic Endurance.
Very good stuff then from Bruno Santos. Keep an eye on Bastos Resenda, Pedro Bastos Resenda in 5th place, driving the Porsche. Former Spanish GT Championship driver, would normally be in a De Tomaso Pantera, according to our colleague Sergio Fonseca, but has brought out the Porsche because the De Tomaso wasn't quite ready yet. And isn't that a sob story worth telling? His De Tomaso simply wasn't ready, so he had to make do with the Porsche RSR. Absolutely incredible, some of the collections these guys have. The first of the Jaguar E-types is doing quite well as well, isn't it? We just got a shot of that further back. You can't miss it. The 52 car of Sauter, resplendent in its colours. That's Ria Sauter and Andrew Newell, again German registered drivers, and right now running up in 7th place.
From them, as there you can see is the 1976 class battle there. Bruno Santos leading Bastos Resende by 4.9 seconds, but Claudio Vieira is looking to change that now. Looking on the outside going in towards turn 6. Okay, no way through this time. Two slightly different lines being taken there. Bastos Resende holds on to 2nd place in class. Claudio Vieira facing all the way now down towards turn 7, and then you've got Morales about 7 seconds back from this battle for a spot on the podium.
Great scrapping then between the two RSR Porsches, the 3-litre motors, both in these. They should be fairly even from a straight line speed perspective, and of course it is Santos that leads the way in a similar car at the moment. The GTP and SC, so the GTP and sports car category, currently the domain of the GT40 is running 2nd and 3rd overall as well. Oldendorf will be looking to try and close in on Lima, and he very much has been over the last couple of laps. That straight line speed advantage that the GT40s have over the Porsche need not apply in that battle, of course. Meanwhile, Bastos Resenda going defensive there up against Vieira for 4th position, and Resenda just holding on for the time being. Look at the little Ginetta G4R as well. Pedersen in the G4R, sticking it to everybody. Also running in the GTP class, of course, and worth noting as well that the Sauter car, Ria Sauter in the Jaguar E-Type, the 52, well clear of the next closest 1965 class machine, that being the Porsche 904 Flat 6 of Stamp, number 245 machine in 11th, about 8 seconds clear of the next car of similar vintage.
That 52 of Sauter, as you mentioned there, in an overall battle for position then with Paolo Pedersen in that Ginetta G4R. Then they'll make their way through in towards turn 5. And still the battle ongoing for second place in the 1976 class. There you see the 1965 class, pretty evenly spread up and down the field. The closest is Forsford, battling Ferrao for 5th place in class. The gap between them is about 2.7 seconds. As a bit of lappery to contend with, of course, with 44 cars taking the start. I didn't think it was going to be too long before we started seeing a little bit of lappery up and down the field.
And you see there, I think that Porsche 356 just being lapped. One of these cars has a great story attached to it, which I'll go through a little later on. But there is Ria Sauter. Ria, she's been competing in historics since 2010. Grew up in this space because her father is Stefan Sauter. They've raced together a fair bit as well, and this famous turquoise E-Type gets seen all over the world. I know she's taken it to the Phillip Island Classic in the past, for example. So an infamous car in the circles of historic racing. The late braking of the lightweight Ginetta of Paolo Pedersen gets through into 6th position. No, maybe not. Sauter just about manages to stay there on the inside. I think Pedersen just got a bit too crossed up there, couldn't keep the momentum through the corner. And for now, Ria Sauter, she remains in P6.
Indeed, and Paolo Pedersen then, as you say, left it late, the braking, but just couldn't quite slow it down enough. And ran wide on the exit of the first corner, all crossed up, trying to put the power down as well. Ria Sauter saw the opportunity and split with both hands to get that position back. It is for overall position, but again, as Rory mentioned earlier on this weekend, drivers don't want that. If they see a car in front of them that they know they can be quicker than, they're going to look to try and pass. We've got yellow flags apparently at turn 1 according to race control, so keep an eye on that one. At the moment then, Bruno Santos has managed to open up a lead to the rest of the field, nearly 3 seconds between himself and the 168 of Christian Oldendorf. But really all eyes here on Paolo Pedersen, trying to find a way past Ria Sauter, going in towards turns 8, and then we'll head towards 9 and 10 with a little bit of lappery. Might wash Paolo Pedersen's attack there through in towards 9 and 10. Get back onto the power now. Ria Sauter will have that mirror full of Paolo Pedersen.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Fiat 128SF of Moreira that they just passed. And well, if it's not clear just on the eye test, that's the car that I think made the basis for the Lada Riva. A lot of Fiat designs were then moved on to Lada and other third parties in the 70s and the 80s, and that one is quite clear to see. Impressive how quick that little Ginetta is in a straight line, isn't it? And it's great on the brakes too. It's like the Jaguar E-Type has brought its little brother along. And Pedersen, again, full commitment, this time on the inside, and this time the move is made. Really nothing more that Ria Sauter could do to withstand the advances of the Ginetta that time.
And Pedersen moves up a position there, up into 6th place overall. Let's try and see how far up the order he can go. 10.8 separates him now from Claudio Vieira. There goes the number 12 Porsche 356 of Francois Iberian to get those all valuable laps in then. But he is coming under pressure from just a little bit of lappery. He's currently running 7th in class in the 1965.
Yeah, absolutely right, and exciting scrap this. I don't think that we've seen the last of this battle. The E-Type still looming around the Ginetta G4 at this juncture, and that's very brave from Sauter, Ria Sauter. She's done a lot of driving in this car. She knows it well, and clearly feels like she has the measure of where and when someone can get that thing stopped, and she's getting it about right so far. Right there in the wheel tracks of Paolo Pedersen, the Danish racer. And Pedersen there getting a twitch under acceleration, almost contact between the two of them. This is brilliant close quarters racing between both of them.
It really is, as they make their way through in towards the final corner, as that's Ria Salter right up the inside, going in towards the final corner. A little bit of lappery, one of the Porsches having to be dispatched of as well, as they make their way towards and over the line. And there you can see Paolo Pedersen, with the power underneath him, is able to try and pull away slightly. They head their way now down towards the first corner, and Ria Salter just can't quite have that straight line speed to keep up, but she did put Pedersen under a lot of pressure. A really good exit out of turn 10 really led up to the opportunity to get up close and personal. Right behind them as well, I believe, is a battle for fourth in class between Morales and Duarte. In the 99 and the 83, they've been going side by side and trading little bits of racing lines as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no shortage of fighting, and whether it's near identical cars, whether it's two highly contrasting cars, we've got brilliant scraps all the way through. Look at the intervals at the front of the pack, though. Less than a second covering the overall top three in this race. If we take a look at the race leaders shortly, we'll see a great scrap by the looks of it. Between the top three in this race. The GT40s are taking the fight back to Santos in the Porsche, and in fact Oldendorf in the 168 car is your new leader. So here is the top three. The 911 has found itself the filling in a sandwich where the bread is a GT40, and well, this is very exciting indeed. We don't know where to look at this stage of the race. Of course, in 4 minutes time the window will be open for 10 minutes in this race. The pit stops, we'll have to see how it all unfolds, but right now this is shaping up magnificently.
It really is, as we see then Bruno Santos trying to keep up with Oldendorf, heading down the start-finish straight, but can't quite do it. And also you've got Lima lurking as well, Paulo Lima, that other GT40 in the other bread of the sandwich then, of the GT40 sandwich. You're now their way out of turn 2, and there's a bit of lappery for Bruno Santos and Lima to contend with, heading our way through in towards turn 3, and that allows Christian Oldendorf to build a gap at this point. Of course, there will be a little bit of lappery. We've got a car stopped there on the left-hand side of turn 5, which is covered by the yellow flag, so we'll be able to go overtaking through there. Getting out of the car, exiting stage right, it looks like.
Yeah, might be Guerin potentially in the in one of the Alphas, not too sure. As goodness me, Oldendorf carving his way through the traffic relentlessly there. They just went past the lovely white Porsche 356. I don't know how many chances we'll get to see that car on circuit, so while the lead battle has calmed down an iota, I will cover this because it's a great story. The 23 Porsche 356 Speedster, Vincent Tonnier, the Frenchman at the wheel, one of very, very few paraplegic drivers in international historic racing. He was a professional snowboarder in the 1970s, but he suffered a life-changing accident in 2003 at work, but he's refused to let his passions and his need for adrenaline wane. And I think he's got a specially adapted car there, and he's competed in some of the world's biggest events, including the Tour Auto, the Mille Miglia revival event, and a significant regular here in the Iberian Historic Endurance as well. He's also done the Dakar Classic, which of course runs in parallel with the main Dakar Rally. So really incredible story for Vincent Tonnier out there in the 356, the white number 23 Porsche 356 Speedster. That's the story with that car.
Fantastic. In the we saw Fiat possibly stopped at turn 5. Will be the 169 Jose Moreira, who was behind the wheel at the time, just pulled to the side. Meanwhile then, you've got Oldendorf having to wait until the green flags. Oh no, there's a BMW in the gravel. That's the 221 there. found itself off into the gravel and truly beached in there, unfortunately. It's Alberto Velez Grillo who's beached there, and looking at the tyre tracks, it's just gone straight on. Unfortunately, hard to tell where it was. Possibly, it does say double yellows at turn 1. So,
yeah, that was turn 1.
In towards the braking zone, yeah.
Oh, but there's the leader. That was Oldendorf. Oldendorf in a spin. This is at turn 7 by the looks of it. Oldendorf, who was leading the way in his GT40 after dispatching Santos briefly, has had a spin there and has demoted himself down all the way to 5th place. Oh dear, the twists keep on coming in this race, and Oldendorf in the 168 car, the latest to write a dramatic chapter.
Absolutely. It just seems when one yellow flag gets shown, it's almost as if action happens everywhere else out on track as well. Bruno Santos, with the pit window open, is the first to come in, and that looks like a steady moving 110 Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. Let's see what happened here. So I believe we're going to see Oldendorf here making her way in towards... it was a loss at the back end there that caused Oldendorf to take evasive action. And then was there a secondary clip there where the number, I think that was the 28 of Forceful, sort of rolled back? Couldn't quite tell if that was secondary contact or whether it was dropping on the grass. Either way, Oldendorf found himself spun around and into kiss of the ball as well to boot.
And then you see there the number 81, the Ford Escort, has attached itself to this brilliant battle between the Porsche RSRs, the Ginetta and the E-Type. That is the silver Escort, and Bruno Santos in, as is the team car. Vieira in the 124 also into pit lane, so the pit stops firmly underway at this point.
Absolutely, with those yellow flags still at turn 5 as well, so no lappery can occur through there. It's all got to be single file, or best single file as possible. You cannot overtake until you reach the green flag, so be mindful of that. Heading our way now in towards turn 6 as the battling now recommences. So, one of Mario Silva in that Ford Escort, looking to try and pass the Porsche. Their way now down in towards turn 7. Again, the battle behind them between the E-Type and the Ginetta continues, going through in towards turn 7 there, and that has been a fantastic battle to watch as Celta moves back ahead of Pedersen, moves ahead, and there, right up the inside, goes Mario Silva, moving up a position there. Mario Silva moves himself, I believe, past Duarte there, up into 4th place overall.
Yeah, no surprise that that Mario Silva is showing out in quite such dramatic fashion in the Escort Mark 1, a former national circuit racing champion here in Portugal. And oh, goodness me, one of the Porsches in a spin there. Is that Mireles maybe in the 99? Yes, it was Mireles spinning on his way into the pits. Well, that's not how he would have intended his pit stop to begin, but that is how it's beginning. That allows Silva then up into 3rd place. And just to finish my point on him, he was so promising in saloon car racing from the 80s into the 90s that he tested for Mercedes AMG in DTM. Oh goodness me, oh yeah, contact was made there. The wheel arch on that RSR now less than pristine. Hopefully though, that car can continue. He avoided front end damage, and as we've seen already this weekend, as we all know, radiator damage very easy to come by if you make front end contact in a Porsche 911.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the 245 that's in the pit lane, so that's Thorkild's stamp. We will be handing over now to Michael Holden to take over to get to the end of the race. The tyre pressures, of course, checked at this point. Track temperature still 35 degrees, which has come down quite a bit since, but it's still a scorching track up there. Air temperature of 29 degrees. Still that 4 km/h wind across the circuit means that it's not enough to unsettle the cars, but if you're stationary, you certainly feel the lack of breeze going through.
Yeah, absolutely right. Meanwhile, the recovery drive on and continuing for our former race leader in the glorious Ford GT40, the 168 car, may be running slightly wounded at this point in the hands of Oldendorf after that collision with the Lotus Elan, but has made its pit stop now, hasn't it? Running in 14th place. Or has it made its pit stop? Just going to check that. Yes, Oldendorf has been into the pit lane. So let's see how he can bounce back in the second half of this race.
We're closing in less now than 5 minutes until that window closes, and it gives us 20 minutes to decide who is going to be the winner here of the Iberian Historic Endurance. And Christian Oldendorf again looking to try and find a way past, and in towards the turn 6 there. It looks like he's trying to find a way past Dalmasso in the 337, that Porsche 911 2.5. So we head our way now over the crest down the hill towards turn 7. The plethora of GT40s make their way now down in towards the right-hander of turn 7. That's the 140 going round the outside. That's going to be Otto Reed's dot. Brave to go round the outside there, nonetheless. And just to get that bit of lappery completed. Keeps on going. He's right under pressure there from the number 5 machine as well, from Paulo Lima. Paulo Lima is obviously looking to try and fight his way back up to the top, having made his stop.
Yeah, Reed's Thought has also made his stop and is getting lapped there by the car that currently sits 15th, the former leader, Paulo Lima. We'll see where everyone shakes out at the conclusion of this pit window. Just into the pits, having almost been in the top 10, and I feel like we should give this car a shout out, the 41 Lotus Elan. Some family ties with that car, because Diogo Ferrao of the Race Ready organisation, that is his father, my apologies, Manuel Ferrao, the father of Diogo of Race Ready, the series promoter, a big part of running this event as well. So his dad is racing in that Lotus Elan and currently in the pits. We saw there Vincent Tournier's car waiting in pit lane, and you saw as well Stefan Ortelli's name ordained to the side of that car. And well, Ortelli, we know how quick he is, so if he shared a car with Ortelli at some point, I can imagine that was a fun weekend.
I imagine so. Absolutely. We see the number 90 Porsche 914 going through turn 4, Tony Garcia. There is the number 2 Paula Pedersen, who has now brought that Ginetta G4R in for the mandatory stop. Having a great battle up there as well. The E-Type decided to bring the car in then to serve the mandatory stop. See where he re-emerges later on in this race. But at the moment then, Bastos, Rosinde, Salter, Duarte, Pedersen all in the pit lane now. Expecting Bruno Santos, bit of smoke from one of the Porsches there, heading our way through towards turn 12. Santos now making his way, I believe, up towards turn 2. As dusk starts to fall on the circuit, Oldendorf looking to try and make his way through and in a couple of positions. Well, he powers his way down the start-finish straight to dispatch of Dalmasso. His way onwards then towards turn 1. Dalmasso comes into the pits. Keeping one eye on the mirrors as well, because he's got to watch out for Paulo Lima, another GT40. And there is the 269. It's the shared car of Bryce Pinot and Oliver Moitiens. Bryce Pinot, I believe, has brought the car in, so it'll be Oliver Moitiens who gets to the line in our Shelby Cobra Daytona.
yeah, great to see one of them out there in this race. All manner of different cars out there. One of the BMWs there too. That's I think an equivalent to the CSL that we had out earlier on. That is the number 33 machine. That is a 2800 CS, but it is of the same approximate heritage as some of those 3-litre CSLs we had in Touring Heritage Cup earlier on. Of course, missing some of that dramatic aero that we saw out of the proper Group 2 machines. The Alans are converging around the circuit, the 26Rs meeting up, and I do love to watch a Mark 1 Escort. Oh, okay, yes, and this is exactly why. Nice sideways entry into the corner there. Obviously, the Escort Mark 1 and Mark 2 perpetually popular in historic rallying for its ability to toe the very edge of the line when it comes to going sideways, and a well-driven Escort is always a joy to see.
Absolutely. There's the 14, the Lotus 7, just pointing. It's a great thing about the sort of open cockpit is that you can point to the other driver saying, take the inside line, no problem at all. And that is Bruno Santos duly obliging. 7. Bruno Santos leads the way then from timing screens. It's Bastos Rezende in second place, Claudio Vieira in third, Christian Oldendorf in fourth, and the 337 of Dalmaso into the pits. The Lima fifth place, then the 227 then, and I'm assuming Pedro Matos has got now behind the wheel of that Merlin Mark IV. Now has the fastest lap of the race there, set last time around with 158.317.
An interesting story there in regard to the Merlin and Pedro Matos. Pedro Matos is a race engineer for the Prema Formula 2 team. Obviously, the Formula 2 teams at large are kind of looking for things to do until the season finale weekend, which is still a good 50 days away or so. So Pedro Matos decided to go racing in a Merlin Mark IV, which I imagine none of his drivers would even be able to pick out of a lineup. They're all so young and spry. But yeah, Pedro Matos in the car that was obviously the pole sitter, still up there in the top 10, the 227.
Your leader at the moment then in Bruno Santos, making his way in towards turn 1. Bastos Rezende in second place, 18.7 behind. Claudio Vieira is quickly being chased, at least it was being chased by Bastos Rezende then. As the last laps tell a different story. Bastos Rezende 2:01.7, Claudio Vieira a 2:04.349. Out of the way, in fact, they're losing 2.4 seconds in the first sector alone, so explanation to be found there. So, yeah, 2:27 then of Patrick Simon then taking over and looking to get his way up the order as well from Carlos Barbeau. We'll see what he can do. Yellow flags then at turn 3 according to race control. There, but it's quickly been replaced with a green flag, so yeah, just a bit of a lock-up off-track excursion.
A few corners ago, we saw the Volvo 121 of Jorge Guimarães get lapped. As you alluded to at the top of this race, quite something to see a Volvo sharing a grid with GT40s, with 911 RSRs. I think that's one of the. You've alluded to the fact that yellow flags seem to come one after another, and I think a lot of that is just people catching slower cars at the wrong moment. As of course Oldendorf going to test to. Still currently leading the GTP race, the first of the GTP and sports car class machines, the first of the GT40s. But of course, course, he tripped over that Lotus Elan, and that's the thing, isn't it? You can just catch a back marker making a mistake or just at the wrong part of the track when you're trying to carry some speed, and it can quite easily lead you into a spin. It's a fine art when you've got speed differential like this at play, making an efficient way through the order.
It's all about, in a 44 car field, it's all about making sure you pick your moments. If you're one of the top runners, there's Pedro Bastos Resende, away from Claudio Vieira. So then 60 in towards turn 3. So Pedro Bastos Resende starting to open up the gap between himself and Claudio Vieira. 1.5 seconds is the gap at this point. They make their way now out of turn 4. 15 minutes of this race left to run then. So everyone has made their stops. Paulo Lima moves now up into 4th place, passing Christian Oldendorf, and might be a slightly wounded Ford GT for Oldendorf. Paulo Lima moves up ahead now into 4th place, and not too far away either is Patrick Simon in that number 227 in the Merlin.
Patrick Simon?
Sorry.
Pedro Matos.
Yeah. Pedro Matos, my apologies.
You had me doubting it too there. I scrolled through the entry list quickly, but yeah, Pedro Matos, the F2 race engineer for Bremer. This number 60 car, as with a number of the 911 RSRs up at the sharp end of the order, run by Aurora Motorsport of Garage M Aurora. That is one of the real kind of iconic Porsche teams, not just in Portugal, but in the entire Iberian region. They've been active racing Porsches in southern Europe for over 50 years, and yeah, really good to see them having a presence here at the Estoril Classics as well. So that's something worth noting, as is this battle in the GTP and sports car class. The top 3, that's going to be less than a second between them.
It is indeed, and Oldendorf's got himself back ahead for now, and Paulo Lima now trying to dispatch some traffic as well. Then you've also got Pedro Matos in the Merlin trying to pick up scraps as well. Of course, Merlin not quite so good in the straight line, but through the corners is where it is going to be. Paulo Lima looks for a move up the inside for the lead of GTP. No way through this time, and Christian Oldendorf holds on to the class lead for now. The top 3 all in the GTP class, sharing the exact same bit of track, heading away now in towards turn 3.
Yeah, so a great scrap here between 2 GT40s and the wildly contrasting Merlin. One of the Lotus Elans acting as a buffer there for Oldendorf. Christian Oldendorf, the German racer, making the trip down here for this weekend at the Estoril Classics, and the locals, Paulo Lima, and indeed the Portuguese entered car, Pedro Matos, giving chase at this stage. And really great scrap, of course, for 4th overall, as well as their GTP and sports car class lead. And diving down the inside goes Pedro Matos. He'll be showing this on board to Ollie Beerman after this weekend, I'm sure, and saying, look, I can do it too. Look at this, 2-in-1. Go on then. In about 3 corners, he's gone up the inside of 2 GT40s. It didn't quite work the second time around, but Christian Oldendorf is really having to stave off this little Mosquito, which carries so much more speed through the apex. Oh, a bit close for comfort there. And of course, now through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, the Merlin probably a little bit quicker again. But then comes the straight, and suddenly the Ford GT40 remembers, oh, I've got a 4.7 litre under my bonnet, but gets held up by the Alfa Romeo there. And that means we've got a proper drag race on. It's still one-sided though, even though Oldendorf had to lift out of the throttle. Both he and Lima disappear past the Merlin. But Yeah, the little Merlin, the 227 car of Pedro Matos, meaning business and really showing up and showing out. Of course, the challenge for him will not just be getting past, but then giving himself enough of a buffer to stay ahead of the GT40s before the start-finish line on the long main straight.
Matos looking for a move now up the inside once again then of Lima, up the inside of turn 3, which he gets that one done. Now he's got Christian Oldendorff as we make our way through in towards turn 4 as well. And as you rightly said, it's a case for Lima. He's got to get the moves done early against these 4 GT40s and try and just run away through the corners, because on the straights, GT40s are just in another class at the moment, and you might see that as well as Paulo Lima tries to find his way back through again. Not quite this time, but once again inside of a little bit of lappery. It's a case here for Pedro Matos to dispatch of the traffic, weave his way through as well. So too will Christian Oldendorff. Again, no way through, and the longer he stays behind this GT40, the more he's caught behind. Less time he has to try and run away before the long straight, where the GT40s will just swoop in like vultures and take that position away once again.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is the 1-2-3 car, though, in the lead of this race. The 1-2-3, Bruno Santos leading the way with just under 10 minutes left to go. Bastos, Rosendo and Vieira in similar Porsche 911 RSRs in second and third, and then it's this battle for fourth place. Oldendorff there in fourth overall, and the scrappy little Merlin Mark IV about to get swallowed up here by Lima in the other GT40. This the battle for fourth, fifth and sixth places. Fourth in the GT prototype and sports car class is the Ginetta G4R, running 7th overall. Had a great battle with Ria Sauter earlier on. That 52 car now been taken over and running in 8th. The 52 car now in the hands of Newell. Mireles and Duarte rounding out the overall top 10 right now. A healthy mix of 60s, 70s cars, and indeed some of the purpose-built racers, the prototypes and sports cars. They're in the top 10, and sadly into the pits just now, the number 105 Ford Escort. So
yes,
young...
That's a drive-through penalty, I believe.
Okay. So that's Jose Felipe Nogueira, who is a son, actually, of Joaquim Felipe Nogueira, who was quite the famous driver in Portugal in the 50s and the 60s. So he's a name that will be familiar to many, but unfortunately, yeah, drive-through for him.
And also a drive-through for the 83 Felipe Silva Jesus in their Porsche 911. For the same reason, overtaking under yellow flags, as it was the case for the 14 there. In the meantime, we still have our eyes affixed to the battle for the lead of GT Prototype. Round the outside then goes Pedro Matos, round the outside of turn 10. A beautiful move there, and now he'll be hoping the GT40s squabble with each other. But as we make our way now through in towards turn 13 with 7.5 minutes left on the clock, is it going to be a big enough gap not to be gobbled up by a pair of GT40s making our way on towards the start-finish straight? It was a beautiful move then from Pedro Matos, but here comes the power then of Christian Oldendorff. Here comes the power of Paulo Lima. Can he fend off this one? Pedro Matos down the inside, looks at Christian Oldendorff in towards the first corner. Can he get that car slowed down in time? No, he can't. He loses the back end as Christian Oldendorff tried it down the inside, carried too much speed, and the car said absolutely not. And he looks to try and get that car back going again, rejoining the circuit. So in answer to that question, yes, Pedro Matos can withstand the GT40s, and now it's a case that he's got to have a very good, very clean lap to keep building the lead he now can gain against Paulo Lima.
Look at that lap traffic now between the Merlin and the GT40. So Paulo Lima on the back foot here in this one. There's a telltale cloud of smoke up on the horizon as well, either at turn 6 or the final corner, turn 13, and unfortunately that's brought out a late safety car. Now this could either be very, very entertaining indeed if we get this race back underway, or a bit of a shame to end the race under SC conditions, depending on what has happened and how long it takes to recover.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've had a drive-through penalty awarded to number 2, Pella Pedersen, and the number 12 car of Francois Garin, and that would be the reason for the safety car. It's the 47 car, I believe. Diaz Rincon might have started this race, and he's still a single driver, so it is Roberto Diaz Rincon who has stopped out on track, and that will be the reason for the safety car to recover the car safely. 12 with Francois Garin. Incorrect handicap is the reason for the drive-through penalty. Of course, they can't serve that under safety car conditions, so if it comes to it, it might be a case that it wasn't possible to serve a drive-through penalty. It might convert to a timed penalty towards the end. That's the Lotus 7 coming into the pits then, arm raised in the air, and just with 5 minutes left on the clock, doesn't look like a great sign for our sole Lotus 7 in the field.
Yeah, so João Mira Gomez there peeling in, or yes, it is Gomez, I think, at the wheel at this stage, and an unfortunate end there. And you can see again people trying to get some air into the cars in these conditions now. Everybody geeing themselves up for what could well be a grandstand finish. And of course, if you're the number 60 driver, if you're Pedro Bastos Renzende, this could be the golden ticket that you needed. You've been brought right back onto the rear ducktail spoiler of Bruno Santos once again, and suddenly opportunity knocketh.
Opportunity knocketh as well for the GT prototypes as well, the GT prototype and sports cars, because we saw the move that Pedro Matos made to get ahead of the GT40. Now he's got to try and do that all over again, but possibly we're looking, depending on how long the recovery takes, maybe 2 laps. If the recovery takes a bit longer, maybe 1 lap. Just want to see if there is a little bit of traffic perhaps between Pedro Matos and the second placed Paulo Lima, because that would be a telltale sign as to how that restart could go. So we are under these safety car conditions with 3.5 minutes there or thereabouts left on the clock of the race to run. The recovery being made imminently. Hopefully we'll see how the recovery of Roberto Diaz Rincon is in that Alfa Romeo GTM. Fully assess how long we have worth of racing, if any.
Yeah, I know this is the issue now. The safety car, I think, has been going slow on the hope that we get this done in 1 lap, and if that doesn't succeed, we're going to end up with no more racing. So it's a bit of a high risk, high reward situation here. If we do get a 1 lap dash, that is going to be very spectacular as well. We've seen Oldendorf, of course, we saw him spinning trying to get a late and brave lunge done, of course, just a few moments ago. A few other battles that will be affected by this. The 52 Jaguar will, for the first time really, be under threat for the 1965 class lead as well. Of course, Ria Sauter started that car, but it is no longer Sauter at the wheel. It is now Newell at the wheel. But Newell will have the Cobra just behind the Daytona Coupe, the 269 car of Bryce Pano, just waiting in the wings, although we think it's now Olivier Moitiens, don't we, at the wheel. Olivier Moitiens, who has got quite the racing history as well, quite a quick driver, so I reckon that is a hefty task potentially. But if we do get this race back underway, we're up for some real excitement, and we're going to, Kieran. We're ending on a high.
We are indeed. Safety car will be in this lap then. It will be a 1 lap shootout then, as Bruno Santos will lead the field around, with Bastos Rezende looking to see what he can do from this position. He's got, I think, a little bit of traffic ahead of him. Now, there was that was the 227 going through of Pedro Matos, and there is, I think, 2 cars between himself and Paulo Lima. in that battle. So that could be the advantage that Pedro Matos was waiting for. The fact that the GT40s can't pass that traffic until they are past the start-finish line. But for the final time today, for the final restart around the final corner, we have less than a minute on the clock, and the safety car will exit stage right into the pit lane, and Bruno Santos will restart this race. Then we will be green flag racing once we reach the start finish line. Santos gets us back underway, and Bastos Rezende will be on the charge now to see if he can find the moves that he needs to get himself up the order. As Claudio Vieira, though, looks like he's got the better launch as well. The GT40s couldn't quite get their way through either on the 227 of Pedro Matos. That's running wide there is, I believe, Claudio Vieira, as we made our way out of turn 1 there. And still in this battle here, the battle of the Porsches, a look down the inside then as we make our way through in towards turn 3 then, as Claudio Vieira has to recede that position to Bastos Rezende. I think they're not fully focused on Bruno Santos anymore. They're focused on second place in the 1976 class, and now Vieira has to really focus now on Bastos Rezende as they head their way now through in towards turn 5 then, with the number 60 car ahead of the 124, heading our way now down towards the 6th turn then, as there's a little bit of lappery to deal with through in towards turn 6 there. Back on the power they go, and it is advantage Bastos Rezende in that second place position in the 1976 class.
Yeah, it was always going to be difficult for the second and third place battle to attach itself to Santos on this final lap, with the buffer of the extra 911 there in the safety car queue. However, Bastos Rezende and Vieira, looks like they've resolved that for now. And what about this? The 227 car, the little Merlin Mark IV, has seemingly outdone the GT40s. Well done to Pedro Matos, a heroic final stint of the race, but our final winner is just moments away from home.
Absolutely, and Bruno Santos is looking to take the checkered flag. That is, he'll make his way across the line to take the victory in the 1976 class, and the overall victory to boot as well. Bastos Rezende will make his way across the line, will he? Yes, he will, ahead of Vieira to take second place in class, and the class victory of the GT prototypes and sports cars does go the way of the 227 of Pedro Matos and Carlos Barbeau in the Merlin Mark IV. Christian Oldendorf across the line in 5th place overall, second in class, with Paolo Lima rounding off the top 3 in our GT prototypes and sports cars. Across the line there goes the 269, our class winner, Bryce Pinot and Olivier Moitiens, who take the 1965 class victory, with Rias Salter, who initially started that race in the 52. It's Andrew Newell who took the flag to take P2, and third place in the 1965 class was the number 245 car, started by Thorped Stamp, but the checkered flag taken by Michael Holden. 1971 class was won by the 239 there. Volker Hischer took the start. Bjorn Ebsen would have taken the checkered flag there. Second place in class would have been the 135 of Frank Biraben, and third place in 1971 class was the number 20 there, the shared car of Rafael Severa Pinto and Carlos Diaz Pedro. In our GDS class as well, 327 was the winner of the class. That's Nuno Nunez and Piero Dal Masso. What a fantastic day of racing we had there. Last lap shootout won out there by Bruno Santos, Pedro Bastos Rezende in second, Claudio Vieira rounding off the top 3, and it was Pedro Matos who got the victory there in class, managed to stave off the GT40s, got the move done before the safety car, and that was a huge storybook telling there. In a one-lap shootout after a safety car, Adam Weller. What a weekend we've had here. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope you have too. I've had a great time here at the Estoril Classics.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 2 days of fabulous action, from Formula Ones to prototypes, GTs to saloons, even some motorcycle demonstrations during the lunch breaks as well. We've had a little bit of everything from every decade over the course of this weekend, and what a brilliant cap off this race has been. The Iberian historic endurance, a great opportunity, for these sometimes local teams, in some cases very small operations. I wouldn't mind betting that a few of the drivers on this grid have shown up with a trailer and themselves and the car, and that's it. And they get to share the paddock with some of the biggest historic racing operations on the planet here in the Pater Auto classes, and that's really exciting for the Iberian Historics to be in amongst so much lofty competition, or lofty compatriots in the historic scene. An incredible variety of different machinery. It did turn out to be an all Porsche RSR top 3, I grant you that, but that doesn't really tell the tale of some of the battling we saw, be it the Ginetta G4 getting in amongst it with the E-Type, or anything else that went down. This was quite the race as we look at the highlights now.
The GT40's got a fantastic start off the grid, and it was the Merlin that was sort of being slightly left behind at the very start. Saw then the Porsches go at it with the Ford GT40s. As we saw Paulo Lima having to try and fend off the attacks there of Bruno Santos, and Christian Oldendorf fancied his chances within the race as well. It was the case that Bruno Santos got the move done and tried to open that gap up, and this was a great battle to relive as well. Ria Salter fending off as long as she could Pella Pedersen. In fact, finished ahead at that point. And this move here from Pella Pedersen up the inside decided that move for the time being, but they would come back to scrap yet again on the exit of turn 10. That was trying to get the power down. Managed to try and pull alongside, but couldn't quite get the move that time around. Found at the gravel trap did Alberto Velez Grillo, and unfortunately the end of the race. But this was a race that might have changed the order for Christian Oldendorf, possibly collected by just a out of control car. Unfortunately, that might have just wounded his GT40 slightly, but he managed to try and get going again. Porsche tagging the wall as well didn't quite help the confidence there, the Porsche driver. We had the GT40s squabbling away for position as well. GT40s continued that trend as well, because we had Pedro Matos against the GT40s. It was really being thrown into the lion's den for Pedro Matos, but managed to get his way round the outside of the 168 of Christian Oldendorf, and Oldendorf tried to move down the inside in towards turn 1, but he left the braking too late. The back end swapped around on Oldendorf, and he had to cede that position. A late safety car to recover the stricken car for the Roberto Diaz Rincon at Alfa Romeo GTM. Once that recovery was finished, we had a one-lap shootout, and what a great battle we had here. 1, 2, 4 there, slightly losing out at the beginning of that one, and Claudio Vieira tried his very best to try and find the move against Pedro Bastos Rezende, but in the end it couldn't quite be done. Bastos Rezende finished ahead of Claudio Vieira and finished up second and third respectively in overall and in their classes. The 2-2-7 there, Pedro Matos managing to get that Merlin across the line to take class victory, sharing that duties with Carlos Barbeau. Fantastic race. That one-lap shootout really was fantastic to watch, and a lot to keep up with as well. But I'm sure we have our podium presentations here for the Iberian Historic Endurance.
Yeah, absolutely. And the 1965 class, of course, it did end up tipping the way, didn't it, of Bryce Pano and Olivier Moitians in the Shelby Daytona Coupe. I'm sure that Ria Sauter and Andrew Newell will feel a little bit hard done by there, but we'll go to ads for now and hopefully join a podium in the not too distant future. Ads now.
And at the end of the day, for the Estoril Classics 2023, as we await for our podium presentations, but time and a chance for reflection here, Adam. We've had such fantastic machinery that we've been treated to as well. The drivers have put on a fantastic show. I think a well-earned bottle of water or preferred beverage is well underway and well due for all involved. It's been a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, it has been. Everyone at Pater Auto, everybody involved with the organisation of this event at Race Ready and so on, and the Estoril circuit management themselves have put on a mighty fine show here. We've had so much variety on display, but I do have a question for you, Kieran. If you were given a trailer and the option to take anything home today from all the cars we've seen, what would you be having? What's your favourite car at the weekend?
That's a heck of a question. It really is. I mean, I am quite fond of the Lotus 72. It might seem quite a cliche answer, but it's such an iconic livery. It could have easily gone to the Lotus 78 as well. The John Player Special is just one of those liveries that just lives long in the memory. If I had a choice, that'd be the one I'd take home. How about yourself?
You see, I thought about this question, so I can tell you with absolute certainty that I would be taking the Maserati MC12 if I could. The GT car to beat all throughout the 2000s, debuting in the latter stages of 2004 with AF Corsa, and I think the day that happened, everybody looked over their shoulder and went, "Oh no," in the FIA GT paddock, and that was proven to be a valid concern. Such an incredible dominant race car throughout the late stages of the FIA GT Championship. And as we can see, the podium ceremony won't be too far away. What a treat though that last race was. As we alluded to at the start, the Iberian Historic Endurance Grid, the variety that we've got there, almost like a summary piece for the event as a whole. And well, the race turned out to be the same, didn't it? We had all of the action, we had all of the variety, we had big name drivers, and scraps aplenty. What a great way to round out the weekend.
Absolutely, and day ending on a one-lap shootout here after the safety car proved to be a quite dramatic way to end the day. There's been no shortage of drama over the past 2 days as well. There has been bits of contact, but to be honest with you, driving standards as a whole have been exceptional. This is drivers in heritage and classic cars do give each other the space, they do give each other the respect out there in the vast majority of the times. Yes, we had a bit of a battle with track limits, but that's to be expected for drivers who are pushing as hard as they can to extract everything with the machinery underneath.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, obviously, some of these cars, you know, much less advanced in the suspension department, looking at like the 60s GT cars we saw in events like Greatest Trophy and last night's 2-hour 60s endurance race. It's a fine margin between a car like a Shelby Cobra sticking for a corner and, you know, understeering wildly off the track, or indeed oversteering wildly into a plume of smoke, and therefore sometimes these track limits offences are, you know, quite involuntary. I think often it's not even necessarily the spirit of trying to get 11 tenths out of the car. Sometimes it is just as simple as the law of averages with some of these historic cars. If you're in a battle, sometimes you can push it too far, and sometimes you end up just running it a bit too far.
It's great to see as well. We've had some legendary drivers as well. For example, Matt Neal getting behind the wheel of classic machinery, and it's always great to see, you know, the modern greats of motorsport sort of be transported back in time to see how they would have faced with the raw machinery. Of course, many of the machinery you've seen today, all manual gearboxes. The suspension, of course, when you saw the front end ducking down, It's come a long way since then. This was before a time where aerodynamics were really used for cornering. I mentioned yesterday the ideology of drag was understood pretty much in the early 30s and 40s as well. But it wasn't until we started to get to the late 60s that aerodynamics, to help with and aid with cornering, really started to take off in a big way. It's always good to take a step back in time and almost see how modern drivers fare with the historic and classic machinery.
Yeah, and of course, so many modern drivers. Look at the likes of Ollie Webb and Seb Perez as two great examples. They're really quick elite level drivers in modern day machinery, but because obviously you can get driver coaching opportunities here in historic racing, and also just because some of these drivers have the aspiration to drive the cars they grew up idolizing. It feels like more and more it becomes less of an oddity to see quote unquote youngsters, some of the current pros, in amongst it in historic competition, and that's really exciting to see. I think that especially as the cars like the Cobras of the world, even the M1, the BMWs, the Porsche 935s, as they get further removed from the racing of the present day, I think there's going to be an ever larger kind of set within the motorsport fraternity that want to come and race those cars and experience those cars, because the mythology around 20th century motorsport is not going to go anywhere.
No, not in the slightest. And we're looking at machinery as well that is 60, 70 years old in some cases. It's remarkable for the jobs of drivers and the mechanics to keep them in tip-top condition, more so to get them racing as well. And we do come to the debate of should such legendary cars be raced? But some might say they do belong in the museum. Some say they're racing cars through and through, so we should race them until such time. If you're ever on the fence about this one, I hope the Estoril Classics has convinced you otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the Estoril Classics event, courtesy of that relationship with Peter Auto, is only going to get more entertaining and more lively as the years go on. I mean, obviously we mentioned at the start of the day, or it might have been yesterday, it has been a long day, that the Formula Legends 3.5 project, which is largely, or has been entirely demo runs so far, looking to bring the 90s Formula One machinery into racing potentially in the future. Obviously, a logical place to host a race for that, the 90s Formula One cars, would have been the then host of the Portuguese Grand Prix. So, we could see as the Peter Auto roster of championships increases, grows and diversifies, I expect that the show we have here at the Estoril Classics is going to go the same way too.
Yeah, absolutely. And such an iconic location to have and field such iconic cars. And then we have the Iberian Classic Endurance towards the end of the day, the Iberian Historic Endurance at the end, fielding 44 entrants, throwing all manner of cars, a whole eclectic collection that you could spot. It's one of the many times you can really see a Lotus 7 go up against a GT40. Not that it would be a fair battle, but it would be a battle nonetheless. And it really was a race of pros and cons for each cars. And we even saw that with the GT40s trying to battle away with the Merlin Mark IV towards the end of the race. It really was that case of pros and cons, where the Merlin was good through the corners, the GT40 great on the straights. Overall, it was the Merlin that came out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder how Matos would do if he was put into the Lotus 7 up against the GT40s. Obviously, the Merlin rather more track focused, or rather more advanced in nature than the Lotus 7, which is a bit softer sprung and obviously a bit more primitive in design. So not necessarily a serious question to pose, but yeah, that is the essence for me of historic racing. I said this towards the start of the weekend as well. One of my fondest childhood media memories is having a VHS of the 1964 British Saloon Car Championship, where the Mustangs, the Galaxies and the Falcons were going up against, the Minis, the Cortinas, even the Hillman Imps, the Jaguar Mark IIs. That essence of, sheer variety, sheer unbridled variety in multiple classes, kind of in the same ballpark, albeit making their time in wildly different sections of the circuit, is something that it's harder to come by in the current era. But that is, a huge part of the fairy dust that makes historic racing so compelling.
It is, and it's always great to have the stories as well, in a sense, reborn. We've even seen a Ligier JS21 in its season in 1983 didn't score any points within the Formula One season, yet today it got 2 victories, and that just shows you it's a case of it's fantastic to see history on display, but it's nice to see sometimes history being rewritten. And as you said, with these historic cars, it's great to see what could have been if they were pushed to their absolute full potential, and something that is achievable with some of this fantastic machinery.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think it's so fascinating to especially look back at some of the 70s F1 cars. A few of those cars today were sold off to hill climbers after their time in Formula One, for instance. And yeah, it's it's insane, isn't it? Specifically, it was the Brabham BT37 of Martin O'Connell. Bear in mind the car's time in Formula One was 1972, 1973. Within 2 years of debuting in Formula One, the car was running hill climbs in the United Kingdom, which, equivalent to that would be someone showing up in, I don't know, something like a Haas F1 car from 2021 and decided to go hill climbing in the modern era. Well, exactly. It's so far removed from our current reality. It was an entirely different time, many argue a better time, where, anything almost seemed to be possible.
It's great. I think it's this period of reflection to sort of remind ourselves what we've seen, the fantastic racing we've also seen on display as well. I mean, it's been a thoroughly enjoyable weekend. I hope you entertained with all of the action. Hopefully myself, Kieran McGinney and Anna have been a good company for the races as well. We've had 13 races over the weekend, and all of them were absolutely a joy to watch.
Yeah, absolutely right. And yeah, I mean, of the categories today, the Lotus 72, your favourite car, by extension, was the classic GP stuff your highlight of the weekend, or did your eyes go elsewhere for that?
I mean, when you mentioned the Maserati MC12, that sort of missing synapse in my brain sort of switched into gear, and I thought, oh yes, that was a fantastic car to watch. But I'll always be classic F1, especially when we look at that was the naturally aspirated era, as you mentioned. It was pre-turbos before they started to go that route, so it really was the end of the naturally aspirated era. Yeah, it's always a great car, but also I think it lives long in the memory because JPS livery is such an iconic livery throughout Formula One.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. And yeah, the classic GP is certainly a highlight. I think I would have to go with the series that brought my favourite car out, the Endurance Racing Legends. I've always wanted to cover that, and I'm so excited to do so alongside you this weekend, Kieran. But we can see now that some of the podiums are now happening. This must, I would think, be the overall podium for the Iberian Historic Legends, and based on the formation we've got here, I suspect that Vieira has gone missing.
That's a huge shame if that is the case, but the trophies will be handed out to our drivers, and if Bruno Santos takes the top there, and trophies handed out. It's the if we've been corrected, it's actually the GT prototype and sports car podium. So that is the top step there. It's index of performance. So the trophies and hats and champagne being handed out, and unfortunately, it seems to be quite an empty P3. Unfortunately, at this moment in time, hold for the national anthem being played. Fantastic to see then, as our drivers then head off with their champagne and their trophies in hand as well. That looks like it was the GDS podium. So our winner being the number 327 Nuno Nunez and the Piero Dal Masso. Way of the 317 of Pedro Morion and Jose Cavallosa. Their place would have gone the way, although seemed to be missing was Carlos Beltran. So that is, you rounded up our top three of the GDS class. We have the historic 1965 podium, which was won today by the number 269, which was Bryce Pinot and Olivier Moitiens. Second place went away the number 52 car, shared car of Ria Salter and Andrew Newell. Third place went the way of the number 245, which was Thorkild Stamp and Michael Holden. And as our drivers now take their steps on their respective podium places.
Sure enough, this is the E-Type duo heading up to the second step, nearly but not quite on that occasion, of course, but well-deserved victory nonetheless for the 269 crew. Bryce Panu and Olivier Moitiens, who hopefully join us. Yes, here they come now. Perennially jealous of Olivier Moitiens, because he's one of the drivers over the years that got the opportunity to race the Chrysler Viper GTSR at the Spa 24 Hours, which would be my dream gig if I were a racing driver. He did that with Red Racing back in 2006.
It looked like Andrew Newell slightly jumped the gun there with the champagne. But the cork had popped on him before he was ready, but I was then being presented with trophies, hats, ready to celebrate here, the podium of the historic 1965 podium.
Rather fetching trophies as well, aren't they, in the outline of the Estoril circuit there. That's a nice little touch. And very, very fancy trophies, as a matter of fact. And I think they get two trophies, and one of them to me looks like a jerry can shape. The 1, 2, and 3 trophies, they look like jerry can shape to me, which might be intentional, might not be. But either way,
And the champagne then unleashed for the historic 1965 podium, as it's a great time to unwind and celebrate now with no more driving on the cards. Although don't forget your trophies, you've worked hard. Don't leave them behind just yet. But that is our 1965 podium.
I tell this story occasionally. Raffaele Marciello. I saw him post Oschersleben GT Masters round. I didn't go and talk to him because he was off the clock. He was at the airport after I'd been commentating on that weekend, and he nearly left a second place trophy in a sushi bar. And I think that tells you everything you need to know about racing driver mentality. Just, it's a second place trophy. It couldn't mean less to me.
Yeah, that's true racing mentality, as the 1971 podium take their places on their respective positions. Third place went the way of the number 20, Rafael Severo Pinto and Carlos Diaz Pedro. Second place went the way of the 135 machine, which was Frank Biraben. Finishing top spot in the 1971 class was the number 239, which is Volker Hitcher and Bjorn Ebsen. And they have had a fantastic weekend, Volker Hitcher and Bjorn Ebsen. They've had a multitude of success for the entire weekend. It's another trophy for them to add to their respective cabinets.
Yeah, absolutely right. And good job from all of those parties there. And so many different classes, of course, in this. We didn't really talk much about the 1971s, did we? But it's more a production saloon class within the category. And how wonderful to see a Volvo of all things up against, albeit in wildly different classes, up against cars like the GT40, like the Shelby Daytona. A lot of fun here today in the Iberian Historic Endurance. Be curious to know what's in the Liqui bags as well. They're quite generous here at Iberian Historic, aren't they? They dish out the goodies. There's a lot that comes with success in this category.
Absolutely, it's one of those things where you want to wish you and I were good at racing, Adam. Could have tried to win one of those, or at least both of those trophies. I don't know how far we get. We might get the wooden spoon each, but nevertheless, go surely.
I mean, I'm solid on the sim, but the problem with the real world is that your weight has a difference.
Yeah, unfortunately the case. It's a podium celebration there for the historic 1971 class. It's a weekend to remember as well for Volker Hitcher and Bjorn Ebsen in their Alfa Romeo 4 at the Iberian Historic Endurance. They have had a thoroughly fantastic weekend combined. Really have put on a fantastic display and to get quite a few trophies to take home with them.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and there'll be plenty of teams going away with a lot of silverware at the end of this weekend. The historic teams often running multiple cars at once, the likes of Reutmeier in the Endurance Racing Legends is a good example of that. They run 4 or 5 of the Porsches in that category. Always great to see. There are so many careers in historic racing as well, not just these young drivers that come and do some coaching and pedal some incredible cars, but a lot of mechanics and a lot of personnel make their careers here in this environment, in this paddock. And the historic racing community, the motorsport racing industry as a whole, a real big career opportunities hub as well. I think our government here in the UK has made that point a few times, or had that point made to them a few times about the scale with which motorsport industry provides roles. Next up, the 1976 cars then. Of course, this was the overall podium as well, as it turned out. The the all-Porsche RSR affair. A good day for Garagem Aurora. All three of their drivers locking out the podium here.
Absolutely. It was the 1-2-4 Claudio Vieira taking third place. Second place went the way of the number 60 of Pedro Bastos Rosende, and finishing top of the order was the number 1-2-3 of Bruno Santos there. And in that last lap dash, it was a great battle for second place between Bastos Rosende and Vieira. Second place in the end by Bastos Rosende. Trophies are now being handed out to our respective top three in the historic 1976, and as you said, they were also our top three overall in today's historic endurance.
Shake, rattle and roll the bottle and spray the champagne. Not a feeling that I think is completely unfamiliar, it must be said, to Bruno Santos. Very good peddler at the wheel of that Porsche 911. And now I think, maybe getting the national anthems. I think we are doing that again.
Played top three overall, and in the 1976 make their way sure to unwind after what was a fantastic 15-minute race on all fronts. And now we have the GT prototype and sports car podium, and third place went the way of the number 5 of Paulo Lima. Second place went the way of the 168 car of Christian Oldendorf, and my goodness, what a hectic roller coaster race he had, Christian Oldendorf. But in the winning day, GT prototype and sports car was the number 227 of Carlos Bobo and Pedro Matos, who managed to hold off the charges of those 4 GT40s and take the victory, class victory. It's a hard-earned win, Pedro Matos getting it done before the safety car deployed, also making sure he couldn't have been caught by those GT40s. Trophies to be presented out. GT prototype and sports car classes. Perhaps out the trophies, then the champagne ready and waiting if they do want to spray it. I saw in the historic 1971 they much rather took the champagne with them, because that's not a bad option. But a glass of that after what's been a very hot, humid day, especially once you've been in cars, sure, it's a beverage that has been very much well needed and well deserved. All of our top three, I believe we will have.
Fun enough, the bottles that are given typically in NASCAR Wheel and Euro Series are Pano from the Guerin family. And they come in boxes, so if they do want to try and spray that, and I think they'd be hard-pressed because I don't think it's carbonated, they'd have to do a lot of unwrapping on the podium, by which time I'm sure everyone else would have left already, which might be a good strategy if you want to avoid a sticky podium.
Yeah, it's not bad thing at all. Podium, which is the index of performance for drivers, trophies, champagne dumped out there. It's again just a chance to reflect on what has been very highly enjoyable Estoril Classics 2023.
Doubt we'll see that podium in just a couple of seconds, but it has been a really special weekend of racing, and has been now for a number of years, a bit of an October staple for the great and good of historic racing in Europe now. And I know a lot of Portuguese fans travelled from afar to come and see these cars. You don't get many opportunities to see these cars, no matter where you are, really, in the world. It's a rare and sought-after privilege to see so many historic cars in the same place. It is a 100-mile-an-hour museum. 100 mile an hour is a little bit of a conservative estimate. If you're on the main straight, try something more like 170 before they slam onto the brakes. It has been a great time, and watching even some of those demos earlier on with the MotoGP and World Superbikes as well, that was fabulous. I spotted actually quite bizarre. I've been thinking all week about the Endurance World Championship from the era I grew up in around 2005 and the dominance of the Suzuki endurance racing team, bizarre that it had been on my mind so much, and one of their bikes was actually out in that demo session as well. I noticed a few minutes in, so quite weird there. I somehow willed that into being one way or another. And is that a little die-cast, I think? Potentially. There's something different about that award, isn't there? But would be good. I would like that. That would incentivise me to go racing. If you got yourself a 118 to add to the collection every time you went racing, I'd be well up for that.
Me too. And it's been trying to stave the envy as well. These drivers have to these fantastic endurance racing machines out there, historic machines as well, to really put them to their limits for us to enjoy it as well, and that's been a real highlight.
Performance of Index podium going on there. I do believe that's Vincent Tonia there, up there on the podium as well. Good to see the Performance of Index podium worked out by way of the potential of the car, the power to weight ratio and things of that nature. And so Tonia claiming the #1 spot there, which is really cool to see. His little Porsche 356, a welcome presence as always, and that will be the last of the podium ceremonies. And I think, Kieran, as this ceremony wraps up, it is getting towards the end of our deluxe broadcasting weekend. What a series of races we've had here at the Estoril Classics.
Yeah, I thoroughly agree. Final podium procession draws to a close. As you said, so too must our time here at the Estoril Classics. What a fantastic edition here in 2023. We've had sports cars, we've had GT cars, we've had classic endurances, the Heritage Touring Cup, F1 pre-1986. There's been such a wealth of machinery, and the 60s endurance we had yesterday evening as well, which went from dusk to night. It truly has been a wonderful weekend. I've thoroughly enjoyed it too as well.
Absolutely, and I understand we are going to get the opportunity to indulge in some highlights of the day in a few moments' time as well. A nice reminder of the weekend that has been here at the Estoril Classics. I thoroughly enjoyed it too, Kieran, and yeah, this will be a weekend that lives long in the memory. And roll on, Estoril Classics 2024, I say.
Yeah, that's a very good conclusion to bring from that, and hopefully we will your company for next year as well here. And let's relive the weekend as well. We had the 2 Litre Cup start off this day, start off this morning as well in the one make series. Great to see them battling away. Very start of field. It really did set the tone for the rest of the day, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right. Wild racing there. We then moved on to the endurance racing legends, taking in the best of GT and prototype racing from the 90s to the 2000s. And then we switched up to the CER2 category, of course, Group 4, 5 and 6 cars from the late 70s into the early 80s. A rare treat to see cars like the Porsche 935 out there. And then, of course, the CER ones out there later on as well for some of the earlier period cars too. But we had some brilliant action amongst the CER2 stuff in particular, and then the veritable rolling museum multi-million-pound cars in the greatest trophy too. Yeah,
and great battling in these very priceless machinery. Moved to the pre-1986, which again really good battling throughout the last step of the podium. A couple of penalties that way as well. We had the Heritage Touring Cup. Great battle for the lead of the race coming. Spits of Flame as well was a great indication of the Heritage Touring Cup. Yeah, classic endurance racing. Group 1 who took their way to the field. The 199 there was to be good move in any case. And of course, we rounded off the day's racing with the Iberian Historic Endurance podium presentations, that bumper 44 car grid that took the start, headed towards dusk here in Estoril. I've had so much fun here, Adam, and it's been a pleasure to broadcast this with you.
Yeah, we had brilliant scrapping all weekend long, Kieran, and the last word goes to you.
Very much for watching. Have a good evening. Good night.